everybody, and welcome to the inaugural Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport. And we are ready for a brilliant day of motor racing. And this is a 12-hour straight-through race. The start of a brand new race, the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport, is underway. The two blue and white cars at the front of the field.
Good morning, everyone. Hello and welcome to the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport here at Spa-Francorchamps. It is a beautiful, beautiful day in the Ardennes, and we are very, very happy and thankful for being at Spa-Francorchamps on a day where we are covered by blue sky, and it is expected to stay that way throughout the 12 hours where we will be participating. A one-make Endurance Cup race for 992 cars, which usually we would see in the Carrera Cup races across the world in sprint formats, but we get a chance to see them together here in an endurance format at Spa. There is nowhere else better to do this race. There is nowhere else better to be on a blue sky day. It really is stunning, stunning conditions, and it's likely to get up to about 22 degrees by the middle part of the day. It is cold at the moment because it's, well, coming into autumn, isn't it? So it's 14.5 degrees. Humidity is quite high, but it will be decreasing throughout the day. We had quite a heavy rainfall yesterday, so humidity in the air. But the weekend looks stunning. Today looks stunning. If you are local to Spa, then come down and enjoy about 450 Porsches around the circuit. Well, they're not going to be going on track today because the racing is taking up all the time, but there is opportunity to come see them in the paddock. It's myself and Joe Bradley for the majority of the time in the commentary box. Peter Snowden, Snowy, will be heading down to pit lane, but at the moment it is occupied, well, not pit lane, but actually the grid with our main man, Nick Damon, who is down there. Morning, Nick.
Good morning, well, everyone. Hang on a second. Seb. Seb, hello everybody, how are we all this morning? It's a wonderful sunny day here in Spa, not something you often say, and we're getting all set for the 12 hours straight through of the 992 Endurance Cup. What are they doing it for? They're doing it for these marvellous trophies, just these two here. This is each class winner, and there are 4 classes, will win one of these very heavy and absolutely not good enough for hand luggage trophies. And this one, which needs to go into the truck, is the overall winners trophy. And look, they've written down last year's winners as well, so we can remember who won that one as well. So that's what they're going for. Now, we have had an exciting day of qualifying already, and we've had a unique sort of present awarded as well for that exciting day of qualifying. We're going to go and show you what's going on. So the fastest team in qualifying was the 666. The Parker Racing, the very lovely pink machine, and the fastest driver was Harry King. But there is a special presentation. Harry, if you could come with us for a second. So the special presentation being the fastest person in qualifying from Ruben here was a individual picture. Please unveil the picture of the car.
I'd like to see what a night's worth of drawing gives us. Right, so first of all, we've obviously got the certificate of authenticity. It's a handmade artwork. There's only one of it in the entire world. It's obviously your car with your name on it because you drove the fastest lap, and your team name as well, my signature, and a unique number for each artwork. So without further ado, let's see what the end result looks like.
Okay, that's far better than I anticipated. That's really, really good.
He's looking good. He's had no sleep at all. He's just, slaving over his pencils. It's a very good. It's a great picture. It makes it worthwhile going fast now, doesn't it?
Yeah, this adds to the bonus. I mean, of course we get the pole position taken away from us, but at least we get a nice.
Shh, we're going to mention that later.
Yeah, but this is fantastic. I'm really glad. This will definitely be a present I'll be very happy to gift Banksy after the race. I think that.
So it's not going on your wall. It's going on Banksy's wall.
I think it's got his name on the car, so I think it makes a lot of sense. But maybe you can draw 2 of them if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So just to, we'll have a quick where we use that in room. Just got Harry at the moment. So let's talk about yesterday. You were on pole, which is why you had the lovely picture. Unfortunately, the steward said slight infraction. What happened?
We get a restricted time of 10 seconds to leave the pit lane, and obviously we saw the bit of difficulty with removing the tyre warmer, and ultimately we surpassed that 10-second boundary, not by a lot, but we still surpassed it. The little bit disappointing outcome was getting the official notice live on television that we got it, and then the stewards decided something else. I think maybe the Dutchies next door protested or something, but the rules are the rules, and you have to respect it. And to be honest, it's a 12-hour race, so you can't be too bummed about starting on the front row. Yeah,
I was about to say, I mean, it's not a big difference in a 12-hour race. You're obviously in civvy, so you're not going out for a while. What's the concept of who goes when in the team?
Well, of course, with this race, you want to maximise my green flag running time, because that's where we can make the most headway. Of course, we got Banksy, Taichi, and Kyoto Fujinami who are starting the race, so we've got to cycle through all of our drivers, albeit a little bit evenly. Obviously, I'll pick up the majority of the bulk, but yeah, we got some strong silver drivers, and Banksy as a bronze is quite incredible pace, so I look forward to seeing how he gets on.
I mean, it's a good point you make, because most people who see myself and this team here, they think, this is a Creventic event. It is run by Creventic, but this is the Porsche 992 Endurance, so different rules. We do have safety cars. We have full course yellows. The pack gets bunched up again, so you sort of need to be in the end, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, having a 50-second advantage after the first hour really does not mean anything, because you can mention a safety car or something can condense that, and all that hard work goes to ruin. So we want to pick our opportunities wisely and try to expand as much as we can. The big advantage is if you can gain a lap on your competitors, then sometimes you keep that over the safety car period. So yeah, we'll work on our strategy later in the race, but for the start, it's just staying in the mix.
Great stuff. Thanks, best luck for the team. Now, to get where with we have got a cameraman extraordinaire. Seb, we have an artist extraordinaire. Give us an idea of how long it takes, the work that takes involved to get this picture done. Well, overnight, because you didn't know who was going to win it until 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so obviously I made some preparations beforehand, and we had a look through the entire folder of all the photos that were taken yesterday. So first of all, I had to pick out this car from all of the cars, and then I had to select the best photo to use as a reference for this artwork. And then, well, it took me a few hours to entirely sketch this car by hand. And what I tried to do with this artwork is keep the motion in the background of the car, because obviously this is the fastest lap, so the car needs to look like it's actually going fast as well. And I always try to add that realistic touch, so the contrast between shadows and highlights to make the car look as good as possible.
And is this all done in pencil, or is it in chalks? Or
it's all pencils, yeah.
So to give us an idea, so do you work on a lot of commissions, or for other organisations, or do you just do stuff you've made up yourself and try and sell? How do you become a professional artist these days?
Well, basically it's a combination of two things. First of all, commissions for consumers. So if you own a nice car, you can ask me to create a unique piece of it. And the second thing is car companies who like to do something special for their clients, and that is what this is part of as well. So it's always good to give a personal experience to a special moment, and this is the perfect way to do it.
Really fantastic. Thank you very much for working with us. It's a lovely picture, and I'm sure that Banksy will love it on his wall. Now, we need to talk about motor racing again, because actually not on pole position after that ban. The pole position car is, of course, the marvellous 127 machine, and I'm trying to find where it, which is there, Paul Meyer. There we are. Paul, so you theoretically missed out on pole by 0.1 of a second, but you got it back. So we were watching. It was a very, very quick lap, but happy to have pole that way.
Yeah, for sure. Pole's pole, right? And rules are rules, and they exceeded the time leaving the pit lane. So yeah, it was a small margin we had, like 10 seconds before the time and 10 after. But in the end, the rules are the rules. So yeah, of course, happy with the pole, and the lap time was crazy quick of both of us. If you're doing the 2:18 on Spa, most of the people know it's quite quick with this car. So that felt amazing. Yeah, really happy to start second year in row and pole.
Strong team here at MDM. Obviously, the star name is Tom Coronel. How are you going to work the drivers through the race? I notice you're in racing. Are you starting the car?
Yeah, I'm starting. Yeah. Yeah, most experience in this car with racing at the moment of the four of us. So that's why we choose to have me in the car with the start.
Now, interestingly, we were just chatting to your rivals over there, and they've chosen to do the opposite thing. They've got they're saving Harry to the end because just to explain to people again, this is not running the same way as a Creventic event. We've not got code 6s. We do have safety cars. We will have. So so who are you going to save for the end? That last little sprint.
Yeah, the problem is we have a bronze driver in the car as well, of course, and he needs to do his stints. He needs to do 5 hours, which is quite a lot because we're in Pro-Am. So we need to have him in the car, have a bit of rest in the car. So we can't do like 2 or 3 stints in the beginning of him. So we need to do it this way, I think.
So, yes, you mentioned Pro-Am. There are 4 classes. You're in the second of the 4 classes. Do you think an overall win's possible? Do you think that's going to be just too difficult?
Yeah, it's endurance racing, right? So anything is possible. But normally I would say no. But like I say, anything can happen. We go for the win in Pro-Am for sure.
Well, Paul, we've seen how fast you've been in these cars all year. Thank you very much. OK, so let's wander down to third place, which is the... it's another Porsche. There's a surprise. The green and black machine. It's the number 48, the team that won last year with the Black Falcon. I don't remember what the secondary sub-element of it is. Black Falcon Team Luik, I think it is. Yeah, Team... It's right. Team Losh it is. Thank you very much indeed. And here are some of the drivers. So, you're all... Are you starting the car?
I am starting the car, yes. I have the keys.
Yes, and you've got the logbook as well. So obviously, yeah, you're the bronze driver. I mean, is that... are you kind of like thinking, oh gosh, have you got some instructions about how to run the first laps?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not a special instruction. It's just you have to find your pace. You have to watch. I think survive the first laps and just find your pace and just look to the front and not to the rear view mirror. So that's.
So, Carlos, I mean, yeah, we're at Spa. We've had wet weather yesterday. Now we've got dry weather. I mean, that must be a bonus, or would you prefer mixed conditions?
Well, mixed conditions is always funnier for spectators. It's sometimes funnier because you never know what's happening next. But today, I think there will be no surprises. But in general, dry, of course, is predictable, so it's easier.
Great stuff. Carlos Rivas out of the 48 car. Don't forget the defending champions. Only one of the drivers returned. It's 3 new drivers from last time. In 4th place, it's the 333, and that is the Dream to Drive team. Luckily, I shouldn't really have to look up the entry list. It's writ large on the side of their car. Now, they appear to be already thinking about getting the driver. They are getting the driver in the car. This is not what we want. We'll talk to the driver. Marcus. We'll come and have a word with him. I think that's Marcus Kajak. You're getting in quite early, aren't you? None of the other drivers are getting in yet. Is it part of a routine to get into the car early for you?
For me, yes. Just to get used to everything again and get in the zone.
Obviously, we've not seen you in some of the other Creventic. What's brought you to the 992 Endurance Challenge as a team?
It's my second ever car race.
Oh, right, okay.
Before karting as usual. So yeah, now it's my second ever car race and we see how it goes.
And where was your first ever car race?
Was last weekend here in the Porsche Sports Cup.
So you've only ever driven cars in Spa. I take it you have motorsport experience before that. Is it rallying, rallycross, or karting, or what?
Only karting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So wow, so you've gone from karting to a port. That's quite a big jump, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite big. Getting used to the G-forces, to the car, to everything is new to me.
Well, I think you deserve a special prize. I am genuinely quite surprised, and good luck. I'm not surprised you're trying to get used to it. And he's only ever driven at Spa, and he's only ever driven a kart. Little bit of a jump forward there, so watch out for the 333 and Marcus there, because that is a monumental achievement if he does that. Okay, now into 4th place, and that is 5th place, sorry, and this is the 30 machine. I have to refer back to I say 30 is HRT Performance, isn't it? Yeah. So waiting to get into the car is again. I love looking at my it's Sebastian Freymuth. Sebastian, 5th place. I say. Just not quite in the middle of the trouble, but there's quite a lot happening behind you. How are you going to approach those first few corners?
Well, I can't do not a lot about what's happened behind, but yeah, just have a clean start. It's a long race, so just see that I survive turn 1 and then we see.
This is a unique proposition, a 12-hour race where everyone's got the same car. I mean, most multi-class races, it's all sorts of different things. We'd have other manufacturers around. Does that in any way affect how you approach things?
No, not really. I think endurance racing is the strategy pretty the same, but it's a lot of different drivers, so you really have to think about who you're fighting with and how you're going to fight them. So that's one thing, but I think it's like every endurance race otherwise.
Yeah, when you have multiple manufacturers, obviously you find that one car's better at one part of the track and one car's better at the other. Now, obviously with a single car, are they all the same all the way around, or are cars set up different ways so you still have advantages in certain parts of the track?
Setups probably vary a bit, but otherwise I think it's pretty similar for everyone. But obviously everyone has a bit of a different approach with the car, but it's very similar.
Great, so I think a man wants to put a tyre in the back of your car, so... The Triple A is in 6th place, and that's the Seb Lejeune Racing with some of our regular Creventic friends. Everyone's getting into the car a bit early. This is not what's supposed to happen. I think no one want to talk to them. It's Marc Gillotte who's about to get in the machine for Seb Lejeune. So, Mark, tell us, you're about to get into the car, about to start a 12-hour race. Tell us your thoughts. What's going through the driver's mind at this point?
It's an endurance race, so we have to pass the first lap and to give the car in good condition at the end of the stint. So the goal is to follow the others and to learn, because they are, I think, faster than me. So it's to give the car in good condition at the end.
This team, the Seb Lejeune team, and the drivers are very experienced with Creventic racing, Creventic rules, but obviously the rules are slightly different here. Have you had lots of discussions about tactics and strategy and what might happen?
Yes, we had a lot of discussion yesterday night, and we have a plan, but we know that it's always not the. It's always difference. So we'll do what we think it's better for us, and we'll see. It's my first endurance race, so I have to do a good job.
Right, and also you apparently have to get in the car as well. I got a hand signal from your team manager there. They are definitely getting the cars early. I'm not quite. What time is it? Oh, it's a 45 start. You think it's a top of the? Oh, I don't even know the race is starting. It's starting in 13 minutes. Okay, 7th place is the 992 car, and it'd be resplendently in its sort of standard Porsche outfit with Porsche written down the side, and that is just the. Hang on a second. I'm going to quick shift the number of that. The team manager. And the 992 is, of course, the PT operator Manthai machine. And that includes Ahmad Al-Amadi. And I can see that Ahmad is on the side watching his car come down. Ahmad, it's an exciting moment. Have you been to Spa before?
No, it's my first time. It's my first time to race in Spa.
And how are you? I mean, it's a silly question. I'm sure you're really enjoying it, but how are you finding it?
Yeah, of course I enjoy it. It was my dream to race in this track one day, and I made it. And I'm happy that we are in the 7th with P7 overall, and second in the class. I think this is a good start that we will make it to the podium, P1.
So are you normally racing in the Middle East, or do you race in other parts of the world?
Yes, I did in Abu Dhabi, yes. 12-hour endurance was Gulf 12-hour endurance. Also, I did with Creventic 6 hours in January, last one. And it was really nice, good organization, and preparation was really good.
So obviously you could probably race anything. So did you particularly enjoy endurance racing? Do you like the team element of it?
Yeah, of course, I really enjoy it. It's the driving is different than a sprint for sure, and you can get a lot of timing of driving, and you can enjoy it.
Great stuff. Enjoy your Spa adventure, sir. So they're from the 792. People kind of cleaning up here. Just trying to see. I don't think the person I'm looking for, this is shocking, is actually on the grid. That's a nightmare. I was just walking down towards the Red Camels, and I can't see our resident expert of tactics in Paul Trustwell, so we'll have to try and work out what's going on there. But they are actually getting most of the people into the cars at the moment, so we're a little bit quicker than normal. So this is the cars they come down. It's the Estonian machine. Actually, I'm just thinking about Trustwell. I think actually they've put, I don't know where the Red Camel's car is, actually. Oh, I've got to tell you where it is, because I've actually walked past it. But But I'm just going to see. I'll walk back again now. We've got plenty of time. It's lovely. We're meandering in the sun. It's a lovely weather. But they have actually, unfortunately, begun to clear the grid, which is not what I expected to do at all. There's not many drivers. We've got one driver there's leaning on the side. That's Andrea Gironi from the 17. Andrea, we spoke to you at the end of the third part of qualifying. How are you feeling now with the team about to take on the race?
Yeah, no, we feel good. We wish the best for us as well. And now Fabien start is the second bronze driver. So yes, we hoping well, and for sure we will do very good.
Andrea, they're suffering as you all are from the massive number of wasps here. There's no one. So you're right in the middle of the grid. So either good things are going to happen or bad things, aren't they? Really?
No. On the shootout, there was the lap cancelled, so disallowed. So we started from this position, but it's good because it's a 12-hour race. So we'll see what's happened.
Best of luck, and best of luck the first couple of corners. They have literally taken everyone off the grid a bit. So this is excellent news for those who are fed up with hearing my voice, because I'm going to pass it back to Joe Bradley and, of course, Ben Constanturas up in the booth.
Thank you very much, Nick. Well done for a big tour of the grid. It is a spectacular looking grid with 25 of our 992 Cup cars, which of course are going to be slightly changing for next year. So I wonder if we can have 2 classes next year, because there's so many of these cars that exist in the world of motorsport, and there's many a GTC class in different categories of racing, including the Creventic 24H series, which concludes its European tour in Barcelona in the end of September, so in a few weeks' time. And I'm sure there'll be a healthy grid of these cars there. But a one-make endurance cup race. Last year, Joe, you were here. They held this for the first time. Mixed conditions, challenging conditions. Today's going to be a different story, because it is, well, like that. Blue sky and very, very sunny.
Yeah, it is Spa, Ben, so that weather forecast can change any moment. However, the forecast is for consistent sunshine and relatively high temperatures, rising to, as you said, towards the 22s, 23 degrees, giving us a track temperature of towards and above 30 degrees. That's going to help the tyre engineers work out their tyre life, work out their starting pressures for each stint. It is a slightly different race format with regulation changes with regards to how the race is formed. If you are familiar with 24H series racing, slightly different. We don't have code 60s. We have full course yellows and safety cars. That gives an added tactic. There are no stipulations on refueling allowances. It's basically, in my view, a much more straightforward race. If the yellow comes out, then you invariably decide to bring your car in. You stretch the fuel window to the next stint. You then have to balance that with your driver times, of which we'll go into in greater detail as we get into the race. But 12 hours for what is effectively a Carrera Cup race, over 12 hours, with the cars very, very equally powered, equally balanced. It's going to come down to drivers, it's going to come down to driver lineups, and it might be 25 Porsche 992 Carrera Cup cars, but with the driver lineups and the 4 subclasses, again, which we go into in a bit, it's going to be a bit of a mixed job all the way at the flag.
Pole on the right-hand side then for MDM Motorsport, thanks to Paul Mayer. He will start the car, and alongside him, Kyoto Fujinami in the Team Parker Racing. He's a Super GT driver, so watch out for the two of them alongside each other into the first corner. MDM with Coronel aboard. They came second last year, if I remember correctly. We've got Carlos Rivas, the bronze driver, in the pro car in third position for Losch Motorsport. Then Dream to drive the Lithuanian machine with Marcus Kayak, we spoke to on the grid. He starts the 333 car in fourth position. Fifth position for Sebastian Freimut. He'll start the HRT Performance German entered number 30. And Seb Lajou Racing, Sebastian Lajou, we spoke to Mark Guillaume on the grid, and he will start what is the pole car for Am Silva. PTE, Performance Track Experience, operated by Manthey. Lucas Wolf starts the car in 7th, and then Red Camel's Jordan is started by Rick Breukers. So watch out for that car coming through from 8th on this first stint. Fabien Dufaux is in the Fulgenzi Racing machine, number 17 for his first stint. A very strong driver indeed. Third in Am Silver. Simon Bachlen for the Red Ant Racing, number 24. And then the Estonia Racing, which is entered in the pro class, starts 11th, just missing out on qualifying. With Colin Bogenhausen for Bas Koeten Racing. Bar Van Helden starts the Van Berlo machine, and Speed Lover is started by Joe Varhorst. Those are the two remaining Pro-Am cars. Then we go to Henry Kwong in the Q1 track racing machine, Charles Fotzman in GP Elite, Darren Curry in the second of the Q1 racing track cars, and Alex Pratt in the second Bas Koeten car, Luis Gustavo Barbosa in the Denga Motorsport by Black Falcon. That's the first of the two Brazilian machines in Am Bronze. Tim Scherbart in the 9 und Elf machine, Dylan Durgal in the Mulden Motorsport 21, Mark Van Eldik in the Hans Weiss Motorsport number 35. Francesco Villa Pedroso Horta, probably much shorter than that usually. Number 100 starts 23rd. Team lap time performance is started by Maxwell Polzer, and Wow Barbosa starts the Black Falcon car that did not qualify after a shunt in practice. They start 25th at the tail of the field. We have just a single safety car formation lap, and then we will be going racing. So not a huge amount of time for these guys to get temperature into their tyres. It is 15 degrees at the moment, but there is a pace on that safety car on this first lap. They are running at decent whack.
It's a quite iconic racetrack here at Spa, isn't it? So much history. You can just feel the history oozing from the tarmac here. And the old road course, of course, that you can still explore when you visit Spa. And I would urge anyone, if you're here in person, to actually do that. And it's to think the road course that was raced on all the way up in Formula One, all the way up to 1970. It's quite a daunting prospect. But I think when they rebuilt the more modern track back in the early 80s, they did indeed capture the surrounding area here in the Ardennes and the undulations that we have, and the undulations and the way that the corners flow from one to another. They really do capture the spirit and the nature of the old road course, and Spa has been one of the go-to ticky box tracks, not just to visit but to drive on even more so. And these drivers here about to compete in the second running of the 992 Endurance Cup are very, very privileged and lucky indeed. And the flow of this track, Ben, is what I think is loved by the drivers. The slowest part of the track is the chicane, followed very closely by the La Source hairpin, but the rest of the track is just very, very high speed, isn't it? And it just flows from one section to the other, and if you get any of it wrong, then you really are robbed of a good lap time, and your race can just ebb away from you if you're not, if your standard of driving is just let loose and you start overdriving. Very easy to overdrive here, and of course track limits. The track limits here at Spa just urge you to use them, don't they? Because the momentum of the car, especially this section here, coming out of Port Frere and up that two sweeping left-handers towards Blanchimont, the car just urging you to just let it breathe across the curbs, but you can't. You've got to stifle it somehow.
And it's going to be a big talking point across our day, I think, that track limits infringements. We already saw them affecting our qualifying session, with 3 cars losing their top 10 shootout time because of running wide at Radiant and at Blanchimont. Those are the 2 really hot points, although coming out through Stavelot or Curve Pool Frere is another place where you can get pinged. We'll have marshals or stewards inside race control monitoring those particular corners and pinging anybody that does run wide, and I'm sure we're going to see penalties that need to be served in pit stops particularly for track limits. That's going to play a major effect, because there is not going to be a huge difference in performance. We've got a 1-make race series, 25 cars on the grid. Yes, the difference in classes and driver skills, but ultimately this is going to be a tight 12 hours of racing, and the lights go from red to clear, and we are underway for the second ever running of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, heading down towards turn 1 and claiming the inside line. Paul Meyer takes the lead with Fujinami just behind him, the Japanese Super GT driver over here for the weekend, and actually Fujinami looking quite aggressive in second position. Carlos Rivas, the bronze driver, in third. A little bit of stacking up going on for fourth position as they slither their way up the hill for the first time. It's under the shade as well of the grandstand at the moment, that apex, so the adjustment of the eyes will be tricky, and actually great momentum there for Rivas, who looks like he might go around the outside of Fujinami into Lecom. He does. Bronze driver up to second ahead of Super GT driver. We'll tick that one off our list because that's very impressive. Here's Rick Breukers on board with Red Camels Jordan, starting down in 8th position, already up to 6th, but looks like he was a bit offline there with the back of shot.
Yeah, dropped down the order a little bit and around the outside of the Bruxelles hairpin there. This is the lap where you can really make up your ground. It's a push without risk concept on lap 1. The car's not quite where you want it. The tyre temperatures, the tyre pressures, not necessarily up to their optimum. So it's a bit of a tricky one. But all the time you've got in the back of your head, I need to get by the car in front, because once this risk settles in, that job becomes even harder. And that's why we see the likes of Rick Breukers here absolutely pushing. Undoubtedly, risk factor not being an element here as he goes round the outside into the Lefanias, yeah. I was about to call that Piff Pap, but that's the old name.
That's allowed, yeah.
Yep, he sorted that out, and already ahead at the Paul Frere, the right-hander here. This is where he needs to be clean to pull away from those cars that he's just got by, and he's already up. What did we say? 6th? That's possibly a 5th place now. 4th place. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, great first lap for Rick, and he knew what the mission statement was for lap 1, and so far so good. And I tell you what, commendable that all of these drivers have got through. We're at the chicane now. Hopefully I haven't said this too early, but Eau Rouge on lap 1 is always a bit of a daunting prospect, as the field now coming through the chicane to complete lap 1, and it looks like we've got by without any really major incident to talk of.
Rick looking maybe not particularly confidently down the inside of Fujinami there for 3rd position. It was Sebastian Freimert who went round the outside of in the Fagnes chicane. There's a little move from the Estonian car, number 7 of Robin Knutsen. Going up the inside, I think, of Simon Baclen for 10th position. And that's slightly out of position, that number 7. But here comes Rick through Eau Rouge and Radiant. Moves to the left-hand side. He's got more momentum, and this should be an easy move. Does look like Fujinami at the moment struggling through Eau Rouge and Radiant, giving Rick giving him a bit of a squeeze, and gets past quite nicely. Rick, of course, has done Carrera Cup racing, the sprint version. Has he even done Super Cup racing? Whether he's done Super Cup racing, he's done GT3 racing for sure.
I mean,
at a very high
Daytona
level.
GTD winner, Sebring GTD winner, albeit in a Lamborghini, but he's got a lot of experience driving this Red Camel Porsche, for instance, and the idea of the 992 Endurance Cup, you know, I think that was formulated by his dad, Ivo, who brought along the idea of, you know, we have such a successful 992 class in 24 series racing. Here's the idea of giving the 992 class its own race. That developed in the 992 Endurance Cup, the second running. You mentioned that next year we will see the brand new, the 992 Carrera Cup Evolution car being brought out. It's already here somewhere in the paddock. If it is on site, then you really need to go and see it. But next year, the concept of adding a subclass for the older 992 version is quite real. There's a lot of cars, and there's Rick down the inside at Paul Frere, almost coming together there with the Carlos Rivas car, the 40-year Losh Motorsport car, just again compromising and giving a little bit of room, and it's Rick Breukers who's ahead of that car as they head to Blanchimont.
Yeah, Carlos Rivas just running a little bit wide through Campos there. It was really his fault. Just have a bit of understeer, missed the apex, and that allowed Rick to come through the inside. And now Rick can set about chasing down Paul Meyer, because there is a decent gap between the 1, 2, 7 in the lead at the moment. And now Rick Breukers, who started this lap in 4th, and he's up to 2nd position now in the Red Camels Jordan. And Rivas is a bit compromised all the way through Blanchimont and into the chicane, and Fujinami now crawling all over the back of him. And as everyone's got up to speed and up to temperature, I think Rivas was very strong on the colder tyre on that first lap and confident on that car, but he's now not able to maximise what the cars are able to offer him as we've got everything up to speed now. Through Eau Rouge, again, that pink 7-7 Racing or Team Parker Racing of Fujinami. Looks like he might lose another position here to Sebastian Freimut, who is crawling all over the back of him in the HRT Performance blue Porsche. Moves to the outside line. Fujinami this time has that one covered. Got the British flag, the Union Jack, thank you, on the back of that car because it's a Team Parker Racing Porsche, but it's running under the guise of Banksy Racing or 7-7 Racing, which races in the Japan Cup and in the Super Taku Series over in Japan. They were racing last weekend in the SRO Series in Okayama. We'll see Banksy himself a little bit later on with his teammate over in Japan, Taku Wataare. But it's Fujinami who's in that car right now. So 3 Japanese drivers, and then Harry King, who has come over to Japan to race with them, and I think will do next weekend in the Suzuka 1,000 kilometers. But good to have a diverse range of countries represented here for the second running of this race, with 2 all Brazilian cars run by Black Falcon, and they are the Denner Motorsport machines that lie 21st and 23rd right now. Don't forget, they've got different classes in this race. So yes, we have the same car and they all run to the same regulations, but we do have different classes to watch out for. So MDM leading Pro-Am and leading our race right now. Then we've got 5 Pro cars. And then you have the AM Silvers, and then that's been split this year to AM Silver and AM Bronze. And the leading AM Bronze is Darren Curry, the Australian, down in 20th position in the Q1 track racing car. Actually, it's 19th now, the car 56. So we have, yes, what is that? 4 classes to watch out for.
Man of the moment, though, Paul Meyer. He got his head down, didn't he? Broke away from the field while everyone squabbled for those positions behind that first place of the MDM Motorsport car. He got his head down, got out to 5 seconds as Rick Breukers broke free from the rest of the field. They're now on a par with one another, 2:21.0s from both of these lead cars. So that 5-second gap between the second place number 9 Red Camel car is going to be about the same. We've got drivers of pretty similar standard of performance level, both absolute superstars, as we've still got movement, and it looks like Fujinami really struggling now to keep the number 30 behind him, and that has happened. Sebastian Freimut in the HRT car has to use a bit of extra real estate that was on the inside of the Lecombe S's, and what maybe the race director will see of that. We'll we'll stand by our screens to see if there's anything comes of that. But he did gain a place there, Ben, when Freimut had to take to the left-hand curb on the inside to get by Fujinami. And we'll see. And we've got a car on the grass as well there, so things becoming crowded behind the 2 leaders. Carlos Rivas leading this train of cars and beginning to trip over one another, so frustration's beginning to mount.
Yeah, I think the confidence is gaining from a lot of the drivers behind, and Rivas's lap times are not really improving. His last one a 23.4, playing a 21.0, as you said, for Rick Breukers and Paul Meyer. So I think some of these drivers further back are looking and watching the 2 getting away and going, right, well, we need to get a wiggle on here. We need to get past Carlos Rivas and try and push on, because we don't need a big gap being created.
I think also, Ben, there's been an element of different starting tyre pressures from what I could see there. There was, for instance, Fujinami was absolutely struggling with that car's performance. The balance of the car was not where he wanted it, and it made life very hard. That car's beginning to now settle in and becoming a little bit more balanced to the liking of the driver. So we may see Fujinami maybe making up the ground that he lost to those drivers that struggled to get by him. As I say that, absolute queue of cars behind the 777 6 numbered car in 5th place now as we head across the line.
And that was a change for the lead in Am Silver, because that was Colin Buringhausen for Baz Kooten Racing in the number 3 machine, getting past the 888 of Marc Guillot. So Sebastien Lejoux dropping down to 2nd, and Baz Kooten up to the lead in Am Silver. I'm trying to find a document which tells me what the difference is between Am Silver and Am Bronze is.
I think bronze is an all-bronze driver lineup.
Yep.
If you look at the entry list, Am Silver, if you've got a silver driver in your Am entry, then you have to be in the silver class.
And then Pro-Am, you have Pro-Am and Pro, you're allowed pros and AMs, and if obviously pros, you're allowed to have just pros.
Just pros, yeah.
But
yeah,
we don't obviously have a full pro lineup.
We've got a lot of debris on the track there, gravel being brought on the track there.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, standard Spa stuff, standard Spa fare. We've got Fujinami now, who, as I say, looking like he's going to get back on terms with Fremont. It was right on the tail of that green car of Carlos Rivas. Rivas now, as they head down to double gauche, the very, very daunting left-hander, leading into very quickly the second apex of this section. Got to get the power on here, got to get the car balanced lovely to come out of there in this section here. The Fagnes S's, it's a part of the track where you can lose lots of time and make an easy mistake here, run wide under the gravel, is not what we see Carlos Rivas do. Feeling very composed there through Stavelot, or Campus as it is now, and then this right-hander Paul Frère. And this is where we see Fremont maybe lining up as we have another look at goings on at Radion there. Was those two wheels, the front wheels, off the ground there as he hit the curb at the top of Radion?
Well, because he's also hit the curb in the middle of Radion, which really unsettles the car, and it's not something that's particularly advisable. It can really unsettle the car all the way up the rest of the...
We didn't mention that in my excitement. It's Marcus Kajak in the Dream to Drive, the light blue turquoise coloured car there, just getting the front wheels off the ground there. They're already at the chicane though, Ben, so he's got that Eau Rouge section to negotiate again. Let's see if he does the same. No change with the Rivas Fremont battle. That stays the same as they turn into La Source. Just to bring you up to date, the gap at the front of the field, Paul Meyer now 6.5 seconds ahead of Rick Breukers. Rick Breukers just not able to get on terms with that lead car, and just by a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, dropping another 1.5 seconds since we last looked.
So slightly different regulations from last year to this year. We were able to have 12 sets of Michelin tyres last year. This year we're down to 10 sets of tyres, and that is very much going to set the rhythm for our pit stops and how long we can go on a set of tyres and a tank of fuel. Oh, that could be a little bit frisky there. Fujinami being really muscled off the apex of that corner, and it has worked out for Marcus Kajak, but I'll tell you what, I felt like there might have been a bit of contact there as another car further back goes very wide.
And Colin Buringhausen going through with him for Baz Kooten Racing. He's the leading Am-S, the Am Silver driver as well. That's the white car behind the turquoise car. This has allowed the Rivas and Fremont battle to sort of expand a little.
So
and
take a look at this.
Yeah, it looked like also ahead of this little squabble as he squeezed.
And there's no room.
Yeah, there's no room whatsoever. He used a tin opener there to get through there, didn't he? And used all of the curb on the inside, bringing more gravel. I'm wondering, Ben, if there's a clean-up operation needed at the Lecom.
No, not after 15 minutes, because it's just going to continue to be like that throughout the whole of the 12-hour race. It's one of those places, since the gravel trap's been put back in here at Spa a couple of years ago, but to welcome back the 8-hour moto endurance race that's held in June. Gravel tracks were necessary for that. There was a massive renovation done, which was also involved a resurfacing of the circuit, and it has put loads more gravel tracks back in, which is great. I think they're a very important part of motorsport, but there is a few places around here that get very dirty, and the number one is up at Lecom.
Fremont ahead of Rivas and pulling a gap already as they go through the chicane. That happened all the way down at, I think, Lecom, while we were focusing on that tin opener usage. from that battle of Fujiyama and Kajak. The Fremont blue HRT performance car there, just breaking free now of that green and black car of Carlos Rivas, who was now going to come under the attention of Marcus Kajak. The Dream to Drive car now having finally got by Fujiyama, taking Colin Bonninghausen with him into 6th. These two now will want to get on terms with the 2 cars ahead of them, which is, of course, Paul Meyer. Rick Broikers 7.2 seconds further back, a further 17 seconds behind them is the HRT car of Fremont, and then, sorry, that's 10 seconds, and then not that far behind, but Carlos Rivas dropping a little bit of air now between those two, so Rivas dropping out of contention for battling for that 3rd place to get that back. But still early days, Ben. These are the first drivers we see, and the different driver lineups are going to give these cars different levels of performance as we get through the 12 hours.
I don't know how much car racing Marcus Kajak has done, because he's a very, very well-known European champion in karting, in gearbox karting, but in terms of car racing, can't find a huge amount.
Is that KZ's?
Yeah.
This Porsche is going to be very sedate
similar
to drive.
Well, no, there is that.
Than a KZ. Yeah, very, very dynamic go-kart.
I mean, there is a possibility that there is one of those countries that had a limited amount of names that you're allowed to use, limited by the government, and so it could be that there is multiple motorsport racing Marcus Kajaks. But yeah, I feel as though he's quite. Dream to Drive suggests that he is, the whole team is maybe not particularly experienced in the world of real racing, and therefore being up in 4th position here is a pretty good effort from the Estonian driver. Not to be confused with driving for Estonia, because there is the EST1 Racing car down in 9th position, but he is racing with Dream to Drive, which is a Lithuanian team. If you are under 30 years old, you are automatically considered a silver driver. So in that 333, Marcus will be considered a silver, but that doesn't mean he's got loads of experience. It just means he's under 30 years old. Other regulations then that have changed since last year, the main one being the 12 sets that they were given last year down to 10 sets this year. Very curious to see how that's going to work out. The Michelin tyre brought here is not the endurance tyre as we spoke about yesterday. It's the Carrera Cup tyre that is used normally in races that last sort of 25 up to 40 minutes. But we are expecting and needing actually to go beyond the hour with 10 sets of tyres on offer. Some of those tyres have already done qualifying as well.
I was going to say, Ben, the 10 sets, and not just for this 12-hour race, we've had to qualify on 3, and if you got into the top 10, 4 sets of tyres have already been scrubbed in, you could say. And normally, as you say, these tyres are they're the same tyres that we see in a Carrera Cup race, exactly the same end compound Michelin. We're going to really stretch the life of these tyres. A fuel window is about 31 to 33 laps here, depending on your driver and depending on how you drive it. But most of the teams wanting to stretch to 33 if they can. So yeah, it's a little bit longer than they necessarily have been used to running on.
Yeah, and it's going to be a relatively hot day. I think we're going to see up to 20 degrees by the hottest point of the day. So the tyres are going to be working hard. I'm sure over the last couple of days of testing, they would have done those 30 lap stints to check on what tyre pressures to run and how to make the best of them. So it's not as though we're going to go, oh gosh, we can't actually do 30 laps. Oops.
No, I mean,
we're going to get over that point. Yeah.
The organised Creventic are renowned for giving you good value for money to their customers, i.e. the drivers and teams. Plenty of practice time from, I think did we start on Wednesday? That we started with some track time, and through Thursday, and then yesterday, of course, practice sessions in the morning, followed by our qualifying sessions, the all-important qualifying sessions, the first sort of competitive elements to the weekend, but plenty of track time for all of the drivers and teams to get their teeth and indeed sort out the data that they will need to run these cars over a 12-hour race distance. So plenty plenty of opportunity to find out. And just talking to a few of the engineers and team personnel, I've had a mixed answer to how long is your race, how long is your fuel stint, and I've concluded that 31 to 33 is the magic number. 33 ideally, staying out on the track as long as you can will obviously work, and under full green conditions that will be what you need to stretch to. However, we'll gauge that as we have only completed 8 laps, so we're still a bit off that window yet.
Good momentum there for Robin Knudsen in the number 7. He's in 8th position right now, but he's on the left-hand side of Kyoto Fujinami, and I reckon that by the time we get into the braking zone, Lecom, yeah, he's already through. Did he do that because he was off track limits? Maybe. Looked as though he might have had to be off track at the top of the hill. As obviously, the more you straighten out Eau Rouge and Radion, the more momentum you can take down the Kemmel Straight, and then the easier it is to overtake going into Lecom. Pretty classic Spa strategy. And but there is track limits being monitored, and it's a slight difference from last year, because last year the bar was only 3 sets of 5. So the bar for receiving track limit penalties during a race has been increased from 3 sets to 5 sets. So you are allowed 5 track limit penalties within your stint without receiving a penalty, and then reset at the 6-hour mark. So we'll be watching out for those penalties to come in. But I think that's going to be a massive, massive story across this 12 hours.
As ever, the drama already building from qualifying, where a technical infringement on leaving the pit lane too late for the pole sitter, Team Parker Racing, with Harry King snatching the pole position, fastest lap through qualifying, and only just under 2 tenths quicker than Paul Meyer. Snatched the pole position. However, leaving the pit lane too, I think, early was the rule. And rules are rules, regulations are regulations. You might feel it's a bit harsh, but the regulations are there. It's like that in any form of racing. You know, if your car isn't off the jacks on the grid at the 3-minute board, then you have incurred a penalty. Here we go then. Defensive driving a bit early doors for that into lap 10 here, and we're already getting defensive driving from Carlos Rivas in the 48 Losh Motorsport. Robert Knudsen trying to go side by side.
No, not through Eau Rouge. Come on, boys.
Yeah, and discretion, the better part of valor for the number 7 S1 Racing entry. The orange and black car there is absolutely trying its everything. He's got the textbook out in the passenger seat, hasn't he? It's like how to overtake at Spa. Not at Eau Rouge, I think was what the page said.
Yeah. Well, Rivas had better momentum out of La Source, because it's one of those weird corners that if you miss the apex, but you get a decent drive off it, it doesn't really matter that you haven't got the apex. And he had the great drive off the corner and was able to basically carry that into the bottom of Eau Rouge. And that allowed him to have sort of half a car length, and thankfully Robin decided that was good enough for him to slot back, and he'll try another day. We have 11 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, going into lap 10 of a 12-hour race, and you're already taking the defensive line into La Source, you're going to have a very, very busy day of watching your mirrors if you're doing that. However, round of applause to Carlos Rivas, because he's maintained the position of 6th place. And I've seen varying opinions on the line to take through La Source. Some people like to hug the inside curb and skirt the wall on the right-hand side, or almost shaving the wall. Other drivers like to say keep a middle line and perhaps keep more momentum up, and using the camber of the road to keep that momentum, staying off the wall, in fact, and keeping the speed up of the car, and it doesn't seem to affect the momentum on the exit of the corner on the run down. What you have on the inside of La Source more and more now is a little bump. So as you, because the curb is actually, because of the camber. Yeah, the curb is lower than the track, so you end up sort of falling into it, which feels great, but if the car's then bobbling, you can't get the power down, and so you almost need to miss that bump, which means being away from the apex to allow yourself the momentum. So yeah, great, you're fast in and you've got the apex of the corner, but if you can't get the power down, then you lose that straight line speed all the way down the hill.
So the 6th place, the green and black car there, maintaining that 6th place, and no challenge this time from Robin Knudsen as they come out of Les Ours. And again, he's probably thinking, you know, if Carlos Rivas really wants this 6th place so badly that he's going to defensively drive at Les Ours and into Eau Rouge, which is the section they are now, just over the brow now at Radion. And you've just got to let that car breathe across there. Don't fight it. Barely hold the steering wheel as the car just glides across, just steering it very lightly. No real massive exertion on the steering wheel. You don't want to upset the balance of the car as they go on the brakes now into Le Combe, which is a right, left, right. And then the run down the short burst down the hill into the Bruxelles. Double apex hairpin out of this section there, and then down the hill towards this one. The right-hand section, hug the first curb, let the car drift to the middle of the road, and then grab the second apex. And then again, just this downhill. The camera does not capture just how steep this section is, Ben, does it? It is really steep. And again, if you ever get a chance to come to Spa, then get off into the infield here on the outside of the double gauge here, and you really do see the steepness of the downhill sweep from Jackie Hicks, the left-hander, and then a steep downhill to double gauge. And you really do. There's no way that our cameras can capture the steepness of that. In the same way, there's no way in the world that any camera has captured the steepness of Eau Rouge.
I love this camera from 0221, our TV provider, because this is on a hoist. There's nothing that high over at campus, but it does mean you can see the campus, which is a university motorsport facility on the inside. There's a kart track in there as well, and you can see where the original Stavolo joined. Here is a replay of the start of the race then, as we got going at 9:45 local time, and it was Paul Meyer who led from the front of the field into the first corner. Fujinami crawling all over the back of him, but crucially the bronze driver Carlos Rivas having a good start and creating a small gap between himself and 4th position, and it was then Carlos Rivas, once everybody got up to speed, that was a bit the cork in the bottle, and then it became Fujinami. Carlos Rivas going around the outside of Fujinami into Le Combe and up to 2nd spot. That was very impressive from Rivas, but at the moment it shows that Fujinami has not been particularly happy and comfortable in that Team Parker 666. Regulations are based on the Mobile One Super Cup regulations, so there are certain things that will be different to, let's say, the Carrera Cup Japan, where most of our Japanese racing drivers start their life, because there's not a plethora of one-make series in Japan. There is the Japanese Ferrari Challenge, but mainly the Carrera Cup Japan and then Carrera Cup Asia is where you start your racing before you then go into GT3s in Asia and then into the rest of the world. But have the opportunity to do what's becoming a sort of the International Endurance Cup one-make Carrera Cup thing. This format doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. There is not another one-make Carrera Cup endurance race available to anybody. Yes, you can go into other championships and race as a class within that, but to actually have its own standalone, I think this is unique in the world. So that's why Porsche Motorsport are behind it and providing our hospitality in the paddock, rather than the Creventic hospitality. Even though this is a Creventic organised race, it is very much Porsche Motorsport centric. There's Rick Broikers, who is now in charge of the Creventic series, having taken over the responsibilities from his father, and he is losing time now to Paul Meyer.
He's been losing time since the very start. When Rick finally took hold of that second place by the scruff of the neck, the gap was 5 seconds as he crossed the line now to complete 12 laps. It's 11.7 seconds. Got to mention the MDM Motorsport entry here, Ben, the number 127, the leading car of Paul Meyer. This was the driver lineup for Max Kreuzer Racing in last year's event, and they came second overall. Now, I don't know who MDM is, and whether that's an offshot of Max Kreuzer or maybe the main body of the team. If anyone knows the answer to that, then please let us know. But Jaap van Rooyen Tom Coronel, Paul Meyer, they were 3 drivers. They were joined by Benjamin Lauter last year. This year they're joined by Hans Weiss. But it's fundamentally the same. Who's what, sorry? Who's got his own team here, yes. Yeah. Yes, that is the same driver lineup that had a very, very strong run in the inaugural running of this 992 Endurance Cup. So we expect that car to be strong all the way through the 12 hours, to be honest.
Still, Robin stuck behind Carlos for 6th position. Hasn't managed to find a way through. And actually, great progress made by Colin Boinghausen in the Baz Kooten Racing AM Silver category car, because he's up into 5th position. Oh no! We've got a car in the gravel, and that could well be our first full course yellow. That is Darren Curry, and Darren was leading in AM Bronze. So I don't know whether there's contact there. Just trying to see if there's any signs of contact on that rear right corner. Usually there is into La Source. And dive bomb down the inside, kaboom, round goes Darren, and unfortunately didn't get his foot on the brake quick enough, because straight out and straight into gravel. So that is a yellow flag, could well be full course yellow. Well, let's go down and welcome to our broadcast Snowy, who's in the pits.
Well, just before, because I thought there wasn't a great deal going on in the first half hour, as in we were just pottering around very nice and sensible, I thought I'd catch up with one of our sublime strategists, Mr. Paul Truswell, who, of course, comes into our commentary team, well known the world over, especially at Le Mans. You're working for Red Camel Jordan, as ever. Very, very early in a race to say anything, but obviously things just changed now with the full course yellow.
Yes, exactly. Well, it was all going very smoothly. Okay, hold on.
Right, Paul's just trying to, at the same time in his headset, he's just saying, yeah, stay out, stay out. So he's literally talk about multitasking.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long way to go yet, so we've got, hold on. There's a long way to go yet, but these are the points where it's critical that you make the right choices. So if you'll just excuse me, I just need to discuss it now.
It's gone full course yellow, Paul. I'm going to let you go. Perfect timing to not go and choose a strategist. So half an hour in, I've got the first one in my belt. So yeah, full course yellow. Mind your back, Seb, because there's a car coming in right behind you.
Well done, Snowy.
And back to Ben and
so that was
Joe in the
that was an inopportune moment to try and talk to somebody. And
especially your strategist. Well done,
yeah,
Snowy.
exactly. We are going to get some pit stops though, because this is the opportunity to split your strategy. We're absolutely bang on halfway in this first stint, and we've got 4 cars. Mark Gio for Seb Lejeune Racing, Red Ant Racing have brought their car in, Fulgenzi have brought theirs, as has Baz Kooten, and they are coming in to make a pit stop. Now this is a short full course yellow. That means that it will not develop into a safety car, so we're not going to lose those gaps, but it is opportunity and enough time to get a refuel done. Now you will notice that there was a clock ticking on the Lumi rank on the windscreen of the cars in the pit lane. You have to be refueling for 60 seconds, even if you don't need 60 seconds worth of fuel. And so a pit stop has to last 60 seconds. Gio stays in the car and heads back out onto circuit. Now that's interesting, because I don't think, Snowy was watching that, I don't think they changed tyres on that car. And so if they now want to do a full stint, that could be a 45 lap stint on those tyres. Snowy, you down there? Did you see what was going on?
Yeah, absolutely, Ben, you're spot on. No, they did not change tyres, so it was that mandatory 60 seconds stationary while the car takes fuel. As you said quite rightly, it's not necessarily 60 seconds worth of fuel, it's 60 seconds worth of being stationary. So quite a cool. I don't think the Fulgenzi changed their tyres as well. I'm just going to walk in down to their pit to find out, and I'll come back to you in a couple
One
of
car
moments,
to
boys.
find out what was going on with is Speed Lover, the 78 machine, just in the pits for 51 seconds, which means they definitely did not do a 1 minute stop. And I'm not sure that's even allowed. So a question mark over what happened at Speed Lover. We are back to green flag racing. We cleared Darren Curry's car. How much did he lose, though? Did he lose a lap, Joe? on the rest
I
of the
don't
field.
think he did. I don't think he did. I thought they cleared that car very efficiently. We'll find out in a moment. The short speed of a pit stop was probably not involving refueling. It's only the refueling element of 60 seconds. So you can come in, effect a repair if it takes less than 60. It's only when you put the fuel filler on, it's got to remain on for 60 seconds.
Well, that means that's an extra pit stop they've made that isn't affecting their strategy effectively. They'll still need to come in.
Still,
at
their
that
fuel window
mark.
is not affected, and it was deemed a short full course yellow. So then there's a big question mark. I mean, normally I've ran cars here in a 6-hour. What was that? Brit car. Brit car ran a 6-hour race here. And usually, to keep it simple, whenever there was a yellow, you bring the car in, extend the window. The short yellow is a different kettle of fish because you don't know just how short it's going to be. And with that 60-second regulation of being on the fueling, with the fueler on the car for 60 seconds, that might be less than, say, a 2-minute full course yellow, while they pull a car out of the gravel trap, which is what we had there.
And the other thing is that the pit stop has to be 1 minute as soon as you attach the fuel.
That's right.
Regardless how much fuel you need.
That's
so
right.
I don't know whether it is much of an advantage to put yourself off strategy like we've seen from Seb Lejoux, Red Ant and Fulgenzi, because it's not going to really. They didn't change the tyres, so they're still going to be tyre limited now. The fuel's going to last longer, but they can't do another. You don't really get a short stop, do you?
No, not for refueling. No, it's going to be set. And
wheel off! Wheel off!
Oh, big accident here. The 21 spearing off, and it was nothing whatsoever to do with Dylan Dedela in the Mulliner car. He is a victim of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm not sure the identity of that blue car who seemed to have lost wheel. Here it is here.
Jinglong Bao, yes. So that is that's the Q1 track racing 88, and its front right tyre fell off, and it looks like it's just literally parted company. There's no hub or anything attached to it, but that is very, very curious. There it is, that made a bid for itself. Jinglong Bao able to control the car, but he unfortunately did harpoon the side of the Mulliner Motorsport machine.
So the
yes,
information it has been in the pits.
Jinglong Bao's been in the pits.
Only changed that front right, and that wheel has not been special subject. The obvious has not been secured properly. And by the time the car is heading down towards the Lacombe S's, that wheel has come off the car and then into the side of the Mulliner car, who was completely oblivious to that car's predicament. That's unfortunate.
Done actually a very good job of controlling that car, because he lost the wheel in the braking zone, so didn't have the retardation. And I think both will be able to continue. Let's go down to Snowy, who presumably was watching that pit stop. Snowy.
Well, yeah, it's all excitement down here now, isn't it? And I seem to be having this wonderful skill at the moment of picking the wrong moment to try and talk. Story of my life, eh? Fulgenzi, by the way, did take fuel. They confirmed that, so I'm just going to say that. We are going down to that first pit where the wheel came off, and we just walked away from that, going up to see Fulgenzi when that car left the pit. So you say it only had a quick change on that. That car, I believe, is on its way round still. I need to see a screen, but I think it's on its way round still. But excitement in the first 45 minutes.
If you could drop into Speed Lover, who are down at the pit exit end, they are the ones that did a 51-second stop in that full course yellow, and therefore the question begs to why. Because Jinglong Bao, his pit stop was 2 minutes and 10 seconds, so it was even longer than required. So presumably it felt like they had a puncture or something to need to change that tyre, but as Joe said, it wasn't put on correctly.
He could well need a brake disc change on that front right as well. The brake disc is catching the ground. He could be flat spotting the brake disc just the way the car was cornering there.
They're that big?
Yeah.
It's that big, Joe.
I managed to see that off our cameras.
Wow.
It's scraping the ground, and not continually, but enough to damage the disc. And I certainly wouldn't want to be going out on a brake disc that's been scraping the ground. We'll see. Snowy's down there, and the car already making its way onto pit lane now, back into the pits for Bao Yinlong, which is the correct way to say it.
Well done, Joe. Well done, yeah.
Here we go.
It's taking me all year to do that in Asia.
Yeah, your fear is the common one in the WEC, isn't it? He's made it back to pit lane, doing a great job without. I don't even think he's lost the front splitter. You know, the front splitter that invariably comes off first thing to come off, and they're very expensive as well, about a couple of grand. I think he's retained the splitter even. That caliper looks very, very close to the ground as well.
Let's see what
Let's see if they do. Let's see if they're going to inspect it, obviously, to see what damage.
Go on, Snowy. Give us a comment. Oh,
well, just very, very quickly, the Fulgenzi was a cut, 2 cuts in the tyre. Now there's huge reference marks on the left-hand side of the car, the 88. I don't want to stand in front of it, obviously, because they're changing the front left. It doesn't look like they're doing anything on the brake area of it. All looks okay at the moment. It's done a tyre change and out, to take the air out of it. And Joe, you're absolutely right. The splitter, the front one that is, by the way, is completely intact. Now the slight concern is the driver's door. One of the mechanics went to reach for that as he went out. The door, it's not standard Porsche panel gap, shall we just say. But it doesn't look like it's going to fly open. But it's obviously the driver's at least that side, so he can grab it if he needs to. But that's not something coming open on a car on a racetrack. So a front right change, job done. As I said, Fulgenzi, no fuel. Sorry, speed level. My apologies. No fuel and just a tyre change. Hence the 51-second stop.
There's a Porsche customer service engineer talking to that team. I'm speculating, and I'm pretty sure he'll be saying, "Are you sure that brake disc and caliper was all right before you put that wheel on?" You might want to, see if you can find out. He did look very happy. He looked like he was lecturing the mechanics there from the Q1 team. Be interesting to see, because I was very, very dubious, having seen that car out on track, as to why they would have banged that wheel straight back on. I would have been amazed if there was no real damage caused to that braking system on that front right. But again, all credit to Bao Yinlong. He's sharing the marks of a Mulder Motorsport Porsche on that left-hand side driver's door. What we heard Snowy describe as not having its out of the factory standards of gappage. As we continue then, we are 18 minutes away from completing the first hour of 12 in the second running of the 992 Endurance Cup.
I think one of the other guys that we saw standing there was team owner Edgard Tyrium of Q1 Track Racing. It's a Belgian team, and I wonder whether he come off the pit wall as well and questioning, as you say, his mechanics. Did you check everything? Is everything okay? Because I mean, the other question mark will be, once they open that door to let Bao Yinlong out, will they be able to shut it again?
Yeah, that's a good one. Snowy?
Yeah, just had a quick chat with the 88 track racing car, and unsurprisingly, on the apron, everything was ready. There's a splitter, brand new, with its label on. I can't see the price code on it, but there's a barcode. We can zap it and find out, Joe. And a brake disc and everything ready to go, but they're adamant. The team are adamant that the car is fine. Porsche Motorsport engineer is doing more of a 50-50, if you see what I mean, with his head, and they're not. I'm not saying he's not convinced, but there's obviously some conversation going on this still, but there's a little bit of closed rank going on as to why that is. That I think Porsche Motorsport are not entirely convinced, but to be fair, when it came down the pit lane, it wasn't dragging on the disc at all, so it would have been something else underneath. So I think the disc setup may have survived.
It was when it was on track and when it was leaning through a left-hander, it was leaning onto the disc, and the disc was showing bits of was gorging the tarmac and stuff, and it was touching.
Is this it back in the pits though now?
We can't see that.
Well, right behind me, I believe. Yeah, it's back straight back in again. So that answers your question that something's not quite right.
Bao Yinlong bringing the car in. We'll leave Snowy. Just jump in when you have anything.
Yeah, well, the issue here, as I said, actually is not the brake. It's this door. This driver's door is not closing, so age-old thing. Now, I thought they were going to get gaffer tape. No, they've come out with 2 hammers and as you can probably see, Seb, our cameraman's got in there. It's horrific noise in the background. Never mind your panel gap fit. They're literally hammering the door shut away to get the catch to click on the door onto the car. It is now, that's now done. And clear. So that was really a case of shut the door.
Yeah, the damage was incurred to the door pillar, which is squished and was impeding the closing of the door onto the latch, which has been rectified now with a good bit of lump hammer work. The team manager there going to work on his mechanics there in appropriate fashion. I'm not quite sure what the concern was there. They've lost a chunk of time then with two pit stops.
To be honest,
maybe he was saying that should have been checked in the first visit.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Be more diligent. You know, you've
Yes.
just had a crash. Make sure you check the car before
The signs
sending it
were
back
there,
out.
weren't they?
Yeah.
You know.
Don't just put the tyre back on and go, well, you got 4 wheels, off you go.
Yeah, yeah. And the doors obviously come open on Bayer-Young.
So interestingly, Milner Motorsport, the 21 that got hit, is still in pit. So that's the next mission for Snowy to go and find out just the damage to that car, as we see a change for 8th position in class into turn number 1. That must be for Am Silver then. Is that Fabien Dufault? Because we don't have many cars. We only have one class that has 8th and 9th position. Here we go, side by side, up Beau Rouge. It is the 992 car holding on, which is, oh sorry, it is 8th overall. 8th and 9th overall. That's Sportsman battling with Lucas Wolff.
Just noticed
look at this, look at this, look at this.
This is great stuff.
Fujinami's got the 9 and Elf car behind him. We've got 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th on the same bit of tarmac going into Newcomer here. Fujinami takes to the runoff area to take massive advantage.
Forming a perfect 2x2 square.
Yes.
into Newcomer. They've sorted themselves out by the time they head down the hill towards Brussels. This is a double apex.
So that's
right-hand hairpin.
Fujinami,
yeah.
Then Charles Voltzmann, then Lucas Wolff, and then Tim Scheerbath. The 4 cars involved in that one.
Side by side, and Fujinami in the pink car hangs on to that position with all he knows. Kyoto Fujinami doing everything he can to keep Voltzmann behind. Right, Scheerbath now in the blue car. Tim Scheerbath in the 911 racing car.
Lovely livery. Wins my livery award every time that car is entered into a race. British Racing Green with a stripe of red in it. It's just stunning. Although there's some pretty cool liveries generally.
Right, so moving on to the tail end of Fujinami is the light blue car.
Well, I think Fujinami somehow has made up 2 positions, because over the timing beam on the last lap, he was down behind Schmaltzman and behind Wolff.
Yes, he's gone by. That was my confusion.
He's now moving up again.
Not a high benchmark.
Oh, side by side. Tim Scheerbath trying to find a way through on the inside of Blanchimont. That's really a one-line corner in these cars, so thinks against it. There's some pretty interesting passing attempts going on at the moment from some of these guys. They've obviously not watched enough racing around Spa. There are places where you don't overtake, and Blanchimont is definitely one.
These Porsche Cup cars are absolutely rewriting the textbook on that. Fujinami confirmed in 8th place. Voltzmann all over the back end of that pink car now. Lucas Wolff likewise, and Lucas Wolff has now got Tim Scheerbath in the 9 Delft Racing, the favourite of Benz, has actually overtaken him at La Source. So Scheerbath ahead of Lucas Wolff, and Wolff wondering what he's done wrong, because he's gone down, what is that, 3 places now in the last couple of laps in the 992 numbered car. The slipstreamer all the way down the Camel Straight towards Newcomer.
Nice.
And not quite side-by-side action, and while we continue watching these cars race, we'll head down to the pits for an update on the Mulder car from Snowy.
Yeah, I've just spoken to the team manager. Lots of damage on the front left, unsurprisingly, when the car was harpooned on the front right, my apologies. And it is not only has it destroyed the upright, it's done the steering rack, and that's the bit that's going to take the time to change the rack on it. So the upright is not too difficult. That's sort of out of the way. The caliper's often tied to the back and out of the way. The braking side of it is okay. The steering rack is the element that is really going to take the time, because it's quite long-winded, and of course you've got to set it all up again. So they're coming around with it, and in fact they're doing the corner weights and geometry on this side, on the opposite side already, to get it lined up. Unbelievable work by Müller. Positive as ever, they'll of course be back in the race ASAP, was their quote.
Yeah, very experienced team, Mulliner, and certainly experienced in dealing with adversity like that. That car there, the 21, is in the AM Silver class, and that's dropped to the tail end of the field overall. 11th in AM Silver, when you consider that the leading car in AM Silver is the Bascoutin car, number 3. That's in 5th place overall. So that is it's going to be a massive comeback drive. And I suppose, Ben, if you are going to have a massive comeback drive, starting that comeback in the first hour is probably better than the last 2.
Yes, that's true. And we are expecting at some point to have safety cars, but there's not going to be many opportunities to get laps back, I don't think. And so a problem in the early part of the race is a little bit on the frustrating side, although if you look at Fujinami's gap here, remember Fujinami started on the front row of the grid, and he is now half a lap behind Paul Meyer with 50 minutes gone of the race, so and 2/3 of the first stint gone. So if the car loses half a lap every hour, that will put it 6 laps back by the end of the 12. Clever maths, aren't I? And so, yeah, opportunity still if you've got fast drivers in your car to claw back that time. The gap, just 11.7 seconds. It has settled down at the head of the field between MDM and Red Camels, but we're focusing, as we should do, on the best battle on track right now. For 8th position, Fujinami, slightly weird defence going into Le Combe that time, very slow through Le Combe itself, and therefore Schwartzman drawing up behind him, and it must have been Lucas Wolff causing a bit of a car park. That's why they ended up together. But Fujinami slowed through Le Combe, that brought Schwartzman back. Yeah, and
totally went in too deep.
And Schwartzman gets onto the tail, which then allows Tim Scheerbart to join that party again, and they're back to 4 cars battling over the same bit of tarmac once more.
I think he was looking in his mirrors as he braked for Le Combe, and still looking in his mirrors when he turned in, because he had a bit of an early turn in which put him out wide and then compromised the middle section of Le Combe. Fujinami now getting back his composure back as they are already through Fagnes and heading down to Stavelot. And nicely spaced out. This is great Porsche Cup racing, this. Fujinami in 8th, Schwartzman in 9th, Scheerbart in 10th. And these 3 cars now beginning to drop Lucas Wolff in the number 992. He's dropped back to 11th, a bit of a lonely run in 11th as these 3 continue to run relatively nose to tail. They're heading up to this section here. These cars are just ahead of them, and that is the Carlos Rivas, Robin Knudsen, Carlos Rivas cars. Or no, that's the wrong colour, isn't it? That's the 4th place car. So we're well ahead of that 3-car battle that we were watching. That's the 4th place battle, the 333 of Marcus Kajak and Colin Bonninghausen in the Bascoutin car, the first of the AM Silvers. They're in the white car, chasing him down the hill, in fact, towards Eau Rouge.
It's been very strong, hasn't he, that Bascoutin car in this first stint. It's started at the tail of the top 10, but is up to 5th position and looking at 4th position. As I said, they've lost about 30 seconds to HRT ahead. And sorry, they're not 30 seconds behind. There is the HRT car just at the front of the shot. So 1.8 seconds is the difference between HRT and Dream to Drive. I apologise for those watching from the very beginning of the show. I did not have my headset on when Nick went and spoke to Marcus Kajak about how little racing he'd done, and then made a big deal of it in the commentary. But Nick had already covered that one off, so apologies to Nick and to those of you watching.
Still worth talking about, though, in fairness.
We've got 12 hours, so we're going to repeat ourselves a lot anyway.
Nick these days is drawn to karters, isn't he, though? He interviews a lot of karters these days. You could smell it out. There's that battle that we were following earlier, the Fujinami, Schwartzman and Scheerbart battle. There's Wolff in the silver car, just trailing them a little. This has settled down somewhat. This has become a little bit more composed. As I say that, all cars rattle across the exit curb and kick up dust. So they're still pushing on, aren't they? They are still flat out in this.
That's a horrible curb to run over the edge of, because it's got a tarmac, it's got a concrete shoulder behind the curb before it goes into a gravel trap. And it's so close to the track that if you do run over and wide through Speaker's Corner or Jackie's Corner and then run the curb but over the curb, you then end up running your tyre on a concrete edge because the gravel seems to quickly disappear from behind it, and but there's a little bit of a ditch. The same applies to what I like to call Stavolo, which is Campus and then into Paul Frere. Two places around here where you end up with a ditch of gravel because the gravel gets spat away, and then you run the tyre over this concrete edge and you can easily cut it. So they'll need to be careful of doing that too often. We're 23 laps in on these first set of tyres. Some of them might have done a couple of extra laps in qualifying as well. And this is about the end of the race for a Carrera Cup race. And so for me, for these tyres, we're now into that sort of zone that they're not used to running often. And they need to do at least another 8 to 10 laps. So how much pace have they got, and are they giving you the same stability as before?
Everyone I've spoke to this week up and down the pit lane have expressed no real concern about these tyres going that extra length over what would be a normal Carrera Cup distance. So the tyre from, as you would imagine, from Michelin, our tyre partner for the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, is a tyre for the job. They had no concerns about running that tyre a little bit longer. It just shows just how robust the setup is in any kind of Carrera Cup. I mean, I've got a little bit of experience, but dated now, going back almost 15 years to for me to be involved in running one of these cars in UK's series. They are absolutely bulletproof in every way, and just a joy to work on. I always find with a production-based race car, they don't necessarily come apart the way that the manufacturer expects it to, but with a Porsche it absolutely does, and even more important, it goes back together in exactly that same way. And once you realize how things come apart and then go back together, you can really it becomes a joy to work on. And these Porsche in this one 992 iteration, the new car coming of course for next season, it's here in the paddock. Have you seen the new car in the paddock, Nick? No, we haven't seen it. I'm not sure it's actually here. There's been,
do you know, it'll be
steered towards it. It's what?
It'll be in Monza with the Super Cup.
It could well be, yeah, with the Super Cup. Yeah,
in their hospitality.
Yeah. But as ever, Porsche continuing to push the evolution of the 911, which fundamentally hasn't changed. You can still, it's a distinctive body shape, isn't it? The rear engine hanging out the back of the car, that hasn't changed. We had a little bit of a variation with the GTE spec car that went to Le Mans with the engine being placed in front of the rear axle, still at the back of the car but in front of the rear axle. With a 911, it's all of that unsprung weight makes these cars unique in how they handle and how you balance them.
First penalty has been handed out really? 2 minutes ago to the Q1 track racing team, releasing a car in an unsafe condition, as in the door was not shut. 20-second stop-go penalty for car 88. So they've already done 2 pit stops to fix that problem, and now they'll have to do another one. Let's go back down to Snowy, who's in the pits.
Well, with my first piece of perfect timing, Ben, you just mentioned door wouldn't shut on the other car. I never thought panel gap fits and doors on Porsches would become such an element so early in a 12-hour Porsche race. But the Mühlner car on the what we'd call the passenger side, the door doesn't open and shut properly. So whilst they're busy at the front sorting out the upright and the steering rack with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 technicians doing that, there's another technician with a rasp file, literally, because the wing has been pushed in on that front right-hand side against the door, so it's kind of literally filing the wing away so that the door, literally fettling it. It's like almost like a blacksmith making that door open and close, and he's just very happily done that and checked it, and then got a cloth and wiped it over and cleaned it. It's efficiency as ever, isn't it?
Yeah, that car already has now lost 19 minutes in the pits, coming up to 20 minutes already. It's he's gone down 9 laps off the lead lap. A car that was perhaps the cause of the issues for that Mühlner car, that Snowy's just been talking about, the number 21, is Bao Yinlong. who is continuing to put in personal best lap times. He's gone out there, he had that wheel that came off the car, and then the issue with the door, and then the penalty for releasing the car with the door not quite fixed. He's back in the pits as I monitor that car. You've now got the number 88 back on pit road, Bao Yinglong bringing the car in after putting in faster and faster lap time. Snowy, he's going to be with you any moment now. We'll wait for your shout up to tell us that you've got the car and the reasons why that car is in the pit lane. I'm not sure.
A little bit of bullying going on, trying to get past Yao Barbosa, not that one. That's his actual name, Yao Barbosa, not that one. Car 121. We didn't
need to explain what we mean by that.
Do we need to?
Yeah, I mean, there might be people who are not familiar with Yao Barbosa is a driver that has raced in the World Endurance Championship. He's raced in IMSA. He's become one of the stalwarts of sports car racing internationally. However, he's Portuguese. This Yao Barbosa, same name, same spelling, is a Brazilian driver. So when you say not that one, you mean not the international sports car racing star Yao Barbosa,
it's a bit like
the
saying
Brazilian Yao Barbosa.
There we got Michael Schumacher on track, not that one.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
It happens a lot in football.
Yes, I suppose it does. It does explain
not
itself.
Not that Ronaldo.
Not that Ronaldo, yeah.
The fat Ronaldo, the skinny Ronaldo is how they've become known. The Brazilian Ronaldo and the Portuguese Ronaldo. Same nationalities.
How
bizarre.
Oh, right.
It's down to Snowy. Snowy, try to back into some semblance of discipline and professionalism, will you?
I was trying to bring it back. Well done, boys. The 88 car, by the way, just had a penalty and stopped at the penalty box at the beginning of the pit lane. Has then driven all the way down the pit lane at the requisite 40k, not stopped at its box and just gone straight out again. So just served a penalty. You'll be able to see what it is on the screen, I'm sure, all from race control notes.
It was for the unsafe release of that car being put back on track in an unsafe condition, as we reported on. We did have a screen yesterday that literally was dedicated to track limits, and it was but I think it might have been an Al Kamel screen, because we had the Euro Cup 3 championship here, and I think their timing is run by Al Kamel. So we had some Al Kamel timing and then some race results.nl, which look after this series. And it might be that, because I was trying to get an update on who's done track limits and not after 1 hour, and I have no information on that one. There doesn't seem to be anyone being warned of track limits, but there's certainly been people driving off track. So whether we don't have actual personnel monitoring those track limits like we would usually, I don't know. But either way, good battles on circuit.
Yeah.
Third position, HRT, Dream to Drive and Baz Cooten we were watching earlier. They were the ones that were elbowing Yao Barbosa out the way, not that one. But for 8th position, we still got 666 Kyoto Fujinami leading over Charles Fortsman and then Tim Shearbart. Now, I wonder whether this is a moment I can explain why they are 666, because we had an interview with Banksy a few races ago in the Japan Cup Championship, and we asked the question why it's called 7-7 Racing. The team is called 7-7 Racing. Why is it why have you chosen 666? And it was translated that he chose to call it 666 because that is the number of the devil.
Yes.
Right? Is it the number of the devil?
Yeah. I mean, you've seen the Omen movie, surely? No. Really? Are you into horror films? Are you into scary movies? So it's always been the number of the devil. Yeah.
But when you then Google 666, it comes out as the number for the angels. And so I don't know whether it's for the angels or for the devils. But
you're getting into a whole realm of movie genre there.
Yeah, but this is the reason why Banksy's team 7-7, uses 666 as their number.
They're the team of the devil.
Because yes, literally that. So when you go in, when any one of you goes and chats to Banksy, you can ask that question, and we'll get a translation of devil or angel, because it's one or the other.
Yeah, again, I'm not a master's in occult studies, but there's something about the number of the beast, 666, 666, the number of the beast. Do you not listen to every rock music as well? It's like, there's been loads of heavy
number of
rock.
The beast. There you go.
Yes.
from the Book of Revelations. Oh, it's a biblical thing.
Yeah, right.
God stuff.
Book of Revelations is all very gloom and doom, isn't it?
When I googled that in Japan, it came up with something completely different.
It might be. I mean, 888 is the lucky number in Japan, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, 888. Yeah. That. Sorry? China. 888's the Chinese lucky number. Sorry, I've just been.
And Seb Lejou's number. Because he's always 888 or 88.
This is a Carrera Cup sprint race that's brought out from Kyoto Fujinami in the 666. 8th, 9th and 10th is this battle.
I hope that's our drone. It just took off in front of us.
And that continues to rage on. It's settled down, but I'm telling you now, those drivers are absolutely flat chat trying to chase each other down. They're not managing anything.
There we go.
Look at that. There's a challenge down the inside of La Source. And there's that bump you mentioned there for the car, the green car there, the 9 Delft Racing favourite livery of Ben's, seemingly not taking exactly the same line, but he had a look down the inside of that car in front of him, which is the Swalzman car, the light blue car. And not quite enough for him, or dare I say, not enough momentum to draw alongside to maybe press the issue. Here we go to Slipstreamer down to Lecombe. How's this going to turn out? But again, look how equally matched they are. They break at the same point, they're turning in at the same point, and it's down to that head, that mental state of Fujinami to just stay composed. I always used to prefer chasing than being chased. I used to hate to have to look over my shoulder or in my mirrors, or it's such a pressured position when you've got two cars filling your mirrors for such a long time. There is an element of like, right, let's settle in. They haven't got the performance to get by me. All I've got to do is focus and concentrate hard on just driving as smooth as I can and as quickly as I can, and these guys are not going to come by.
And I think Fujinami's got into the rhythm now of having people behind him, and he's sort of settled in and almost normalised it, and you need that element of surprise to go down the inside and get it done quickly, and they've been like this for 15 minutes. Let's go down to Snowy in the pits again.
Yeah, just a very quick update. I had a quick chat with the team manager again at Michelin Motorsport again, probably 5 minutes ago before this 1-2-1 Black Falcon pit stop. Michelin were predicting at least a further 15 minutes to get that car back in the race. Quote, there was a lot, emphasis on lot, of damage. The 1-2-1 Black Falcon car's just gone out. Barbosa's hopped out of that, and I didn't see who got in, so it was belted in time before I saw that, sorry. But that's left with 17 seconds still left its box, with 17 seconds still on its Lumi rank. So just might want to be aware of that, guys. Having refueled,
so that means that it should have stayed stationary for another 17 seconds before being released.
That is my interpretation. I may be wrong. Opinions may vary.
48 seconds, so it was actually there for a while, but it looks and sounds as though we are going to get a few more standard stops now, because that was either Sebastian Framert or Robin Knutson for HRT or EST1 that were coming down pit lane behind you. So would be time to get that camera out and start shooting and monitoring the possibly proper pit stops after 28 laps. So that's not quite the 31 that they need. It's a bit early for those two cars, but maybe those tyres have said no more. Gap, if we look at Mayer's pace, he's doing 23.2s now, whereas the best lap was a 20.8 at the start of the race. So the tyres are giving away about 2.5 to 3 seconds from their ultimate performance at the very start. Whereas you look at some of the other drivers, let's say Kyoto, and he's only losing a second off what he's able to do. Tim Scherbart going a little bit wide through Brussels. You can do that. There's all kinds of different lines through there, but ultimately doesn't offer him any more of an opportunity. To say, we do have pit stops.
And we've had a few warnings issued, Ben.
Oh, good.
Yeah, a track limits warning to the number 48 of, that's Carlos Rivas, of course, the 40 Elosh car. We've got the number 7 in the pits, Robin Knutson, Sebastian Framouth. 28 laps completed for these cars. That's significant. We estimated a run to 31, considering we've got the out lap to the grid and the one warm-up lap. However, these cars running to 28 laps, that might be just a tactical thing to get them off. Remember, everyone is pitting at the same time. They're on different classes here. Yes, so are you going to bring them in slightly early just to get you off everyone else's pit? Because it's going to be a very crowded pit lane if everybody pits at exactly the same time. Let's head down to Snowy. Snowy.
So I was just standing by the number 30 HRT Performance car, which had Sebastian Frameth take the saddle in that. Absolute clockwork pit stop with the Luma rank counting down, even to the point of the one of the technicians literally tapping on the windscreen to get the driver to start the car. The reason he was doing that was he thought his driver wasn't starting it, said Frameth. What he was trying to frantically, and it wouldn't start. It then did fire and stopped immediately. I do not mean stalled, it stopped and went out again. So whether there's a impending issue in that car, I'm not sure, but we now have the the 666 car in, Fusion Army car in. Yeah, driver out, driver change. It is, I think it's Watadi got into it at the moment. Brakes flaming away at the front here. Obviously, now they're trying to refuel it, and there's some issue with the refueling rank. Harry King standing very passive in the background, watching and timing it on his iPhone, of course. A little bit of damage to the side of this car on the driver's door and door shut area again, so that's had some contact, whether that was this race or not, or previous as in qualifying, I'm not sure. But they're going to need to get this car moving fairly quickly, this 666 car, the Banksy Racing element, because the front left brakes are literally on fire. I can see flames. That's how I know it's on fire, because I'm good at this. Front right, not so bad. I'm going to try and catch Harry King if I can. They've got the driver change done. Yeah, but he's disappeared. I'm just going to try and find him. Bear with me.
All right, so Snowy's heading off to get an interview, so we wait for that 1 minute of fueling. You're not allowed to do fueling and change tyres at the same time, but you are allowed to change driver and refuel at the same time, and you are allowed to change driver and change tyres at the same time. So that looks to me like a pretty good standard stop, and that should sort of set the bar as to what the time of a decent pit stop should be. So let's have a look at what Team Parker managed. The clock is still ticking, but it's going to stop pretty shortly, isn't it? Because we're using just a short pit stop. So a 2:14 then for Team Parker, a 2:10 for Estonia Racing 1 lap ago. And as Snowy reported, the HRT Performance guys lost about 15 seconds with that problem with the starter. So their pit stop was a 2:27. So they're losing just under a lap to do a full pit stop, but they are a little bit early on their pit stops right now. We've got more cars coming into the pits we can hear behind. Tim Shearbar in the 9 and Elf and the Dream to Drive, and Speed Lover are back in again. So we are in that phase where it's all a bit messy. Let's go back down to Snowy. I think I saw he had Kyoto Fujinami with him.
Well, we're trying to get him for you, but I've actually got Harry King instead. I'll explain why in a minute. But Harry at the moment is busy swatting wasps. So yesterday's pulse hitter, and today you're trying to swat wasps away. Just give us a little update on the race so far for us, Harry.
Yeah, obviously Kyoto-san took the start. Of course, not doing many racing laps around Spa. He was a bit up against it. Got bullied a little bit, to be honest. Got pushed out a few times. But to be honest, his end of race pace was very good. So I look forward to seeing his progress in the next stint. Now the race is underway, you know, we're getting through our driving time for our other drivers. My big push will come later towards the end of the race, so not too fussed about seeing where we are in the standings at the moment. Of course, you know, we've got a bronze driver, but we're in the pro class, so we got the odds stacked against us too.
And how late in the race are you scheduled to get in the car?
Please repeat that, I didn't hear.
How late in the race are you scheduled to get in, or is it flexible?
Totally flexible. We're just seeing how it is at the moment, but of course, yeah, I think it would make sense for me to get in, you know, after the 4th hour is concluded, maybe a bit before. We'll see where we are. Of course, we anticipated maybe a bit more safety car or full course yellow infringements, but it's a long race, so we just got to keep ticking off our marks and keep hitting the pit stops as we are, and then we'll see where we end up.
Plenty of time left.
Almost too much. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Snowy. Thank you, Harry King, down there for that. I know Snowy will be hanging in there and trying to get a word with the outgoing driver, Fujinami. He did seem to get bullied. Ben's gone for a little bit of a coffee break, and I'm joined by Nick Damon. Nick, you've already been down there at pit lane. I think looking at the protocol of how we're seeing this go about, as the leading car of MDM Motorsport comes in for theirs, 30 laps. Now remember, we speculated 32 laps was a fuel stint. If you consider the out lap and the warm-up lap, that is right on schedule then for 32, maybe stretching it to 33. But the protocol I want to talk about is that I think it's going to be standard practice. The car will come in, the tyres and driver change will take place, and then once the tyres are done, then we can refuel and the driver change continues.
You're not allowed to do anything else whilst you're filling the car.
Other than driver change.
Other than driver change. You can't, it's the, back to the in serial work, which was obviously being WEC way for a number of years, apart from that 1 year where they changed it and then changed it back very quickly. In the IMSA, of course, you do everything at the same time. But in this series form where you just do fuel second tyres first, as you say, the tyre, you can start changing the drive. The driver change takes a little bit longer, and as we've discussed on many occasions, you must fill for at least 1 minute. Or you have to have the fuel pipe attached for a minute. Fuel hasn't always got to be flowing at that point.
That's right, because you could have a full tank and still have to sit there with the fueler on. That will take an element of strategy where there'll be no, for instance, splash and dash at the end of this race. It's a 60-minute refuel stop, whether you need 1 litre or 100 litres.
Yeah, I mean, that's it does mean you're kind of running a race. To be honest, they're running about an hour and a quarter, effectively, for the first stop, which is perfect, to run 9 stops for 10 sets of tyres. To get to the end of a 12-hour race. But we've only had a very short period of yellow. And my guess is that we will see something more substantive at some point, but at the moment it's quite a simple job for the strategists. Just keep on going till you run out of fuel, and then we'll change tyres, then keep on going till you run out of fuel, then we'll change tyres. It gets more tricky when you get full course yellows and you get safety
Well, it
cars.
doesn't, Nick. No, for me, full course yellow is much easier because the 24-8 series runs to code 60, and then you've got variations in fuel allowance during code 60s, which completely alters how you look at your strategy. It becomes very, very complex, and only the brain the size of Paul Trustwell's can actually work that out. With this, you get a full course yellow, and as long as it's not a short full course yellow, you bring your car in, you brim the car, and off you go and stretch that window.
You've missed out that extra point, and that's the tyres. So yes, you can be 45 minutes of fuel stint and put another hour and 15 minutes into it, so you've now got 2 hours of fuel in the car. Can your tyres do 2 hours?
But you don't have to, because you can put tyres on as well.
That's you've tried
during the yellow.
Yes, no, but if you come in too early, you run out of sets.
Do you really?
You've only got 10 sets. Every set has to do 72 minutes.
Yes, I know, but you're going to have some sets. What you do is you take the tyres off, take them out the back, inspect them, and then you mix them to
Let's
sets up.
get this first hour and quarter. Set 1, done its job. Excellent, okay? 45 minutes is a full course caution. Right, bang. Joe team manager, fuel it up, tyres on. 45 minutes later, another full course caution. Great, fuel, bang, tyres on. 45 minutes later, you've run out of tyres.
No, I haven't, because the tyres have only done 45 minutes, and I'm gonna sort out. I'm going to mix and match the sets that are out the back. That's what my tyre man's for, and he's going to get the best. And you might even put a tyre that was on the right front. You might put that on the left front and get a bit more life out of it.
I think you're playing with heat cycles.
We are playing with heat cycles, yes.
No,
that's why I'm sat here, by the way.
Yeah, no, but to me, I think it's not quite that simple. I think there's also a kind of question, as you said, because Ben's pointed out, these are the Carrera Cup tyres. They're not the normal Creventic 992 tyres, which can easily do 2 hours without even trying. They're a little bit softer, a little bit less life in them. So it's more a case, really, at this point, of the teams will know how much life they've got on the tyres. More importantly, when they start to go down, I don't mean start to go deflate. I mean the grip starts to go down, and they can at that point they can make a decision about what to do. Do you run it? These tyres are very, very good for 2 or 3 laps at the start of a stint. A fresh set of these Michelins is incredibly quick. and then you hit this long plateau. But how long is the long plateau? It is a warmer day. It's a sunny day. The only thing they've got off with the tyres was, of course, that they didn't have to run. They had to run the tyres in qualifying, they had to run the race, but the first set was, because it's wet at the start of qualifying yesterday, they ran wets for the first set, so they saved a few laps. I mean, it's interesting. They are 2 sets down from last year. You haven't got to use 10 sets, obviously, but performance-wise they will. And it'll be interesting to see how that starts to play out towards the back end of the race, whether people haven't got quite as fresh sets to put on at the end. They're following Joe's concept of changing every time the full course caution comes out, or whether they can, save and mix and match. It'll be an interesting to see whether Joe's concept works or my concept works.
We shall see.
Well, we'll see.
Into the 12th hour.
And realistically, it's down to the teams and not us.
Well, you're down in the pits, Nick, this weekend, so you maybe want to take Sven, your cameraman.
What I like is about Joe is you make one simple mistake and it's never forgotten.
No, take Seb with you and see if you can get a look at the state of the tyres when they come off. Whether Michelin will let you. I should think so.
They will. Vivenden's a mate of mine.
Exactly. The 23 into the pits, that's Maxwell Polzier in the team lap time performance. That's in the Am Silver class, that car down in 18th overall. Another car in the pits, Tyler Sharon in the Baskuten car, 5th in the Am Silvers, that's 20th overall. And then cars that have been in, served their first pit stop, the 4th place car overall, Tobias Muller, now at the wheel of the number 40 at Lush Motorsport. Black Falcon is the team underneath the 3 cars that are in 4th, 5th and 6th. They've both got different names in front of them. Denim Motorsport with Luis Gustavo Barbosa Zanon in the number 1, 2, 3, currently in leading the Am Bronze in 4th overall, and that's a cracking effort from that car. However, I've just checked, and that car still owes us its first pit stop, and it's done 32 laps.
Yeah,
tremendous.
What we're seeing also is some of the drivers are coming out on those tyres they're qualified on, because we do have a tyre age indicator on one of the timing screens we have, and if you look at, for example, one of the pre-race favourites, which would be 48 Losh team, Red Camel Jordan, they put 5 or 6 laps straight away as it came out of the pits, because that was just the tyres that's been used as they came out. So it's a kind of a toss-up. We don't really know. That's what it really comes down to. We don't really know if tyres are actually going to be an issue, or whether 10 sets actually is quite easy. And the only thing they'll miss from not having the 2 extra sets from last year is just those first 4 or 5 laps when they're lethally quick.
I think the reason we had 12 sets allocation last year was it was a bit of a voyage of discovery, wasn't it? The first running of the 992 Endurance Cup. Let's not stretch things. Let's be, err on the element of caution and over tire people, if anything. So now they make it a bit more challenging they've discovered that perhaps potentially we don't need those 2 sets. If we take out those 2 sets and restrict the teams to 10, that's going to bring in an element of tire management. We heard you found out yesterday during qualifying that some of the teams were doing the minimal laps in the 15-minute segments to save the tire life going forward into the race.
And of course, a few minutes ago, they all got a freebie because the first session was wet.
And you bubble Trustwell as your source as well. Well, their tactic of what they're going to do.
Yeah, well, apparently I'm a blabbermouth, so I can't say anything.
Do not tell Nick any secrets.
Look, motivating secrets. I'm very good at the rest of the secrets. No. So beautiful sunny day here at Spa. It's weird. I always think, all you know is that. I think the last few times we've been, I know it's been not quite so good for other people. We've had some great weather here.
We have, yeah.
This whole concept that it's always raining. It's not. It's just it can suddenly rain.
On the drive-in this morning, Ben said exactly that. He said, you know what, Spa has been given some bad press with regards to rain, and it's always rains at Spa. That's not necessarily the case. And as I said to Ben, I said, well, the thing about Spa is it can be brilliant sunshine, it can be scorchy, or it can be hot, you need sun lotion. I said, but then in an instant, the rain that drops here is biblical. It's the droplets. I mean, the rain yesterday, the droplets, the size of the droplets, you just get absolute torrents of rain and the surface water that stays. more pit stop action.
From 4th place, that is Luis Gustavo Barbosa Zanon.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that one, the AMB.
One of the many race machines being run by Black Falcon. I think they've got 4 cars in total coming out of their 2 garages.
The Black Falcon entry that was unable to take part in qualifying yesterday because of an accident in practice. That car missed out in yesterday's track action. That car is currently in 22nd overall. William Frere at the wheel of the number 121. That's currently 4th in Ambronze. And there once again we see the protocol of tyres first, driver, and then the fueling going in for the 60 seconds, the mandatory 60 seconds, whether you need it or not.
Counting down on the left of the screen as we look at it. Well, actually, he's pulled it out. It's got 9 to go. They will wait until it hits it. It didn't wait at 0. Okay.
Is it this? I thought it was 60 seconds static. It's 60 seconds till out.
Oh, it's not.
So that car had 4 seconds on the clock when it was released.
It was 6 seconds of fuel, weren't we?
Yes, we did.
But
Well told that.
Told wrongly at 6 seconds, sitting there regardless.
Well, it must be 60 seconds. That's a quest for you.
Yeah.
To clarify that regulation, because our interpretation and the interpretation we were told was 60 seconds refueling.
Yes. No, yeah, well, you have to. If you connect the fuel pipe, you have to wait 60 seconds.
Yes, and that didn't. That car
had 4 left. That kind of assumes that the Looney Knight was correct. It went.
That 5 seconds on the timer.
Wow.
It moved off the apron at 4 seconds.
That's when I looked up. Now, is this a battle on the track? Or is it
yeah, we've had some cracking racing, Nick.
4th and 5th, is it? Fulgenzi and Red Ant.
Yeah, that is Fabien Dufour in the Fulgenzi car, the yellow car there, being chased down by Simon Bolcon in the Red Ant car.
You wouldn't know that 24 hours ago that yellow and black machine was just a mess of bodywork parts.
Well, a big question mark over whether or not it was going to compete in qualifying. Heavy damage caused at this point of the track there. Radion over the brow with a big off, and they were very, very lucky to get away with just front right corner damage. Yesterday, that front right wing was in black because it was brand new. They've managed to wrap it overnight. It ran in the black wing livery yesterday, and tremendous job, not just to get that car out in qualifying, but actually qualified 10th, and therefore was the first car that we saw in the top 10 shootout. And then for it to be running at the sharp end of this grid, so currently in 4th place overall and currently 2nd in class in the Am Silver category. And that's a battle for class position, by the way, for the 2nd and 3rd place battle in the Am Silvers.
Looks like Simon Balakan of Red Ant might have a little bit extra pace than Fabien Defoe, but having a little extra pace isn't much good because you've got to be able to get past as well. So Red Ant Racing are here, but it's with their team of Porsche drivers who they've been running in the rest of the Creventic series, not the lads themselves. I kind of hope we're going to get a Red Ant Porsche entry with the Redons, Laurent and Ayrton. I haven't seen the Bart's here. I'll go and check him. I have seen Mark Goossens is running the team.
Yeah, he's a big part of the Red Ant operation now. Bert Redont is the team principal at Red Ant, being a part of the 24H series, and in the 992 class they've moved up to the GT3 class, of course.
Yep.
And but great to see them have a presence in a class that they started off in, and that team flourishing. It used to be a family team driver lineup, didn't it, with Bert and his sons, Ayrton and
Laurent.
Laurent?
It's Laurent Ayrton.
I'm not sure it is.
Is it Laurent? Anyway.
Yes, it'll come to me. It's named after famous racing drivers, aren't they? Sebastian Lejeune and Ivo Breukers. Ivo now at the wheel. Battle for 2nd, that one is.
We've got Fabien Dans on our screen.
Yeah. We've got Fabien Dans in that
Mark
car.
Gillot as well.
That's just been altered. So Fabien Dans now at the wheel of the number 9, chasing down the 888 car of Mark Gillot in the Seb Lejeune Racing. Currently leading the Am Silvers, the Red Camel car, leading the Pro class. Overall leader Jan Jaap van Rooyen in the MDM. They are leading overall. Say again?
around has to run 5 hours in the AM class, so he's got a lot of racing to do.
So we've just caught up, and in the almost the very pit out, it's only just inside of the pit exit here, the red camel car. Rick, a fantastic opening stint. The first couple of laps had us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, it was an amazing start from P8 to P2 in just 2 laps, so it was quite exciting, quite fun to do. After that, we were struggling a little bit with the grip on the rear tires, but yeah, for now we are quite happy with the position that we have, and we're looking forward to the rest of the race.
And when are you back in the car?
I'm not sure yet, probably in 3 hours from now.
Plenty of rest then, almost as much as Ben Constantura's in our pit booth.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Plenty of rest, so, but I think I will do some more driving on the end, so I need the rest.
Thank you very much, Rick.
Thanks, Louis. It's a shame that Ben's not in the studio. Ben's off on a break.
Unfortunately, he's having a break.
Yes. That's funny.
Anyway.
A great start, I've got to say. Great driving from Rick Breukers to get that car up the order. Remember, his start position wasn't necessarily reflective of the performance level of that number 9 red camel car because of a track limits infringement in the top 10 shootout. That put Rick down the order. He lost his position.
Luke was qualifying it, not Rick.
Say again?
Luke qualified it in the top 10 shootout, not Rick.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Did he? Well, it was Rick then, and that goes really loud when I speak. It was Rick then that was Luke then that got the track limits infringement.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yes. Which put that car down the order, and then we had the pleasure of seeing Rick, his brother, Sebring winner, Daytona winner in
double
the GTD class.
Double watch winner.
Yeah, double watch winner at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona, part of the IMSA series. And Rick drove that car like he stole it, certainly, didn't he? And brought that car up into that second place, where it has remained behind and chasing down the MDM Motorsport entry. Jan-Jaap van Rooyen in the car and holding on to that 11-second gap there. But looking at the lap times last time by, Fabian Dans, who is in the car now. Now, Fabian has been a big part of this Red Camels lineup, and Fabian is a bronze driver alongside his teammate Ivo Breukers, and he's a very, very capable bronze driver. I do know that the team strategist Paul Truswell leans on Fabian a lot with him being a bronze, as we have a difference of about 2 seconds a lap now, with Fabian Dans closing the gap to Van Rooyen. Let's head down to Snowy. Snowy, what was that?
I just want to clarify on the fuel thing we've been talking about,
please.
the 60 seconds, and I've got an absolute confirmation for it now, unequivocal. Yes, when you press the button in the car to start the 60 seconds of fueling, irrespective of how much fuel you put on board that car, the car must remain stationary until that clock hits 0, then it can leave its pit box.
Right, well, that car, and I'm just going to remind myself which one it was. It was the last of our, I think it was the 123, the Denner. It might have been the 100. I think it was the 123. It moved off the pit box at 4 seconds remaining on the timer clock on the windscreen of the car. So I'm not going to do the job of the officials. We'll leave that to them. I'm just going to check the penalty box. All we've got lately is a track limits warning to the 24, Simon Bolkian in the red hand car. Nothing mentioned about that pit stop, so we'll keep an eye on that, as we are well ensconced in getting by traffic for Fabian Dans, as that's the 992 just making his way through. 75 car. Yeah, getting through and getting absolutely bogged at Lecombe, and really tripping over the 78 there, wasn't he?
78, I misread that, yeah. That's Dominique Bastien in the Speed Lover.
With just under 10.5 hours remaining, there is still plenty of time for drama.
Well, Fabian's having a dramatic time. He's just been trying to flash his way past.
He is, and he's finally got by there, and it cost him a lot of time, all the way from Lecombe, all the way through Bruxelles.
this is the point, of course, isn't it? It's not like we've got a leading battle in GT3s trying to get through a different class.
No.
There's no basic speed advantage of car A over car B. Yes, you've got driver advantage in the fact you might be getting blue flags, but you haven't got I've got extra 50 horsepower, I can squirt past at this point. You've got exactly the same chassis and engine. So it makes getting past, it's really have to be, it needs to be acknowledged by the person being overtaken there a lap down. They need to help you a little bit. And otherwise, they could block you lap after lap if they wanted to.
Well, I think that's going to happen as the leading cars get towards the faster midfield to front runners. If after 6 hours, it's going to take that amount of time before you, if you're lapping 4 seconds quicker than the cars ahead of you or the cars behind you, you are going to come around on them, and then they're not that much slower through the turns, as we've got Fabian Dance there in the number 9, not Evil Breakers as it says there, the MDM Motorsport with Jan-Jaap van Rooyen is leading by now. The gap down to
coming down a couple of seconds.
Well, it was down to 9 seconds there, Nick, but it's back up to 12.
Oh, right,
and that was down to that traffic.
In clear air, they would, and that's where Camel Jordans would expect to gain a second and a half a lap, but that's fine because don't forget these are in different classes overall. Our leader actually is the Pro-Am, one of the Pro-Am drivers, the Pro-Am team, sorry, and it's the overall Pro team for Camel Jordan. Now, as I spoke to Paul Meyer on the grid, they've got quite a bit of time with slightly less experienced drivers. But because of the potential, and let's be honest, the driving has been brilliant so far, we've not seen it, the potential of full safety cars, which shuffles the field back together again, staying on the lead lap, the lead even, or the top field, then throwing in your fast driver who's got a couple of hours left at the end, could even everything up. But if this race runs green the whole way through, then probably the consistent quality of the pro teams will out, and they'll slowly drift towards the front. But this is the exciting thing about having potential full-course safety cars that can flip around, and that's where there's a good chance MDM might find themselves in the overall top step, that they will, I think, probably relinquish the lead in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, we will see. Exciting for us to watch Fabian Dance here, currently showing in second place there on the dash radar, getting it all a bit squirrely into Double Gauche, formerly known as Pouon, and there on turning, very high speed turning there at the first part, and the car just twitching, a little bit of oversteer, very nicely caught by Fabian. We are into the Fania S's now, coming out of there, heading down towards Campus, which is a right-hander, a lot slower than it looks. And then this is the all-important one through Paul Frere, which is an acceleration zone, using all of the track on the outside because you want to keep that momentum all the way, and it's slightly uphill at this point here, carrying himself all the way up the hill to the chicane, which then is a very steep hill coming out of there. And then this is where it could all go horribly wrong, through Blanchimont, using a bit of the track on the outside, which is being monitored for track limits, Nick. They're part of Blanchimont where you can use
two wheels track off, but not four wheels.
Not 4 wheels off, no.
I mean, obviously, you want to go as wide as possible to carry as much speed through that blisteringly fast left-hander, and obviously in these cars, I assume it's a lift in these cars. Obviously, in most of the downforce cars, it's flat, isn't it? That block?
Yeah, I would have thought.
Lift with it.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Again, that's a quest for you to ask these drivers.
Give myself too much work. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, you are. You've got a mission list.
You just talk about things that don't concern me.
Update on the Mulliner Motorsport car that we saw into the pits. That car is still in the pits, and we're coming up to the 1 hour mark for that pit stop, where Snowy reported a steering rack replacement having to be taken into account there.
Yeah, you get a side-by-side impact. It might take out the steering arm, but if you're very unlucky, it takes out the whole rack.
Yeah, it has.
In fairness, a rack change on a 911 based car is easier than on a lot of other cars because there's less going on at the front of the car.
There's no engine, of course.
Yes,
engine in the back.
Exactly. There's no engine going on there. And certainly, I think that's what we saw. The car being repaired, the Black Falcon machine, the 121, that was having a new steering rack amongst many other things yesterday before it went out. Before it didn't go out for qualifying. As Fabian Dance trips past another back marker, he's cutting through quite nicely now. The lead went down by 1.8 seconds last time round.
And you know what, Nick? He's soon going to be able to see that rear wing of that MDM Motorsport car ahead of him. The number 127 leads by 10 seconds. It was down to 9, and that's the narrowest gaps we've seen since the start of this race. The if you're watching the live stream, you're actually on board with Fabian Danz now, chasing down the leader, and on average lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than Jaap van Rooyen, and chasing him down and making progress through the traffic. He was balked a few laps ago. That cost him a chunk of time. Now he regains that composure, and as the leader heads up towards the chicane, 10 seconds behind that, or maybe it's towards 8 seconds now. We'll confirm that as we cross the line to complete what will be 40 laps by the leading MDM car.
Well, last time round, Marc Gillot from Sled Lejeune was only a further 2 seconds back. So we got 3 different classes within, well, probably at the end of this lap, within about 12 seconds of each other. The Pro-Am, the Pro, and the Am Silver.
So leader through now, Nick. Jaap van Rooyen at 2:27. He's lapping very consistently within that 2:27 range, and the gap is down to 8.4. So again, another 2 seconds off the lead gap there from Fabian Danz, who is driving an absolutely splendid stint here. He's just keeping with the program, isn't he? He's lapping 2:25s. The leader's lapping 2:27s. And as Paul Meyer, you explained there, Paul Meyer explaining to you that is the, you know, when you are cycling through your AM drivers, that is what is going to happen. This is going to ebb and flow to and fro until we get the likes of Paul Meyer back in the car. We've got Tom Coronel to cycle through that car, and this is going to be, as we expected, a race that will take us all the way to the checkered flag in just under 10.5 hours time.
Yeah, I mean, again, because we're sitting here looking at this slightly different concept of the potential of a safety car, that could change everything very quickly. I'm just trying to work out how many cars are still on the lead lap, and I think it's down to 12 places on the lead lap, I think. So I think the first car not on the lead lap, and I'm not, is the Ralph M 9 and 1 racing machine. So there's no wave by, so when they come back the safety car, you just stay on the same lap. You don't get a lap back, you get the rest of your lap back effectively. There's no Insta-Star wave by. But we're talking about this, but there's no real indication why there should be a safety car, to be honest, because, you know, we've got perfect visibility, perfect dry weather. Everyone's being very sensible.
You've said it now, mate.
Oh, no, it's
commentator's curse. Well, you've got. I'll tell you what will bring the safety car.
Exciting tactics into my curse, that's fine.
You bring the safety car out for something that's lengthy, with regards to maybe a barrier repair. Or the
I think, and I'll be honest with you, I think if they get a situation now, because we are a long way into the race now, and 42 minutes into the race, they'll probably, you know, someone beaches themselves, they can't get it out, there's a little of an accident, they'll probably want to think about turning a full course yellow into a safety car.
The leader has just gone through.
Bought his special 718 Porsche again. He wants to get it out. The spot.
Well, yes, you're going to, absolutely, good point.
One out there. I mean, we kind of need to see it to its hybrid glory again.
Gap down to under 6 seconds now, 5.8 seconds. So that's 2.6 seconds taken out of that lead gap now, and it'll be Fabian Danz there in the orange and black red Camels car number 9 that will see that rear wing of the MDM Motorsport car. He's got his team telling him as well on the pits to car radio that that's the leader in front of you. And there's the leader just getting by a back marker, the number 127 car. That's the white car with the black bonnet, and there's the orange car with the black hood. Now chasing him down, and he can see him, and that's obviously going to absolutely inspire Fabian Danz to the point, Nick, where if he's not careful, you can be dragged along by that fervour of chasing down the leader and then end up missing your braking point.
A bit further on, Fogenzi Racing have made a driver change. They put Andrea Girondi, and they were in 5th. They've dropped to 6th now because of that stop. It's a little bit weird, really. So they've obviously stopped based on driver time, which causes a maximum of 2 hours in the individual stints. But they've stopped on kind of a driver time rather than a tyre or fuel requirement, because they've made a second stop within, what, half an hour?
Yeah, that's right.
So there's things being played out, and I wonder whether there's kind of a bit of extra flexibility to think what may be happening later on in the race. We do still have Jaap van Rooyen leading MDM Motorsport. That lead is Joe said, is coming down rapidly. It's down probably below 5 seconds now. Fabien Dans, the Red Camels. Marc Gillot from Sebelaju Racing is running at sort of the same pace as Jan Jaap, and he's just dropping off Fabien, so it's like 5 seconds between the three of them. Alex Ryman of EST1 Racing, who had a quite disappointing qualifying for a pro team. Well, they're having a much more positive race. They're now in 4th, second in pro, but they are half a minute back from the lead. There's Tobias Muller in the 48 Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon car. That's 55 seconds off the lead, and of course that is the winning car from last year, with Tobias Muller being the only driver carried over from that team. He has 3 new teammates, but he is now in 5th. And he actually, I think, overtook on the road Simon Balken from Red Ant Racing, though they are completely different classes. I think he overtook on the road during the last lap or so.
The Fulgenzi car, the Fabien Dufour, he did 27 laps in that stint there before he's now handed over to Andrea Girondi. We've got Ben stepping back into the seat. I will hand over to Nick. We've basically, Ben, got the lead battle here developing into Fabien Dans in the Red Camel car chasing down the leader, gap down to 2.4 seconds. We've got a Carrera Cup race breaking out.
Curious to see also what happens with the 888 car. It should be heading to pits quite soon, I would imagine, with Marc Guillot aboard. That car is off strategy, let's not forget, because it pitted halfway through the last stint. It is now on this stint done 32 laps. So those tyres have done 45 laps, I think. So it's definitely one for Snowy to go and talk to Marc Guillot. I know he spoke to him on the grid, but to find out how the tyres and how the car and how he coped with a stint and a half. Simon Baclen in Red Ant Racing is doing the same thing in the 24 car. They're down in 6th position, but Marc Guillot is in 3rd spot, so obviously offset, but curious to see how that's shaken out. Nick, I obviously was not watching when the 666 car had 2 pit stops. The second pit stop just 34 seconds long.
Yeah, that's wait to hear what that one's about.
Oh, okay.
We've that's literally just come in and come out during this last lap, Ben. So hopefully Snowy can update us on what the situation was with the Parker Racing car there, Taichi Oshihadi.
They had a drive-through penalty.
And of course, yes, that's another thing. For those of you who are used to watching Creventic races, this is another difference which I picked up in the driver's briefing. Beautifully hosted, I thought, by Joe Bradley yesterday. In Creventic racing, if you get a penalty, you've got 2 hours to serve it.
Yep.
Here, you've got 3 laps.
Yeah, so it's
much like other endurance racing. You have 3 laps to serve that penalty. It's not like in Creventic where you hang around for a while.
Yeah. They basically started their regulations with the Mobil 1 Super Cup regulation and then adjusted it to endurance racing.
Just made it 14 times longer.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than starting with the Creventic regulations and working that way. So that's why, if you are yes, we are being run by Creventic and their series, the 24H series, but this is miles away from that type of endurance racing. This is single make. Now, what are we watching here is a replay. Here's Red Ant Racing catching and passing.
Red Camel.
Sorry, Red Camel passing.
It's the lead. It's a swap for the lead. Fabien Dans. Different classes, so they were both leading their class. Fabien Dans now is the overall lead of the race. That does mean you get a much bigger trophy as well. That massive silver one I showed at the beginning, rather than the gold individual class wins. This is not going to be a surprise to the MDM Motorsport team. They're fully expecting this to be the way it would go. I think they're very happy with the laps that Jan Jaap's running. That's what he's there to do. He's the least quick of their 4 drivers. They're going to alternate in with some very fast teammates, but Jan Jaap does need to run 5 hours apparently, as in the Pro-Am class. Red Camel Jordan, despite having 2 bronze drivers, Fabien Dans and of course Evo, they've elected to go into the Pro, and that they didn't have to go to Pro, they could have gone Pro-Am, but they've decided to go to the Pro because they want to have the flexibility when to throw out their drivers, and obviously have the pretty damn quick Luke Breukers and the very damn quick Rick Breukers, as shown by his stunning starting procedures.
What they don't have, therefore, is a gold or platinum driver, so they are completely free, Red Camel, to do whatever they like with their 4-driver lineup, whereas the 127, with that gold driver in Tom Coronel can only do, as they are part of the Pro-Am class, he can only do a maximum of 4 hours in the race. And then Jaap van Roon, as you said, has to do a minimum of 5 as their bronze driver. Hang on, no, correction. Van Roon and Hans Weiss have to do a combination.
Oh, it's 2. I didn't know
of
they were
5.
bronze. Yeah, then they got a lot of time with both Tom, who's very quick, and obviously the man who's kind of led the whole push for the 127 team, and is incredibly quick.
Well,
despite
apparently
being,
quicker than Tom.
Yeah, Paul Morris is so much quicker than as a bronze and sorry, the silver. And we had some more words on MDM. Are not quite in the lead, but leading their class with Snowy.
Well, it's like a party atmosphere down here in the MDM garage. Unsurprisingly, anything involving Tom Coronel, there's usually a party somewhere in the background. Tom, you've just lost the overall race lead, but as you said, Pro-Am's not worried?
No, this is what's in the strategy. We will put our M driver as much as possible at the beginning of the race. Of course, we use Paul in the beginning to take the lead. And now, after this stint, I will go in the car. And then JJ will go again in the car. Because with the Pro-Am category, the amateur driver has to do 5 hours. So we would like to do that all in the beginning of the 12-hour race. So we save the speed for the end.
And you're the speed?
Paul has more speed. Paul is doing really well at the moment. He's fast here, so that's why we also teamed up together again, like last year. I'm average, and the M driver is doing at the moment a really good job.
I'm just looking at your garage there. There seems to be some gymnastics going on amongst the team there. Is that warm-up exercises? And if you're about to get in the car, you've got your hands device on, shouldn't you be doing the warm-up activities, or is that because I've interrupted you and taken you outside for an interview?
Yeah, but I already did my warm-up, which was talking to the engineers. I'm in a different mode in my life at the moment. But no, they were making fun out of gymnastics. We do all the time, so it's all under control.
Tom, always good to talk to you. Have a good stint. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
I have seen Tom Coronel do stretching, but it wasn't before the race. It was in another environment, including on a casino table.
Really? You obviously you were with him in the World Touring Car days, weren't you? And I'm sure that was a lot of fun. I must say, when they said they were doing gymnastics in the background, I had this kind of image that there was a balance beam out the back, and and they were also doing flick-flacks all over the place. Interesting what Tom said there, because I think it kind of confirms something we were postulating, that whilst Hans Weiss is actually in the lineup for MDM, he's not going to run. He's also in his own team's lineup, the Hans Weiss team, which I was looking at a second ago and now I've lost, the 35 car, which he's sharing with Edwin Schilt and Mark van Eldik, sorry.
Yeah, and there are only 3 in that car.
So I would assume he's going to run that one. I'm not quite sure why he's named in the MDM car. May have been as a potential backup or tactical if things went slightly wrong with the other car. Maybe he wanted to be on 2 cars, but I think if things run as MDM wish it to do, and probably as Hans Weiss wish to do, I think you'll see that Jaap van Ron will do all those 5 hours of bronze running.
We've just seen Taichi Watarai getting down the inside of Koen Munich for 9th position, and a quick replay of that move as well going into Le Com, and it was a pretty standard move actually. It slightly frightened the Denner Motorsport Black Falcon car off the road as well in front of them, but Taichi looking a little bit stronger here than his compatriot Fujinami. Taichi is the gentleman driver coach to Banksy, and it's the 2 of them that work together. Fujinami was the sort of the star hire to come over and work with them. But at the moment, I have to say, Taichi looking really, really good in this stint and making his way up through the pack. His last lap was a 24.2, but he's up to 9th spot, and there is...
They've had a couple of little issues, because they're now running down 4th, aren't they? In obviously, the penalty didn't help. In Pro, only ahead of the Dream to Drive.
Could you go down
Jeets
to
machine,
and see Mark Shear?
A couple of Estonians who got back a bit more after a long pit stop. They had a 4-minute 19 pit stop compared to the usual pit stop being about 2.5 minutes.
Off sequence.
Seb Lejeune and Matthew Castellon in Seb Lejeune Racing they come into they leave the pit, sorry. So they're rejoining, dropping down a couple positions to 9th and 10th. Still Red Camels from MDM from EST1. The Estonian team, we've said before, actually closing on the leagues. I looked up before, a few minutes before Ben came on, and they were 35 seconds off the lead. EST1 now, Ben, are only 23 seconds off the lead. And they were nowhere in qualifying. So obviously Alex Ryman is their star man.
So just to let you know, those two cars that were off sequence, there was the 888 and the 24. They've now come into the pits just a few laps ago, and so they are the two that are off sequence, pitted during the short full course yellow that we had to recover Darren Curry out of the gravel, and they have now both done their pit stops. So Sebelaju Racing and Red Ant Racing off sequence, but it meant that their tyres, because they only did fuel, their tyres had to do 45 laps. So was that okay? Did they end up not being particularly happy at the end of the stint?
We've got this tyre age on the screen. I never saw a tyre age as high as 45 laps. Is it resetting in some way then?
Yeah, because it's not a tyre age. It's a stint length rather than tyre age. Well, because they didn't change their tyres.
That's interesting. So obviously, yeah, because the only reason I say that is because when Fabian came in, he started with 6 because it's one of the sets of using qualifying. So it is, I mean, none of these things, as we've seen in some of the time, no timing screen is infallible.
I am pretty sure that we had, were you down the pits, or maybe Snowy had just got into the pits, but it was reported that there was definitely no tyre change on either of those cars unless we didn't see it.
Well, you know, apparently they can change them in 15 seconds now. So they have very quick tyre changes, 15 to 16 seconds.
Okay. One of the things that did change from last year is pneumatic air guns are not allowed this year. They were allowed last year, but you have to have electric battery-powered ones for cost reasons. I had a list of things.
You've also got less stuff on the pit lane as well. You aren't having the airlines running pneumatic drills. Now you can get impact drivers, you know, with 24-volt supplies, which you've got just as much power as an air gun, or near enough. You kind of go, well, that's what you need, and suddenly you've got 4 guns, and off you go. Actually, I remember because I think it was at Mugello, I tripped over one of those guns, which was lying on the floor because there's no wires, which is just. And I had a bruised foot for about 4 weeks after that. It went all through the colours just from falling over a blooming wheel gun.
They are heavy.
They're solid pieces of kit.
Some of the other things that have changed from last year in the pit stops, a team member can have multiple different roles during the pit stop now, which was not allowed previously. Anybody who's doing a pit stop must wear an armband. The refueling position to prevent spillage. The fuel attendant may only refuel the car when standing directly in front of the car. So that was stated in the regulations rather than last year. Potentially it was something different. High beams are now not allowed in pit lane. No flashing in pit lane, which previously you see quite often. And as we have already covered, the driver change can continue into the refueling phase of the pit stop now, whereas last year it wasn't allowed to. Air conditioning is also allowed this year in the 992 cars, which is developed by Manthai. Not something that is standard in the Carrera Cup car, but is now allowed. If you are to install it into the car, you are allowed to run it.
Yeah, I'm sure that as it gets toastier, some of them might want to run it, but they'll be sitting there thinking, oh, it's 2 or 3 horsepower. Can I be? Like, I always think that realistically, in this sort of racing, having your driver nice and cool and relaxed is probably worth more time than the 3 horsepower it takes to cool him down. Yes, we're not actually at the pinnacle of F1 where everyone's running at 100% efficiency and fitness and everything else. These are guys who often have other things to do, and being more comfortable is going to give you a better performance. 666 coming to the end of the lap, running through the bus stop. Very sharp right, takes some curb, and now come in and then turn the sharp left. It's so ponderous, this thing. You just go down to no miles now, and there we go. So just looking to see, really, no one really owes us a pit stop because these cars can run 70 minutes on their fuel. Most people came in between 40 and 50 minutes ago. So doesn't mean people aren't going to pop out and try something different, Ben. They're not going to try short fuel. They're not going to. They can't short fuel. They're going to try getting the fuel up once they realise they can put a minute's worth of fuel into it. And there is Fabien Dance in the Red Camels machine.
Meow.
That's what a brilliant, accurate engine noise that was. Can you do a turbo whistle as well?
No.
That was one of the fond things of the late Henry Hope Frost, wasn't it? Engine noises. He loved to add engine noises to his commentary. So over the line goes Fabien.
On-board lap then with Fabien Dance, the hired gun, the Swiss hired gun in that Dutch car, coming down towards Les Combes. Hard on the brakes, turning first gear, hook the curb for Fabien Dance. That's his choice. A little bit of a bump on the curb. Make sure you settle the car before you get on the power. There's no traction control in these cars. Down the hill, the car feels like it's accelerating faster than ever before you hit the bottom where Eau Rouge is. Now climb up the hill. You can't see the top of the hill. You can use a lot of the curb on the left-hand side. Obviously, track limits not being particularly monitored aggressively, because there's a lot of people using track limits on the left. You are still climbing up to about 100 meters by the time you get to the top of the Camel Straight, and then into Les Combes, turning right, hooking the curb, then left, hooking the curb as well. And then watch out for the curb on the right-hand side here, because there's a lot of gravel on the inside of it. It's a great fun corner before you plunge down the hill into Bruxelles. This is off camber, so it means it's pushing you to the outside. It's a bit of a horrible corner, really, and there's lots of different ways to attack it. Fabien right in the middle of the road there. Speaker's corner, much more open now than it used to be, thanks to the bike track on the left-hand side, on the inside there, and now down towards Double Gauche or Pouin, which is what gear? He's down to 4th gear in a Carrera Cup car, and tipping it in and waiting to get on the power. When the car is settled, when the circuit starts to open up, then you can get on the power and head down towards Fagnes. Try and be nice and greedy with the curbs here. There we are, Fabien Dance staying away from the curbs, but I suppose in an endurance race that's probably more sensible than what you would do in a sprint race. You can also get over the curb there on the inside of Campus. Now this is curve Paul Frere, turn in late to open the corner up to get on the power as quickly as possible, and now accelerate through towards Blanchimont. This is not Blanchimont, the next, not this left kink, but the next one is. Have a listen. Quite a big lift, a feather through there, and even then the car understeers wide towards the outside of the turn. In a GT3 car, easy flat these days. In a Formula 1 car, easy flat. Break down to first gear, big curb, and now head towards the start finishing line for a lap of Spa-Francorchamps. Let's go down to our man in the pits.
I've just managed to catch up with Marc Gilliot from the 888 Sèvres Racing entry. You just stepped out of the car. You look very calm and composed for someone who's just done a bit of a stint in the car.
Yes, I had a good start, and the car was good from the beginning to the end. So we managed to make fuel on the full yellow. So I drove 1 hour and 45 minutes. So it was a little hard for me, but the pace was here, and we did a good job.
So you had a change of strategy because of the full course yellow?
Yes, we try to stop one less than the plan. So I think we will do it. So it will be good for the end.
And how were the tyres when you changed your strategy?
At the end, it was very hard because I had 45 laps on the same tyres, so it was very hard. I lost maybe two sec or 3, and with they put the fuel, the full tank at maybe 20 laps, so it was very over years. So it was very hard to drive, but it's okay.
It's all part of the job. Was that all round equal, so front and rear, or were the rears more worn, or how did you feel? You got a full tank of fuel. How did it feel?
Because it's the rear come on the high speed, and the front was not here on the low speed. So it's difficult to manage it, but I think it was quite good, and I improved also on my. I was on 25, 26, so all the time it's quite good.
Mark, you're smiling all the time. You're telling me that about the tyre, so you obviously enjoyed that challenge.
It's nice to do this endurance cup. I like Porsche. I do the for me with the 99. So.
Mark Gilliot, thank you from Chevrolet Racing. Thank you so much, and have a well-earned bottle of water. Thank you.
The rear was coming, but the front was not there. That is a lovely way of describing tyres going off.
Sounds like a typical Saturday night. Anyway, but
an oversteer and then an understeer for 45 laps on the tyre. So is it a good idea or is it not a good idea? To be fair, it's done now for Seb Lejeune Racing, and I'm sure the story would be the same at Red Ant Racing,
it's bought them
who
some
tried it.
flexibility, Ben. That's
yeah,
it's
exactly.
bought them quite a bit of a chance to run another set a bit lighter, a bit less, or if they found it successful, then they could keep ploughing away with these slightly longer runs and have theoretically quite a set of fast tyres to run the last 2 or 3 stints, because these cars do have a real good bit of push at the first few laps. These Michelins are known for being very quick for about 4 or 5 laps, then plateauing down and staying at the plateau forever, which is, well, I say forever, about 40 laps or so. But yeah, it doesn't get to you. Obviously, it's interesting because this time last year, it was the first time on these tyres for some of these teams. But of course, if you're in the Creventic series, you run them, you've run them before. If you're in the Porsche Carrera Cup, you've run them before. You're on Michelin's, that is, it's slightly different compounds. So that learning's been done, and you can start to push the envelope of their durability.
I think that's pretty impressive, though. These are not the hard Creventic tyre, and these are the Carrera Cup tyre. It's amazing that they are able to last the length that they are, because most tyre companies would literally design the tyre to last the race and then die. A Pirelli tyre in SRO cannot do more than about 65 minutes before it really falls apart. There's no double stinting in them.
I mean, I'm not an expert. Would it be a case that you can perhaps, by running a bit less camber, you can get a bit more time out of the tyre?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
If you're running a Porsche Cup, you're going to angle the things as much as you possibly can. You've got 22 minutes or 27 minutes to run to get your laps in, but now you've got to go a bit longer. Let's not really run the shoulders out, run a bit flatter, give up a little bit of grip.
That really annoying thing when you take the tyres off your road car and you've got the inside sidewalls completely disappeared.
Yeah, that means you've got bad tracking.
And then not necessarily.
It does.
No, my RS is like that, and that's just the way that they were built.
It's badly tracked.
It's not. They can't change it. It's literally.
Is it running camber then? Is it?
It's running camber on the inside shoulders. Yeah.
Because I know whenever I've had that before, it's been because the car's not tracked properly, or sorry, it could be anything, but it's not set properly. You take one of those laser alignment sensors.
Yeah.
They give you the little graphical piece of paper with the 4 colours, and it starts off red, like you've had the world's worst disaster ever. They move it all into green. Your tyres start wearing properly.
But then you don't. Apparently, and I haven't tried it, but apparently, if you do that to the RS that I have, it then has, it then doesn't handle. The front end's not as responsive.
Oh right, you want to respond. It's price. I must admit, I put my car in for an MOT about 3 or 4 years ago, and the guy and it failed. And I thought, well, how has it failed? I hadn't realised that it was out. It's on the cords on the inside corner.
Yeah, right.
You get no indication for what you're doing.
And the outside looks fine.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
It's a big fat thing.
Oh, we got a car off.
I think we're going to have our first full course caution. Who is that hit the run? It's
Edwin Schultz. And that's the Hans Weiss motorsport car. We were talking about Hans Weiss.
Or perhaps he will drive for MDM then.
And that's a pretty standard Fagnes crash, I'm afraid. He's run wide on the exit of Fagnes, dipped a wheel into the gravel, and that spat him to the inside. And the radiator is...
He's done the big Porsche damage. You can actually see the radiator.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's a replay.
Out.
Replay of the incident.
He
did go in the gravel.
Dip the wheel. Oh, that's nasty. I'm sure he's okay, but I'm sure he's shaken up. But it's quite. As you look at the picture, you can see the water under pressure coming out the front of the hole where there used to be a radiator.
Yes, it's not dripping out, is it?
Oh, great, good news.
It is fully hosing out.
I'm sure he's wondering how that happened, because it didn't look like he did anything particularly wrong.
No. I mean, the usual thing is you dip a wheel in the gravel there, but he was actually maybe too tight to the exit. He was holding the car on the inside. So we do go full course yellow around the whole circuit. That's 80 kilometers an hour for everybody.
It's like me watering the garden.
I was trying to think of an analogy that wasn't rude.
And I got there first, which is a first.
Yes, well done. It's going to be very hot fluid coming out the front of that car, and Hans Weiss becomes our first legitimate retirement. I think Mulner is still trying to get out.
That sort of spray is quite apt here because, of course, the most famous statue in Belgium is the Garçon de Pie.
Yes, it is.
It's exactly what it is.
In Brussels, yeah, a little child having a wee-wee.
Wee-wee. Oh, dear.
So, are we going to see a few people dive into the pits? They've done 26 to 24 laps on their stint. That would be a short stint on this one.
We're guaranteed at least 7 minutes of yellow.
Okay, because we're a full course.
But this is going to go safety car. Because I have no indication. I have not been phoned up by the student to go safety car, Nick, but I'm sure it will. And at that point, all bets are off because you're going to... The key thing, though, I think actually maybe this break point, who's a lap behind, who's not a lap behind.
Leader in.
As the leader comes into the pits.
So Snowy's going to get busy down there because I think we'll see a lot of people react. You do not want to do your pit stop under safety car because you'll lose all your positions. You need to do it now under full course yellow.
That's why they're still gapped up, yep.
The cars that won't... Oh, no, hang on. I was about to say the cars that won't is 888. But 888 has come in. So Seb Lejeune Racing doing an extra pit stop. And suddenly all that advantage of being off strategy is lost because they're now back on strategy again.
The key thing is, are they on the lead lap? And I don't think they are.
Well, as it stands on the tracking, they are up to 12th position.
It's about to get incredibly busy for young Snowy. So, young Snowy, what do you got to tell us?
Yeah, I was still coming out to the Seb Lejeune Racing garage when that incident occurred, and they were instantly on it. Hive of activity, all jumped to it, and they've done their pit stop, as you say. So, having gone off strategy, they're now back on strategy. I'm just going to go. That car's about to be released. So, that's why I wasn't walking this way. Seb's going to come with me, and I think, yes, he is. And we're going to go to Red Ant, who, in perfect timing, that's just been tired. I didn't see if there was a driver change. I was busy at Seb Lejeune. The Red Ant car is being refueled.
Well, that's an annoying one, Snow, because that Red Ant car has just been in about, what, 7 laps ago?
My apologies, Red Camel. Sorry, I mixed the two up, mixed up my animals.
That has done 26 laps on its stint, so that means that would be a full tank. But for Seb Lejeune Racing, they would have only done a splash, but would have had to stay for that full minute.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's an interesting decision they've made, unless they've absolutely brimmed it, stuck new tyres on and said, right, you're out for 45. And that's what it's going to be. Was that a driver change, Snowy, down at Red Camel?
No, I don't think so.
It says Luke Wilkins got in the car, so it just updates. That's a very quick update on the driver IDs. So saying Luke's got in there. Look at the wheels there, like maybe a bit of issue, but then denying it away. Oh, yeah, there's
machine issue.
there is. Oh, gosh. Oh, there's been some issue inside there. Something has been machining out the inside of the alloy wheels. Something's been rubbing. It's not been slowing them down, but something has produced a large amount of swarf there on the inside.
Swarf, what a word.
Kind of going, fair enough. But we will see everybody coming in the pits now. You're absolutely right. It's now you have to do it because you don't want to do it if we do get a safety car. Still full course yellow, still not gone safety car. The flatbed is about to lean over and pick up the yellow and blue 35 machine.
Now, usually the reason why you put a safety car out is to group everybody together to give marshals safe windows where to work. And you know, we are recovering the car under the fact that yes, the cars are only doing 80 kilometers an hour, but there isn't that many holes and lots of time. Let's go back down to Snowy's with Red Camel.
That scoring on the inside of the wheel rim there, would you believe, was just stones stuck in the wheel. That's all it was.
No. I have seen a lot of gravel coming out onto the track, and it's easy to get those small stones caught in. You get caught between the edge of the caliper and the wheel, and it will scrape it all out. Has the 127 car come past pit lane, or the 127?
Yeah, because at the moment that's one of the cars that have not pitted.
It's only showing one pit stop.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm not quite sure how. Oh, because we haven't done another lap yet. So actually, the 127 could be in the lead, actually, ahead of the 9. Yeah, on the track.
Yeah, he's on. Yeah.
So that is not stopped a second time.
Because that could well put quite a few cars, if it doesn't pit, on a lap down. Once we go safety car.
Perhaps that is the...
Do we have to go safety car for full course yellow? No. So why would we?
The only stipulation is the full course yellow must be 7 minutes unless it's officially called a short one, in which case it's 2 minutes.
So why would we go safety car after full course
They
yellow?
never kind of explained what the process was to go safety car.
Okay. We might not.
We might not. Yeah, I just kind of thought that... I wasn't quite sure whether it was a safety car... say this with me. Whether it was a safety car for actual safety car reasons or a safety car for Alan Gow reasons, to be honest. I wasn't quite sure. So.
Yeah. Snowy?
Yeah, we just had the 992 numbered PT-operated Manthey car leave the pit lane, and as it's gone out onto almost the exit of the pit here, it's just dropped or deposited a whole load of burning rubber onto the pit lane, which caused great consternation amongst the officials because we've got a little fire in the pit lane, as it were. So that's had to be attended to. So not on a car, just actually dropped onto the pit lane. Bit different.
Interesting. Here is what Snow was describing just a few moments ago. Hot is as how we could describe that.
See, I'd be stupid enough to pick that up to see what it was and then realise it was that hot.
And taste it.
Probably. Well, we don't need to taste that, we know it's pickup. 35 doesn't look too badly damaged, I would say. Radiator given on a 992.
But as long as the engine was not rotating when it was overheating, then it should be okay.
Yes, and I think he'd have switched everything off by then, and it looks like the wheels are actually pointing in the right direction. So it went in pretty squarely, didn't it?
Is that 127 now on the main straight, having not pitted? It is. Okay, so we're going... Why are we going split strategy, considering they've done 28 laps? That's curious.
That is very curious, because that's due, isn't it?
I mean, it's put them a whole lap. If we go safety car, it puts them a whole lap ahead of everybody else.
Well, Jaap van Rooyen has done 11 laps in that car at the moment.
Why? Did he pit
Whoops,
then?
hang on. Lost it.
I mean, no, he's only done one pit stop, so he's done 28 laps. Your computer's being...
It's my computer, not right.
Yeah, don't trust that. We can't trust that any longer, which is a real shame.
That is a shame.
I'm a big fan of Timing 71, but it doesn't like us any longer. So, I mean, even... Oh, no.
So he's done 20... Well, he has, because
he's done 28
the car
laps.
came in at 30 laps, didn't it?
Yeah. So he's done 28 laps. And so, really, it can only go another 5 before we need to come into the pits.
23 laps, Ben.
Why?
The car came in at 30 laps, and then went out with Jaap van Rooyen at the wheel. He's done 53 laps, so that's 23 laps.
Okay, so the tyres have had 6 laps on them when he put them on. The tyres are not new.
Right, I've just updated it. He's done 23 laps.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
So it could go another 10. That's
7 to 10, yeah. We still haven't had it confirmed because this is the first straight run. Remember, the first stint as a out lap to the grid and then a warm-up lap. So we 30 laps in the 127 was absolutely on the money for a 33 lap stint.
So Red Camels did 22 before pitting. The sort of even more unluckily, 888 had only done 7 laps before pitting. Everybody's pit stops are the same, so the 888 and the 24 have now completely lost any advantage they had of that early pit stop in the first full course yellow. But we are going to now see a split strategy by the looks of things with the 127, and there are not many others who are choosing to do the same thing. There's another wet patch in the pit lane. Who was that? Snowy, if Snowy is with Seb, he'll be able to tell us whose wet patch we were looking at. But somebody leaking fluid. It's another one to go and lick.
Yeah, we need Snowy to find out exactly what that fluid is, of course.
Yes, yeah. Just to contextualise the instruction to go and lick the floor. find out what the fluid is. Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it oily? Is it watery?
Is it sweet? Is it sour?
Oh, really? What does that tell you?
Cool and sweet.
Right. What other wet would be sour?
Brake fluid.
Will that be oily?
That'd be yes, wouldn't be. Coolant tends to be sweet. Antifreeze tends to be.
Yeah.
If you've got, coolant.
Surely you know it's oily. Or
yes,
is it
exactly.
coolant oily as well?
Not really. No, that's more watery. Gearbox oil is more sour than engine oil.
Oh, really?
I think so. It's a personal
Never.
taste.
I don't believe you.
It's a personal taste.
I'm going to now start.
Was Nick on air there?
That was Nick.
Or is he just in our ears?
Talking in our ears. So we're going to be switching.
Well,
I can't put you on air.
Yeah,
Somebody else has to, Nick. Nick, you're on air. Go.
I just think the differential is different again.
Yeah, well,
it's a very different smell, a very different flavour.
Well, certainly you get different lubricants for everything these days.
Yes, it's non-stop lubing. But basically, it is a whole cornucopia of flavours. MasterChef has nothing on a good garage. I'll tell you nothing else. Should I flavour it with a bit of WD-40? Should I put on a soupçon of a very nice kind of Teflon-based lubricant? Or should I go with a full hog with a bit of old-fashioned Castrol?
Lick that wet patch, please, and find out what it is.
I don't know where the wet patch is because Steb so much would do a battery change. I'm just meandering up, looking at cars.
I think we need some new batteries because he's more constantly battery changing.
The pit lane is a bit clear. There's one car just leaving. We're about to get, I think, one of the Brazilian machines in. I think one of the Black Falcon Brazilian, either the 121 or the 123.
The car leaving was Baz Cooten Racing, the number 3. Track is now clear of incident damage, and they have had a look at the barrier, and it's all good. So we may go safety car. We may go back to green flag racing shortly. We are awaiting instructions from race control, basically, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are.
We haven't got eyes on the safety car on our tracker, so we don't know whether it's been put out on circuit, and we don't really know why you go safety car, other than as Nick mentioned, for sort of competition reasons. But we are MDM now in pits. What? No, what? Surely we're going to go back to green flag racing. That is a disastrous decision.
Well, they're still under yellow. They're still under yellow.
It's going to be no on board. I'm staying on board. Rear left. No, now he's got out a bit later. So he's got about a bit later. So far, left-hand side tyres changed. Now here come the right-hand side tyres. Yap is out of the car. There's a bit of a slow removal, but it's not a massive problem because they put the tyres on. So far, they've yet to attach the fuel hose because he's overshot the mark slightly. He's too far to the left. He's going, what's going? You're just too far to the left. We can't get the fuel bowser on. So they've wasted 12 seconds, I would think, getting that. The fire extinguisher man comes out. In goes the fuel, thumping in. Full effort to push down the and open up the flow of the petrol, and in it comes. You can see it quite nicely. You've got clear little pipes, and you can see the fuel coming in, and you see the air going out, which is the important bit. So we hand around to the timer. The timer currently says 30, 28, 27, 26, still attached. Everyone else is looking around. Yap's looking a bit confused about. I think there's a kind of. I think he's saying, I know what he's saying. He's saying I was where the lollipop man was. And that wasn't where it needed to be for the fuel stop. He's absolutely right. I think he stopped on the lollipop man, but the lollipop man was standing too far on and a bit left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He can go now, and he's gone now. See, he's skulked off the back, so I'll see if I can rescue him in a minute.
Might have just about got away with that because we are still under full course yellow. I don't know why we are, but we are still under full course yellow, so no time loss by doing a pit stop one lap later than Red Camel. And why they just didn't decide straight away, I'm still a bit confused. Now the question is, look, and Hans Weiss has gone out, so they are going to split their two bronze drivers. Where is Red Camel in relation to MDM? Go on, Nick.
Yes, so we've just got Jan Varun out of the car. Jan, bit of a kind of a waving situation there. What happened on the way into the pit?
Yeah, I missed the instruction to park in the square, and I missed that, and also no instruction, no reminder. So I just parked, and I thought it was okay. So that's shit. Oh, watch out.
Oh dear, apologies for that. But yeah, there's a wasp as well. No, that's not great either. So basically, that was just unfortunate. A couple of seconds lost. Not so bad under a full course yellow. How did you enjoy your few laps out there?
I did not really enjoy them. No, I didn't feel right. I didn't do the lap times I wanted. I was, for my feeling, 2 or 3 seconds off pace every lap. So no, it was not the best stint yet.
Did you have any explanation for why that was?
I was asking the team. I also had no radio almost the whole, so I couldn't hardly communicate. So my ask was, did they change something on the setup prior? I know for qualifying they were changing with things, with the Stabi and those kind of things. So for me it felt more snappy with oversteer. And as the amateur driver, I don't like the if the back goes out because that's when the danger zone is. So yeah.
I'll give you a chance to have a debrief and you'll be able to find out what's going on. So will you be asking for changes to be made, or do you...
No, I just wanted to know, because it felt for me different, and then I can at least think about it and then maybe adapt my style. Or I wanted to get in the swing of yesterday, where I did like a 23 and now I was in 26. So that's, yeah.
I think actually everyone was a bit slower. When you were out there, track wasn't quite... Genuinely, everyone was a bit slower in their first bit. There was second half off everybody was, so I think it's not so bad as you think. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to do a well-known member of our team and carry on controlling the microphone, because the 35 has arrived on its flatbed after its little very impactful visit into the barriers. And as Joe said, it's not that damaged. And what they have managed to do is damage it in one specific place, which is the front. They've obviously destroyed everything in the front of the car. The front valance has gone. They've taken out the right-hand side as the driver sees light. Obviously, the radiators have gone because that's what's at the front of the car. I'm not sure the oil cooler's still there, and if it is, I don't think it's leaking. So they've got a radiator job to do. They look like they have to. I genuinely think that Joe's absolutely correct. It's gone in dead straight into that massive layer of tyres which have absorbed the impact like a big rubber band, and it's sprung back out again. Looks spectacular and spun round. Now obviously this is damage, obviously this is expensive, obviously this is radiators, but I don't think it's race ending if they don't want it to be. I think they can fix this in an hour or so, from my previous Porsche experience of watching cars in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's it, and that is exactly what I meant. It's not race ending damage, it's what I would say was superficial, really. And with 9.5 hours to go, that car will get back into the race and undoubtedly push to see where it ends up at the checkered flag. We've got the safety car that's come out. That's going to gather the field up. We've got a new leader that will come by the pits this time by, which will be Luke Breukers in the red camel car, and that was by dint of the pit stop from the 127. It was necessary to pit though under this yellow situation though, wasn't it?
Where is the safety car? I think the safety car has picked up the wrong car, because...
Who do you think it's picked up?
It's picked up 127, and it's given the number 9 a whole lead, a whole lap lead.
Ah, right, okay. That's a good spot.
Just why... This is my very good spot. Bear of race control. There was no excuse. Put the car out and pick up the leader, and they've managed to pick up, I think, second or third place.
Yeah, we picked up second place, I think. Angelo Fontana is in the SD1 Racing. He's in third across the line in this little group there.
So number 7. I thought number 7 was ahead of 127 on the tracker. Maybe it was a guesstimate on the tracker. Either way, what's happened is Luke Breukers in the number 9 is in the lead of the race, but he's not been picked up the safety car. The safety car has picked up second position. So Breukers is going to... there's nothing else. You can't tell him to stop. You can't tell him to slow down.
He's effectively going to come around and get onto the back end.
They've now realised. So safety car is now releasing all of the cars. All of the cars are going to have to go round, and then the safety car will pick up the 9, and then we can go racing. And that's just a waste of time. Just amazing. And it's amazing how often that happens. Sometimes you understand it happens because you need to get a safety car out for dangerous reasons, but the only reason the safety car is out is to bunch the field up. So you can do it in a controlled fashion. Nick, stop me from ranting, please.
I don't think I possibly could. Bit of good news about to happen in that the 21 car is going to rejoin the fray after what must be an hour and a half at least in the pits. They're just wheeling it out onto the apron now. I think they're going to fuel it up. Driver on board. Car looks very, very repaired now after getting its new steering rack. It's got a new, I think it's got a new rear valance, perhaps not. Yeah, it's got that ill-fitting door. I remember that they were talking about panel gaps, and they're now just moving it. They are trying to, I think they're also trying to align it into fuel, but I think there's a possibility. The other problem they've got is the car in the next door garage, the 14, the GP Elite. I think they might be getting ready for a bit of a splash and dash, or a bit of a, not you can do those, a bit of a refuel. Their refuel is sitting with over his shoulder, but it looks like we're going to see some tyres on this 21. It's going to be leaving in the next minute or so. Perhaps they're not really stressing anymore because we're under safety car.
And moreover, they are 40 laps down off, 41 laps down off Luke Breukers. So in terms of competition, this is now giving the drivers an opportunity to well, fulfilling their payment, really.
And they're 40 laps down off a class.
What is that, Joe?
Podium. That's a bit of car, isn't it?
Well, yes, thanks very much for the identification.
Yeah. It's the size
I was
of the
hoping
brick.
you were going to be able to offer something more insightful.
I have no idea what that is. It looks like a door mirror or something.
It was right in the middle of the road, and it's now a bit to the outside. So
blown across the track, isn't it? So there's our leader, the number 9.
We're not racing,
piece
by the
of
way.
debris is being blown ever more to driver's left, and that's at
Bruxelles.
Was that where that was?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Otherwise known as Rivage.
Yes.
If you're of a certain age.
The double apex hairpin at the bottom of the hill.
And then this is the double apex hairpin. So
no, this is
sorry, double apex. No, Rivage isn't double apex.
Bruxelles is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Well, you could. You can.
Hit the first apex.
Very early.
Drift to the middle.
Yeah.
Hit the second apex.
Yeah, you can do it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. There's about 3 different lines through there. I'll give you that, Jeff.
It's not conventional.
No, it's very weird.
Certainly weird.
Because it's so off camber.
Yes,
when you go in there, it just wants to push you to the outside.
Yeah. My driver coach said it was double apex.
In a smart car, it wasn't. There's no such thing as apex. You just drive the shortest line around the racetrack.
Yeah, inside line. So safety car gathering up the field and seeking out the leader, which is, we're on board with Luke Breukers on the live stream in the number 9. Luke is the younger brother of Rick, younger son of Ivo, who are the stalwarts of the 24H series and indeed this event.
Right.
Safety car just waiting now on the start-finish straight to pick up that second car in the frame that's coming through. The first car will get a wave around, and then Luke will latch on to the Porsche 918, the 918. Safety car looking absolutely splendid.
So I think everybody pitted under that last safety car. Most did a 2-minute pit stop, but there was a few that just did the 1 minute, which meant that they didn't change tyres. So Fulgenzi being one, Denner Motorsport by Falcon, the number 100, is another car that just did fuel. And Team Parker, they've changed the driver, so Banksy is aboard that car, but I don't think they changed. No, they couldn't have changed tyres. And so we've got Banksy and also Glenn Van Berlo, the 25. They did the 2. I think that they've got old tyres on that car as well, and I don't trust my data, which is so annoying. But definitely 666, Banksy aboard that car now, 6th position, and they did not change tyres. So he's got old tyres, and he is fueled up for a full stint. So it's going to be a long one for Banksy, and I'm not sure he's going to have a particularly nice car underneath him.
We want Nick Damon, who will probably be still in the pit lane when Banksy hands that car over in an hour or so. He may not be, he might be snowing. But I'm intrigued to hear the story behind the numbering of the car. I'm intrigued to hear that.
It might be that he turns around and says he doesn't speak English either, because the interview that we did was in Japanese. So konnichiwa for Nick. See if he can do it in Japanese. Hooray! Safety car has the leader. Now, do we have any rules about wave arounds? It's the next one. Because the safety car has the leader, but behind the leader is a car out of position in, I think, 19th spot. So I think that is the Red Ant car 1 lap down. And then I suppose the next question is how many cars are on the lead lap versus the rest of the field. Yeah, so Le Mans styling, we would extract the car in second position, and then we would allow that car to get a lap back. But I don't see that on our regulations, and if the regulations are based on Mobil 1 Super Cup, then that is definitely not something we would do. Throughout the safety car deployment, all cars not behind the safety car must proceed around the track as quickly as possible. That's so against the safety car.
Well, not really. That's why you have a full course yellow.
Well, yeah, exactly.
While you exert the repairs, everyone trundles round at 60 k's. Then when you get the safety car, that's when you bring everybody into order, and that's when everybody in front of the safety car can then go at not necessarily full speed, but certainly 7/8 tenths to catch up the train. When everybody's caught up the train, then we think about bringing the safety car in. And that's the situation which we are getting to now. Now, from our onboard tracker, we have a group of cars going through Brussels and through Jackie Hicks. We've got the 888 car, which is the Sébastien Lejoux, Seb Lejoux Racing car in 10th. That car is just going through Le Combe, getting onto the tail of the group of cars just going through Jackie Hicks and heading down to Double Gauche.
I mean, the whole point
car is at Blanchimont, by the way.
The whole point of the safety car is to control the field, to allow marshals to attend to an incident. That is the point. It's why it's called a safety car. Having this sort of situation where we're wasting racing time trying to get the cars back in order and cars are blasting around flat out defeats the whole point of a safety car.
Well, you're not just listening to what I've said.
No, I know what you're trying to do. The reason why, but it's a point. Still defeats the point of a safety car. Safety car is to create a safe environment. We're not doing that because we don't need an environment to be safe. The track's ready to go.
So what you're saying is deploy the safety car immediately, whilst the repairs are going on.
Absolutely. Yeah. Then sort yourself out, because the whole point of a safety car is to give a big hole of space for marshals to be able to run across the track and tidy up stuff.
The full course yellow situation slows everyone down.
Yeah.
And everyone goes around the track at 60 k's, but nobody catches anyone.
Yeah.
You're not grouping the field together. It was only after that phase where we exerted repairs on the barriers, etc.
We did it under full course yellow.
Then we get the safety car in.
For what?
Because I think the element of that, the track being unsafe, is the reason why we deployed the full course yellow first. We then made the track environment safe.
Yeah.
Then we bring in the safety car to gather the field together.
Why do we need to gather the field together?
Well, I don't know.
Why can't we just go racing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a debatable point.
Because this feels very much like it is just to bring the field back together. And one thing that Creventic actually do very well with their 24H series, with the way that they manage the Code 60 situation, is it's pretty fair. Whereas this feels, if you have to put a safety car out to tend to incidents on track, then I totally understand. If you imagine you're a marshal out on track now, you've got about 2.5 minutes to do what you need to do before the field come around at 80 kilometers an hour. Safety car is actually running faster than it would do under full course yellow, so more like 120. It's pretty safe environment to marshal under cars doing 80 kilometers an hour. I agree with that. Therefore, just do everything under full course yellow. We don't need a safety car.
Well, I tell you what, Nick Damon will be listening to this if he hasn't fallen asleep.
He might have turned his headset
He might have turned his headset off. Nick, we now and again have the race director or some of the race officials in the pit lane, and that's what. I know there aren't at the moment, but there sometimes are. And if you know the thinking behind the safety car's in this lab, by the way, Nick. So I'll quickly say this: the rationale behind the full course yellow, followed by the safety car is something that Ben is dearly liking to clarify.
He's having a bit of a rail again.
What we've done is we've created.
We're going to quickly move on, actually.
Can I just say something? And this is going to pain me, but I completely agree with Ben.
Oh, Nick, I'll give you a hug later.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying I disagree with Ben. I'm just trying to put some sort of clarity on the thinking behind it, and that's why I think we need an official line on that. Anyways, moving swiftly on, we're about to go green.
What we have is 10 cars on the lead lap. We then have 8 cars 1 lap down, and then we have another 4 or 5 cars further down from that. So the safety car has also created an us and them situation. The top 10 are spaced out within 16 seconds of each other. Luke Breukers is the leader and leads us back to green flag racing with 9 hours and 21 minutes remaining. Hans Weiss is in second position. He is one of the bronze drivers in that MDM car, chased down by Angelo Fontana in third. Dylan Pereira, watch out for the 48. We've got the pro in that car. Glenn Van Berlo, Banksy, Hugo Ellis, Peter Munich, Pedro Torres and Sebastian Ajou, your top 10. Watch out for the 888 car. Sebastian Ajou is very fast. We've got some squeezing going on at La Source further back in the pack. We've got cars mixed around as well, because we've got to have those cars that are 1 lap down within that pack. We haven't fully sorted out the field like you would do at Le Mans, and therefore it's frenetic action back down to Le Combe.
And the tyre temp will have been lost slightly out of these tyres, so tyre temp quickly will come back to these cars, but that will not be until the end of this lap. So right now we've got tricky conditions while the field and drivers down the field using this opportunity to maybe gain a place or two, and the pressure is on Luke Breukers not to push very hard, as down the inside has gone.
There's a lapped car there.
Now that's going to be confusing, isn't it? Because we've got lamp cars in amongst that top 8.
That was Fulgenzi, it was 11th position, so he's 1 lap down, and he's sort of trying to get out of the way. But there are blue flags actually flying around the circuit. I was about to say there isn't, but yeah, the Fulgenzi car possibly faster than the cars around him, but 1 lap down, so sort of being forced to get out of the way. There's lots of stuff going on further back. I saw Banksy not really up to speed in the 666 machine, and so he was having a good defense going into Le Combe. And safety cars breed safety cars because they're all bunched together and all mixed up here, and they have to be super careful.
Great drive from Hans Weiss here, absolutely staying with Luke Breukers here. We know how quick young Luke is, and he is not being able to drop Hans Weiss from that underneath the rear wing as the rest of the field come through. It's the run up to Blanchimont now. Not quite sure if Weiss is in position to maybe have a go into braking for the chicane. It's about a couple of cars lengths as they head through Blanchimont now, heading towards the braking point. Heavy braking here. It's almost a hairpin right followed by a hairpin left. If you look at the aerial shot of the chicane, really does slow the cars down, and no overtaking there whatsoever down that order.
Right, let's have a look, see what's changed after 1 lap. Breukers still leads, Weiss still second, and Fontana still third. Pereira still 4th. Then in 5th position, Van Berlo. Banksy's going to drop, I think, out of 6th position. Yes, Hugo Ellis has moved up to 6th position. There's also a change for the lead of the 1 lap downs. Dream to Drive are 11th position ahead of Girondi in 12th spot. Banksy lost 1 to Ellis. So actually not a huge amount of changing on the lead lap, but George Gooder in the 911 car down in 18th spot. He lost 4 positions on that first lap, and a challenge for 3rd position. Here comes Dylan Pereira. He is in the green and black Lush Racing car. He's on the outside line of Fontana. Will he sweep over the front end? Yes, he will. And Pereira, the 2022 Super Cup champion, I said 23 yesterday, moves into 3rd position.
That was a great move, wasn't it? Around the outside of the first part. Le Combe gives you the ideal line for the middle section, and already pulling about 2 or 3 cars lengths from the number 7 as Dylan Pereira showing his talent and experience in this class of sports car. And if not, it's not going to be long before he's getting onto that rear bumper of Hans Weiss. Weiss, as I said, being able to stay with Luke Breukers, but now those tyres are where Luke Breukers likes them, and he's been able to pull a gap and consolidate that lead. It'll be more than 7/10 of a second next time across the line as we go through the just out of double gauche and into that right left, I should say. We're now at Campus, And that looks like a move that has been readied for that light blue and black liveried.
Yeah, so that's
number
1 lap 9.
3, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's 11th position. So he is 11th position, trying to get past 4th position there.
Yeah, and this is what you were saying, Ben, about all right, the cars might be a lap down, but performance-wise, they are quicker than the cars that are a lap ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is where the confusion will come, certainly for you and I.
Very difficult for the marshals then to blue flag a car, because he's about to move up into effectively ahead of 3rd.
Well, technically speaking, blue flag is the right flag to use for that 4th place car being overtaken by the 11th. It's got nothing to do with race position.
Oh, really?
It's
Okay.
got to do with performance on track.
Okay.
So the blue flag is rightly being shown to the car that's actually ahead in the race.
What, so you're showing a blue flag to the guy in 4th?
Yeah, that's the blue. That's the technical use of the blue flag.
They'd be flying the whole time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Technically speaking, that you can use the blue flag. If there's a faster car coming up behind another car, you use the blue flag to warn. And all it is a warning.
Oh.
There's a faster car coming. And look at the momentum through Eau Rouge and across Radillon. And it's side by side for the light blue car just in the background there, and he's made the move, and he's going to make it happen and stick. So he's unlapped himself from 4th place by the looks of things.
But there's also Pereira moving up into 2nd position ahead of Hans Weiss in the MDM Motorsport car. So a change for 2nd as Pereira hunts down the lead of the race. That'll be fascinating, wouldn't it, if we get Pereira into the lead of the race, because that will give us a 3rd different leader in about 3 hours. So that's pretty impressive.
Well, we knew that was coming, Ben, because of the variation in driver capability. We knew that was coming. And while I was focusing on the unlapping, here we have a position at the front of the field there, and it's a textbook move on the Kemmel, isn't it?
Easy peasy.
Momentum up to Radillon, slipstream, pull out into the... But you're alongside even before you even go on the brakes. So that was the textbook Spa move.
Baz Cruton Racing move up to the head of the AM Silver. Pedro Torres has passed Peter Munich on that last lap, so we've got that number 3 back actually to the head of AM Silver. They were leading that earlier on, weren't they? And so really we've just got a couple of cars that are out of strategy in terms of their tyre length, and that is Glam Vembolo and Banksy. Those are the 2 guys that seem to have very tyres that have done a lot of running as per the... No, I don't think Glenn Van Bolo has. I think Glenn Van Bolo's is wrong. I think Banksy's is right, from what we can see on our strategy computer. And that might explain why Banksy's struggling a little bit, because I think Banksy's on a 2:30 lap last time, and we're on 2:23s at the head of the field.
So you reckon that Banksy's on the same tyres as his Watari was on?
Yeah, and the reason I do is because
of the short stop.
The stop was only a minute long.
And you think Van Berlo's on the same tyres?
No, Van Berlo had a 2-minute stop. So
right,
the reason I'm saying that, tyre age up there is saying that he's done 33 laps, but the strategy computer is saying he did a 2-minute stop. So I'm saying he did change tyres.
I would suggest,
that's wrong.
Yeah, I would suggest that is, you're right, Ben, because there's no way that these tyres can do a 22-lap stint and then be left on the car.
Yeah.
Although I did say we're stretching these 10 sets across the...
Banksy's been turned around.
There's a bit of contact there.
That was the number. I think that was the number 3 with a very good tap and go, classic police pit. Is it pit maneuver? Is that right?
Pit maneuver.
So, yeah, when you tap a car around.
I've never known it referred to as a pit maneuver.
Well, is there something maneuver?
I can't remember.
When you tap the corner of a car and turn it around.
Pitch maneuver, I think.
Is it pitch?
Pitch them off.
No, it's something like it's an anagram.
Are there any police advanced drivers out there?
It's an anagram.
It's 40. It's 30, 20 years.
I'm asking a policeman.
20 years ago.
Hang on, I'm going to Google it.
I did that course.
Pit. I'm going to say pit maneuver.
I was never in traffic as well.
A pit maneuver, precise immobilization technique.
Ah, there you go. You would have made a good traffic officer.
I look forward to being arrested by you in the future.
It has nothing to do with crime, mate.
Sorry, officer.
Yes. No, I was never...
I'm right and you're wrong. Look at this rule book.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were going to arrest me for driving with flip-flops as well, weren't you?
It's not arrestable, that.
No, that's right. You need to arrest me for something else and then report me for flip-flops.
Yes, need to arrest you for lots of things, Ben Constantinos.
Dangerous driving.
Need to be taken off the streets.
Right, racing. What's happening on track? It was a perfect pit manoeuvre by the number 3 on the 666, and so Banksy has dropped down to 10th position.
You know what? I'm gonna say so. The pit manoeuvre. It was not, because the pit manoeuvre is deliberate. That was not a deliberate act.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I'll give you on that one.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, though. It was very similar to.
It looks like look, perfect.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I think the pit manoeuvre is supposed to end with the 2 cars side by side.
Side by side.
So you block the door.
Yeah, that was more of a trip over, wasn't it?
But I think there might be a penalty incoming for Pedro
Keep an eye
Torres
on that one,
because it was pretty. Well, 1 car carried on and 1 car lost. How much did Banksy lose on that last lap? Yeah, it was 20-odd seconds. So he was on the grass. Won't be a mammoth amount of damage. Look how many Porsches are in the paddock. Yesterday, that place was absolutely empty, and every single paddock is just full of Porsches now.
Yeah, lots of car clubs. Benelux area being well represented for the various local and not so local Porsche clubs coming from all the way from the Netherlands, Luxembourg, France, and of course Belgium. And I think there was about 400. Have we got Nick Damon shouting up from the pits? Go ahead, Nick.
I was saying the famous verbs I can add.
Go ahead.
So I can add something about the race itself, and that Bas Koten are waiting for a pit stop from the number 3, so he hasn't got away with that pit manoeuvre at all. He's done a bit of damage to himself. But if you are at the track or can get to the track, I noticed on the way in, they've got into the pit lane. They've now got a couple of Porsche Heritage race cars, including one of the GTE 911 GTE Pro cars in the cuts of pork livery. As the number 20 comes to my
so
feet
that is
here.
a Bas Koten car, but not the one that.
Not the 3, it's a different one. Yeah, so the 20 is not the 20. It's complete. It's the 20. Yeah, the 20 has come to us. That's the
20.
Yeah, that's the Bas Koten. That's the Pratt Libra, Charman, and Sharon car. 2 Sharons. That is.
So what? So
working quite hard there, and they are just. It looks like they're trying to. That looks like an electrical issue. They've fiddled about with some stuff inside, waggled some wires, and off it goes.
Thank you, Nick. We've got a battle for the actual overall lead here with Luke Breukers now has his mirrors full of Dylan Pereira in the 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon. This is the team that won this race last year, and they are very much in contention this year.
Red Camel were 3rd last year?
Red Camel were 3rd, yep. Yeah. So 2 podium finishes from 2024 here at the moment with just over 9 hours remaining. Plenty of time for this race to develop even more so. But right now, Pereira looking like the driver who's about to take that lead from Luke Breukers.
Lecom is where it's going to happen. I wonder whether he had a little sniff at the source there, but there wasn't the space. So we've got the top 3 from last year in the top 3 positions, although MDM were not called MDM last year. They were Max Kreuzer Racing, but effectively it's the same group of gentlemen. We spoke to Tom Coronel a little bit earlier on, and he used to tutor Paul Mayer. That's the reason, that's the link between the two of them. And actually up the hill, Luke Breukers was pretty good through Eau Rouge. Yeah. Goes defensive, very, very defensive for 9 hours to go. And he wants to keep Dylan Pereira at bay, and he has done so far. What they don't need to do is squabble too much because, well, Hans Weiss might want to join the party, and he's doing a stunning job, Hans Weiss, considering he is one of the bronze drivers. He is right there. Dylan Pereira to the outside through Bruxelles. Oh, that is a great move. Still side by side, but with a slight overlap, and he's going to have the inside line for the left-hander, and he is still on the inside of the left-hander. That is a pro driver move here at Spa. Beautiful.
Yeah, brilliant driving. In fact, very commendable driving from both of those drivers. We're able to go side by side through not just the Bruxelles hairpin, but then the left hand down the hill towards the Jackie Hicks left-hander, and that's where Pereira got the job done eventually. I would imagine, considering the pace we've seen from Dylan Pereira, catching Luke Breukers and being able to overtake, we should see him edging away now, Ben. If he keeps the performance level that he has been, we're going to see that gap develop, and the lime green and black livery of the 48 Losh Motorsport Porsche now beginning to pull out a gap, already pulling out a gap, a considerable gap now in such a short space of time. They're heading through the sweeps of Blanchimont.
And much like Tom Coronel in his driver lineup, Dylan Pereira is the pro, the gold driver in that car, and therefore he is only allowed to do a maximum of 5 hours in this race. That's all that they can use him for. There is no gold driver in the Red Camels car, and therefore they can do whatever they like with their 4-driver lineup. But for Hans Weiss, oh sorry, it's an MDM is a Pro-Am car, so that's 4 hours for Coronel, not 5, whereas 5 hours for Dylan Pereira. And 5 hours for Harry King, who we've not seen yet in the 666 car.
Pereira's proved how good he is. He's pulled almost a second gap there to Luc Breukers in what was just over half a lap's distance. So that's going to be even more so as we continue. Breukers staying in touch to a point, just staying in that slipstream on the Kemmel Straight, but it's through the high-speed sections of the infield part of this Spa-Francorchamps circuit that Pereira's car really does perform, and Pereira showing all of that skill and experience at a very high level of Porsche Carrera Cup racing. Second place then Luc Breukers. Hans Weiss not that far away in third place, and then about 10 seconds back from that squabble is the Angelo Fontana entry. That's the ST1 Racing, the Estonian car. And I'm just going to see what the gap was. It was 5.8 seconds to be exact. Glenn Van Berlo Motorsport. Glenn Van Berlo is a further 1.5 seconds in fifth. We've got the Hugo Ellis HRT Performance number 30. That car is a further 6 seconds behind. One of Bas Coutin's first cars in the field there, the number 3 with Pedro Torres at the wheel. He's 17 seconds back, and then another 5 seconds for the GP Elite of Peter Munich. Sebastien Lejeune in the Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche number 888 is in 9th. They are 7 seconds behind, and a further 15 seconds before we see the Team Parker entry of Banksy, the 666 car in that 10th spot, and Banksy recovering from that little pit maneuver, as we heard from Ben. So that's your top 10. Class leaders, MDM in third, Hans Weiss leading Pro-Am. Silver is being led by Pedro Torres in 7th in the Bas Coutin car, that's number 3. And then the Am Bronze class being led by Israel Hernandez Salmon in the Denham Motorsport by Black Falcon, the number 123 in 14th place overall. And the Pro class, of course, being led by the overall leaders, Dylan Pereira in the 48 Losh, and in second place Luc Breukers in Red Camel's car. Third in the Pro class is the Estonian racing car of Angelo Fontana that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, nothing from race control yet about that contact that we saw. In fact, nothing even incident involving. So I wonder if they were at lunch. It's a sort of standard thing.
No, I don't think so. The
battle for 4th on your screen. Estonia Racing on the left-hand side, and Glenn Van Berlo sweeping around the outside into 4th position. I suppose the one good thing about the safety car is it's given us some things to talk about. Once again, there's a big battle going on for 8th position as well between GP Elite and Seb Lejeune, as Seb Lejeune himself comes back through the field.
We're in the entertainment business.
We are in the entertainment business.
We like safety cars. Bunches everything back together. And the elements that you mentioned there of having faster lapped cars because of that situation, and then making their way back through and lapping themselves and moving on. It certainly creates an action-packed racetrack, and with lots of drama and ensuing before we see anywhere close to a checkered flag with 9 hours to go.
Yeah, so the Dream 2 drive 333 that we saw very fast after that safety car has made up his way to 5th on track. So obviously leading car is the 48 after that safety car. And why is the 9.11? Why is 9 and Elf so far back? I mean, they lost a lot of time on the opening lap. Maybe Gouda is just not quite of the same pace, but he's way off the back of the train, as you like. And we do have a train because of the safety car, but the 333 has only made it up to 5th in the train. So at the moment, if we went safety car again, he wouldn't gain a lap back, which is really what you need. And that's what the safety car has done. Yes, it's bunched the field together, but it has also created that big gap between 10th and 11th position that wasn't there before. So, you know, for those that are 11th and down, they will feel hard done by, and they'll have to start looking at strategy ways where they can gain positions once again. Nick Solowski, team lap time performance going through shot there in 13th position. That is a battle actually for 12th spot, because right in front of him is the Fulgenzi Racing of Girondi, who crashed here yesterday. That's a sort of a monster-coloured livery on that car. It's pretty cool. I did not notice there was a driver in Monster being the energy drink. You very rarely see it out and about in the world of motorsport, but pretty cool livery. That's the sort of scrapes along the bumper.
Girondi completely aware as well that that car is right with him. It's Nick Zalewski in the team lap time performance. That's the dark grey monster-esque livery, as Ben pointed out.
Well, I mean, it literally is the monster livery on the side door.
It actually is monster livery. Yeah, it's not just like it is.
It's just the green's not right.
Not sure if there's any commercial tie up there. Plenty of energy drink, but he looks like Zalewski absolutely lining the Fulgenzi car up for a pass, flashing his lights audaciously, going into double gauge. Not exactly a passing move, passing place to even consider that, as they head down towards the right and left of Fagnes, and then out of Fagnes. This is where we want to get close. The dark green liveried car will want to get right under the rear wing of the yellow Fulgenzi car as they come through Campus now. This is where he needs to close up. Through Paul Frere, the right-hander, and it's the run up the hill, pulling the slipstream up the hill towards the chicane. The chicane is a potential overtaking point into the braking area for that very, very tight right and left to finish the lap. Through Blanchimont, a little bit of a dab on the brakes, it looked like then. Not sure if that was the brake lights which we saw. And there up to the chicane, not quite enough to maybe have a look down the inside, and an early apex for Girondi. As Girondi fully aware now he's got that monster car right with him. The monster livery very, very apparent on the roof of that car, actually spelled out, and then Zalewski just showing the front of that car in the mirrors, Ben, just playing a psychological game, trying to get Girondi's attention and trying to fluster Girondi into maybe missing a braking point or two, and therefore losing momentum, allowing him to get by, because these cars are very, very closely matched.
Lots of curve from Girondi at the bottom of the hill there. You can do that. It's very flat there. It's much better to do the curb on Eau Rouge. I say on Eau Rouge because the river literally flows under the circuit there, and the river is called Eau Rouge. A lot of people don't realise it also flows under the circuit at Campus as well, because it is running. The circuit is built across a valley, and we cross that valley at Campus.
My Behind Garage Doors article for the 12 Hours of Spa back in May went through the history of the corner names here. And if it's still available online, it's still available on the 24
And to
series.
think that you had to write them down. Nick!
I did not have to write them down.
We have to realise that Joe has established himself with an absolute vital role within our karting live broadcasts. Vital role 1 is bringing the coffee machine, and vital role 2 is drawing out the track and naming and writing down the corner names in pen. And without that, and he wasn't at one of the events, and everything collapsed. I couldn't know what the corners were, and had no coffee. So it's very important. Just had the 21 car back in again. The MDM machine. They had a slight issue. They had a big issue in and out for some time. They had a slight issue and they came back in again, and they just checked it. Now, just could we have a quick look? The one that I just walked past this a second ago, but there has been an absolute amazing piece of work from the car that came in 17 pieces and caused the full course caution just a few minutes ago. Well, I thought it was going to be in there for several hours. You know, they're going to be repairing this forever, the Hans Weiss Motorsport number 35. But hopefully, I'm coming with Seb. We can give you a shot of how far they've got in 40 minutes. And the answer is an unbelievably long way, because the front of the car, which was very, very second-hand, is now being reattached. They've changed all the radiators. They've pressure tested it all. They've run the engine to make sure nothing's leaking. They've got a new front engine. One of the things that took the longest to get on, you know the amusing rubber strip at the bottom of the nose, the kind of the little splitter rubber strip, which we say costs £5,000 and at least 10 sold every weekend at these races. They're having a heck of a job getting that on. It was a real kind of a flat palm bang by one of the mechanics. He's trying to push on it all through all the clips, and the frustration as two of them wouldn't go on was palpable. But this car now, realistically, looks like it hasn't had anything more than a light dusting against a small, probably movable object. And they are really going to get this thing going probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes. They've changed the radiator, they've pressure tested, they've run the car, they know it's not leaking. And a fantastic effort by Hans Weiss Motorsport, much like the man whose name is above the garage, putting a fantastic job in a completely different car.
Yeah, so he is going to run in both, and we've just seen a change there between, or did we see a change between Fontana and Ellis? I think Ellis
is challenging Fontana.
Yeah,
just didn't quite get the move done while we were down in the pits with Nick. This battle that we are watching on screen now on track is the battle for 5th and 6th. Angelo Fontana is in the orange livery car. The blue car of Hugo Ellis for HRT Performance is chasing him down. And once again, we're seeing flashing lights on the run down the hill. That's a very steep hill as well to double gauche. But it's not like he can move out of his way and just let him through a double gauche. That is a very extremely fast left-hand sweep.
Though, is he? He's trying to put him off.
Well, he is absolutely trying to put him off.
Yeah.
He would go through Fania now, the right-hander. Don't let the car drift too far out to the left. Now get it back through the left-hander. And very, very wide from Ellis in the blue car there, ending up with the wheel just on the edge of the gravel there. That could have gone horribly wrong. The monster car that we were talking about earlier is still behind the Fulgenzi Racing, the yellow car. That's the one that's about to come through into our view. Fulgenzi Racing's Girondi still maintaining that 12th place and keeping Nick Zalewski in the team lap time performance. The monster livery car staying behind him, and if anything, a cushion. Meanwhile, back to this battle here. It's the number 7, Angelo Fontana, keeping Hugo Ellis at bay. And Ellis dropping off and out of contention for a passing move. He's going to have to rebuild that challenge now as they come out of the source and plunge downhill towards Eau Rouge. Just take a few deep breaths as you head towards the daunting sweep of the left-hander. Hit the compression and then go steeply uphill, skirting the endurance, the classic pits on the right there, through the compression and then up and over the brow at Radion. A challenge there at Le Corme again, psychological lab bend, just showing the car in the mirrors of the number 7, not like it was a lap ago when the blue car moved alongside, but he's gone down the inside, and that was a mistake from the number 7. Fontana got it all sideways through the left-hand bit, lost all of the speed, and that allowed Hugo Ellis to get alongside, and he's finally got by. And look at how much he's pulled away. That's how much he was being held.
Well, also, poor old Fontana was really off on the dirty part of the circuit there, and it will take a couple of corners to get rid of all of that dirt. So properly intimidated off the circuit, I would say, by Hugo Ellis. Very sort of sprint Carrera Cup GB style of overtake. Let's have a look again. So into Le Corme part 1, a bit deep for Fontana through this first and second part. Opens the door, and look, he's miles off the road and has to turn away from Ellis, and then very, very dirty wheels on that car. So at least Hugo has got it done from the Carrera Cup GB Championship, previously a world karting champion, his father Gary Ellis. And he now sets off in pursuit of Glenn Van Berlo, who is something like 6 seconds up the road. With 6 seconds separating our leaders, Pereira from Breukers. Then a bit of a gap to Hans Weiss. A 10-second gap, in fact. And then it is Glenn Van Berlo, Fontana, Ellis, Torres, Munich, Sebastian Lejeune, and Banksy, your top 10. And all the cars on the lead lap. Although is the 333 now back on the lead lap? No, that's surely not. 333, no, he's still running in 4th on the road.
This Am Silver class battle for 4th and 5th in class, in 12th and 13th overall. The yellow and black car of Fulgenzi Racing's Andrea Girondi, keeping Nick Zalewski back in the team lap time performance. 4th and 5th in the Am Silver, just off a class podium, these two. They've got 2 pro cars ahead of them. That's splitting the other Am Silver class cars. Am Silver being led by Baskutens Racing's Pedro Torres in the number 3. Peter Munich in the GP Elite is about 11 seconds behind. And then a further 12 seconds for the Sebastian Lejeune, Seb Lejeune Racing entry. They are 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Am Silver. This is 4th and 5th in Am Silver, coming together once again. We've seen this happen at Lecombe. It's now the run down to Brussels, and chopping from left to right and left to right. Zalewski trying all he can to play that again. Examples of that psychological racecraft battle that we are witnessing here through Jackie Hicks, the left-hander, formerly known as Speaker's Corner. Heading down the hill to the very daunting, sweeping left-hander of Double Gorge. First the first bit and then the second bit. Cars sliding around underneath the drivers there. We saw a little bit of a dab on the brakes from Zalewski just to settle the car before he went through the left-hander. Easy to lose the back end there if you just carry too much speed. Back ends tend to, the rear end tends to give up that right rear tyre, and then you lose all of that momentum, and I think that's what we've seen there. We saw the green and black monster car, we saw him go on the brake there, probably with the left foot there, as he just checked the slide, and just look at the time it's cost him. He was right on under the rear wing of Girondi. Now he drops back and not in any way able to shape up perhaps a challenge into the braking zone for the chicane. That's coming next after Blanchimont. There they go. And a cushion for Girondi coming out of the second part of the chicane and then heading towards the start-finish line. Girondi, 71 laps completed, with Zalewski still composing himself, regaining that composure to then charge down and then get back into contention. He had the audacity to be flashing his lights just a moment ago. Yeah, can do. Race continues. Joined by a studio guest, first guest of the afternoon, Rubens Grunefeld, our resident artist, I think is how I would describe you, Rubens.
That's right. That's right.
We saw your presentation of your artwork for our pole position winner from yesterday. Didn't quite work out as we planned, did it? With the penalty incurred and the car starting second, but that didn't detract from that beautiful piece of art that you presented to Harry King. What I was intrigued with and what I wanted to answer there, I think I heard you say it took you a good couple of hours to, from the moment that that car was classified as being the pole position winner, you then set off and started work on that piece of art, I take it?
Working immediately.
Yeah, so immediately. It was like that, yes.
In that evening. Yeah, so we went through all the footage of yesterday's session. So obviously I had to go through all the photos. First of all, select the right photos of the right car, and then select the best picture that would be suitable for the artwork. So once I selected the photo, I obviously had done a few preparations to make sure I knew how to draw a 992 Cup car. Yeah, but then it was still quite a process to make it handmade drawing.
So we're just getting information just to put in Rubens, the Hans Weiss car back into the race. The Mark van Eldik now at the wheel of that car, and he's on an outlap. He's completed 49 laps, so it lost a lot of time in the pits, 48 minutes actually. So thank you to Nick for that update on the Hans Weiss Motorsport entry. So getting back to you, Rubens. From what I saw, and I only saw it on our TV screens, you mentioned also you have to achieve that feeling of speed. There's a reason why it's called art, because not everyone can do it. And you obviously have a God-given skill that you were able to convey a real-life situation, and by just using pencils, convey what is a lifelike representation. You know, what I'm going to say it simple is, you know, how did you discover that you were a good artist?
Well, yeah, you just said it. It takes a little bit of talent and obviously a lot of practice. So I've been drawing cars basically ever since I was a little kid, as soon as I could hold.
So did you start off as like 2 years old with the crayons and the, you know, the kind of the bubble car that you draw when you were a kid?
Exactly.
It started there, did it?
I've got these old pictures of me in elementary school drawing as a little kid, and that's honestly how it started. And the thing is, when you start that early, it takes a lot of practice to get the sense for proportions, and that's the single most important part of drawing a car as realistic as possible. You can color it as nicely as you want, but getting the proportions right is key, because otherwise the car isn't just going to look good. And that's basically what I've been practicing as my hobby for all these years, up until the point where I was about 16 years old, I think. I started sharing my work on Instagram, and there was this owner of a Porsche 911 who came up to me and said, well, can't you make something like this of my car? And I was like, well, yeah, sure, why not? And that's how it started, basically.
You know, I wouldn't imagine, not the easiest car to drive. I would imagine a car with a square shape would be easy to create a representation of. But the Porsche has curves and lines, and it's the way the light lands on those curves and the way. But it's kind of like, where do you even start? Where do you even begin to kind of match that and mimic that?
Yeah, so there's basically two parts to it, and the first part is, like I said, the proportions. So the first sketch is the most important part. That's to get all of the lines, like you said, the curves of that car, to get it onto paper and to define what you're going to color in. And then the second part, to really make it look that realistic. It's basically a process of adding countless layers and add that depth to the car by contrast. So the difference between light and dark. And once you apply that principle to every single area of the car, from the front bumper to the windows to the rear bumper, then, well, after a few hours it starts to look like realistic artwork.
And you are recreating real life, so you are judged upon how accurate you are.
That's right. And all these people know
it's a hard
cars.
crowd out there. Car buffs are tough. It's a tough crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody knows every single detail of their car, and it has to be perfect. But that's the challenge.
Even down to the right wheels.
Exactly.
Yes. And of course, different liveries, could have been any car in that field, really. I'm going to ask you the question: was the 666 car one of the easier liveries to copy, or did it have its challenges?
Well, to be honest, through the different liveries, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. But the main difference is between a solid car and a car with a livery, because these liveries have all these tiny sponsorship stickers and all this lettering, and that really takes a lot of time compared to just a plain Porsche 911 with a solid color.
Would you class yourself as you're obviously a petrol head?
Yes.
Right, that's why you start off drawing cars. Are you, a petrol head in general, or have you taken upon being a Porsche fan, and do you particularly like drawing Porsches, or is any kind of car or racing car, or where did you Where has it led you? Where has your art led you?
Well, I have a passion for cars in general, and I do draw all kinds of cars, from Porsches to Ferraris to Fords, but I have a personal preference for Porsche.
You're
That's
a Porsche
probably
fan.
also why I always keep ending up in places like this, where
Yes.
Porsche is at the center of attention. I just love the shape of the 911, how it's evolved over time, even though it has evolved a little, but that's also the beauty of it. And yeah, it's just such a great car to draw. And yeah, so I do all kinds of cars, but I love Porsches especially.
That leads me, and where I was going with this question is, all right, dare I even mention another manufacturer, which is at a Porsche event, but, you know, drawing Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Mercedes, is there a car that is harder to draw and recreate than other cars, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the 911 has gotten a little easier for me because I've done quite a few of them, so you get used to the shape and the way it looks. But in general, modern cars are more difficult because modern cars have all these aerodynamic bits and pieces, and that just makes a car more complex and also harder to capture on paper. So the classic 50s and 60s cars are a little easier, if I may say, because the shapes are more flowing, there's less going on. So
there's less appendages.
Yes.
Yes, the lines are cleaner, aren't they? I totally get that. I totally understand that. And, you know, I do a lot of historic racing as well, and the lines of historic race cars from the 50s, the 60s, it was all about cutting through the air.
Exactly.
And not creating downforce. These days, wings, and that adds a challenge to you. What is your particular preference of being a motorsport fan? Where is the interest in motor racing took you?
Yeah, well, so to be completely honest, I just have I just enjoy anything cars, basically. And I also see that there's something to appreciate in every kind of car. And it may sound a bit general, but to be honest, over all the commissioned artworks as well as I've done, yeah, so as I was saying, I think there's something to be enjoyed in every single car, and that's also what I discovered during all the commissions of the different cars and brands I did. It's really, there's something to discover in every car and something to be appreciated in every car.
It's, to be honest, Rubens, we are exactly the same. You put anything on our screens. We televise everything from karting all the way through to World Endurance Championship, you know, and I've been a Formula One fan my whole life since I was a small kid. And in general, it doesn't matter what we race, we enjoy that. And obviously, you're the same, you know, it doesn't matter. As long as it's got four wheels and an engine and
exactly.
Well, all you need is two to make a race, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think the best part of the artworks, but about cars in general, are the stories behind them. And I mean, you can have a really special, new, unique, expensive car, but if it's just bought to be put in a garage or it doesn't really have a story behind it, it's not that exciting.
And here is our director creating art with a slow-mo of Pereira going up through Eau Rouge. That's our director creating art for all our viewers out there. We had a great shot of Pereira going through Eau Rouge in slow-mo. And again, being a petrol head and an artist, you'd appreciate that.
Exactly. Yes. Film, photography. Yeah, there's art in everything.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. What's the? Have you got any other anything official lined up for the rest of the day, or are you here now purely as just settling in and enjoying the race? I'm
actually working on some commissioned work as well. So there have been a few people coming up to me showing me pictures of their cars. So I'm doing some live drawing right on the paddock, and the people can actually take their artworks with them home today as well.
That is fantastic. So if you are here on track, and I believe are we on the PA, Ben? I think, are we not? Oh, that's a shame. But the fact that you were in the paddock, if you can hear this and you're here at Spa, then come and say hello to Rubens. You're wearing your Runoff Studios t-shirt. Has it got on the back? Yes, you've got it's a 911 on the back of the t-shirt. Of course it is. So come and say hello to Rubens. And you never know, if you've got your car here, he might even be able to perhaps you'd be able to commission Rubens to have some unique artwork done on a personal level. Rubens, thank you for coming in and sharing your creative process. I am not an artist in any way. There's some sort of artist, people would say.
With words, I'd
well,
say.
maybe, yes, maybe, maybe. I would say an artist with the world of drinking beer, I think, is where Ben was thinking. But once again, an absolutely outstanding piece of art that we saw you presenting to Harry King, and I thought that was a really beautiful touch from the organisers to get you involved, and what a great prize that was. It was, I'm sure it added to the disappointment of the actual pole position being taken from them, but rules are rules, as we discussed on the grid. Rubens, thank you very much. I'll leave you to go back to your work in the paddock. It's been an absolute pleasure to meet you, and hopefully, you never know, we may see you again at another 24th Series race or a Creventic held event. Yeah,
who knows? Thank you so much for having me, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Rubens Grunfeld there, our artist in residence here for the 992, the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. Thank you, Rubens. And with things looking like they are, I say settling down, and I absolutely mean in relative terms. We've got the field that have settled in. We've got the closest battle we've got is still the Girondi and Zalewski battle for 12th and 13th overall. That's an Am Silver clash that's going on there, with Nick Zalewski still on the tail. Last time by, the gap was less than a second still. And that's the Baz Kooten car of the number 25.
We are about to lose one more car off the lead lap here, because the 48 machine of Dylan Pereira is catching Banksy. Banksy was the 10th car, if you remember, on the lead lap still. But there is not much separating the two. And so that will put one more car a lap down. And remember, that car hasn't had Harry King in it yet. So I would be looking at, and I know that Team Parker Racing are very clever people. Stuart Parker will be probably of the same opinion as me. Get Harry King in that car and get it back on the lead lap, because if we go safety car again, what they do not want to happen is to have that gap created artificially, as we saw earlier on. But they are heading up towards Les Combes, and I'm going to suggest that it's not going to be long before Dylan Pereira moves past Banksy.
He's absolutely just wringing this car's neck. He's been lapping in the 222s, 223s last time by, and the best lap was a 222.4, and he's been dipping into the 22s, and the gap between himself and Luc Breukers is 14 seconds now. Breukers 224 here.
He's done it.
Has that happened? Yes, it has. Yeah.
So there is Dylan Pereira with the flashing Lumarank, which means he is leading his class and he's leading the race, and he is now ahead of that pink and black car that was created by Ruben for Harry King after taking the pole position, and quite quickly Dylan Pereira is driving away. But of course, Dylan Pereira,
and that's 10th place, by the way, Ben.
And that is 10th place, yeah. I want, Dylan Pereira, arguably the fastest guy in our entry list. Harry King would argue against it. And someone like Hugo Ellis is racing against Dylan Pereira in the Carrera Cup Asia Championship this year, that Dylan is once again leading. I say once again leading. He's absolutely dominated this year. Last year was beaten by Alessandro Guerretti, I think it is actually. And this year has only lost a couple of wins to Enzo Trilli, who is racing in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. And Hugo Ellis, having done GB, is also racing over there. So it's interesting to see some of these Europeans sort of picking their championships. Go, right, I can pick up sponsorship by racing over in Asia or racing over in America, and then you establish yourself as a good gun for hire for those Chinese, Japanese that are racing in, let's say, SRO championships or the Asian Le Mans series, which is quite a short calendar, isn't it, at the end of the year?
Yeah, it is.
4 or 6 races, but a way to make money. Whereas if you're sitting 5th or 6th in the European Championships, you may be ignored. But Dylan Pereira absolutely dominating the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, as you would expect. And as I say, just missing 2 race wins. They finished their year in Singapore as a support for the Grand Prix. And in fact, I say he's dominating. He must have already won, actually. So he must be Porsche Carrera Cup Asia Champion 2025, barring any penalties, because he's way in front of Enzo Trilli. And they just recently raced at Mandalika, which is that racetrack on the Lombok Island in Indonesia, which was made for MotoGP, and only very recently had its very first car race there, which was a SRO GT World Challenge Asia race, and Porsche Carrera Cup Asia going there. And Dylan Pereira taking about 1 victory and Enzo Trilli taking the other 2. There must have been an invitation. Marcus Armand was the man who won the other 2 races.
We're only about 4 or 5 laps off the pit window for everybody. Angelo Fontana has just popped into the pits. Fontana has completed 27 laps, according to my data. So a little bit early for a fuel window. Prior to that, his teammate had done 25 laps. Now that was, I think, that pit stop was a little bit early for Alex Ryman, sharing that number 7 ST1 ST Racing entry. Fontana on 27 laps into the pits now. It's been in over a minute, so it'll be a fuel stop for him.
And obviously they came in, as did everyone in the end, in that last yellow flag, full course yellow period. Nobody missed out on taking advantage of it. We just saw a couple of teams, including Banksy, not changing tyres. So Banksy is out on a set of tyres that have done now 37 laps. And we did hear earlier on from the Seb Lejoux racing driver of Marc Guillot, saying that they got rather soft by the end. Slidey on the back and understeery on the front, and so Banksy will be experiencing the same thing, which explains partly as to why Dylan Pereira was able to disappear past him so fast. Pereira is catching the number 100 now, but that's a car that is already off the lead lap, and there's a half a minute difference between 9th position and 10th. So I don't think Seb Lejoux in the Seb Lejoux racing machine is under pressure from losing a lap at the moment. Here's Glenn Van Berlo, and this is a battle. This is a battle for 4th position, is it not? Van Berlo and Hugh being chased down by Hugo Ellis.
I think that.
Yeah, there we go, through the bottom of shot.
Yeah. Is that Hugo Ellis that's gone ahead?
Gone ahead, yeah, already happened.
So Hugo Ellis into 4th place ahead of Glenn Van Berlo, and I think that happened. I'm not sure if that happened at La Source or the chicane prior to that. He's trying to come back at him as Van Berlo. But yeah, it happened it happened at La Source. The number 30 of Hugo Ellis still showing in 5th place, and he's now ahead of Van Berlo, who's showing in 4th. There it is there. Into La Source, down the inside. Textbook outbraking manoeuvre, and then back on the power. Down the hill towards, and the car behind him, number 35, that's a car that's not in contention for that position. That's the Mark van Eldik Hans Weiss Motorsport car. That was the one that would been in the pits for all that time. 48 minutes lost in the pits for that car, just behind them. We welcome back to the pits Peter Snowden. Snowy, go ahead.
Yeah, I've just caught up with Angelo Fontana, who's just jumped out of the number 7 S1 Racing entry. By our calculations or thoughts, which means we probably got it wrong a little bit early, we thought we're coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the tires were already too warm. We had a big fight after the safety car went off. So I think I wasted too much tire there, and we wanted to put new one and change, maybe to catch up.
So how long can you get out of a set of tires on these, do you think? How many laps?
Well, if you can manage them, you can get easy more than an hour. I mean, well, you have to lower the pace, of course.
Racing drivers aren't very good at doing that, are they?
Repeat, sorry?
So racing drivers aren't very good at going slowly?
No, we are not so good doing that. Well, I tried pushing, it was no good.
You don't look like you've just done a whole stint in the car. You just look like you're about to get in the car, never mind get out of it.
Well, yes, I want to go back again.
Angelo, I'll let you go and get some water. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Angelo out to the number 7 machine he shares with Alex Ryman, who is their silver driver. Robin Knutson is their other silver driver. So he is actually the Venezuelan bronze in that car. That's interesting because that is a pro-entered car with 2 silver drivers. So there are no restrictions for him in terms of the regulations. I'm just double checking that. It's a pro car. He can do as many or as little as he likes, because the only restrictions in a pro car is gold, and that explains why they were the last of our pro qualifiers, because effectively they've got 2 silvers in the car, which is the reason as to why they are in a pro category, but really they should be pro-am. But what that does is restrict the bronze driver in the car.
Getting towards that window, aren't we? 2 laps away from our estimation that we'll be on 30 laps completed for pretty much everybody down the order. So we are going to get a very busy pit lane for Peter Snowden, where everyone is due, and it's been dictated by the fuel window on these cars. Luke Broiker's currently remaining in that 2nd place, but dropping a full 17 seconds to the Dylan Pereira car, the number 48 Losh Motorsport.
Nice.
Falcon underneath that.
Tell you what, the car still looks very, very good, even if they have done 30-odd laps on the tyre. All missing the apex at the chicane, though.
Yeah, just a little bit deep. Car wouldn't turn for him, would it? Just would not turn.
But the way he went through Blanchimont looks very settled underneath him.
But the tyres getting towards the end of their usable life as well, as we've got a very light car now with hardly any fuel on board, and tyres that are pretty much worn. We've talked about this, haven't we, Ben, where a Carrera Cup race, which is what these tyres are used to, would be around Spa, about 20 laps for a Super Cup race, wouldn't they? So we're already another 50% of usage.
What's he pushing? There's something on his right hand that I mean, he's quite distracted in the cockpit. There's a lot of movement from his hand either to his helmet, or he's pushing the netting on the right hand side a little bit. Whether there's a knob down there that he's playing with, yeah, not fully settled in the car, and that was the first evidence of a slightly loose Carrera Cup car underneath him. But yeah, there's a lot of hand movement. It doesn't look fully focused at the end of this stint.
Well, that might be a bit sort of not like a nervous tick, but similar to you know, just adjust the visor, or when you could, there he goes again, just might be a bit of sweat rolling into the eyes, so he's just pulling the sweat out of his eyes. I used to have this affliction of every time I came out of a corner, I would look to my left for my mirror.
Yeah.
Which wasn't needed in karting, but I still did continue to do it.
Well, you definitely don't want to be doing that. That means mentally you're expecting someone to overtake you.
Well, I know, but it was just a habit from racing cars.
Glenn Van Berlo is coming to the pits from 5th position. Van Berlo Motorsport, number 25. Well, the timing screen said that he's done 50 laps on his tyres. We do not think that is the case, but it's certainly one for Snowy to clarify once Glenn is out of the car, because if he's done 50 laps, that would be a mighty old stint. There's our slightly odd angled camera, which seems to get becoming more and more on the sort of the non-horizontal. It's definitely falling off its tripod. Was that Snowy rattling around in pit lane? I think he's turned off the microphone again, but we're going to get more and more pit stops, I think. Snowy down there?
Yeah, just very quickly, that car, it's actually Van Merle that's got into the car now, according to the overalls. And I was going to go into the pits. Not on the name belt at the front, I'd have thought. Okay. So I'm just going to go into the pit garage and try and find out how many laps that did. Just bear with me.
Watching Luke Breukers, 21 seconds down from Pereira. Just waiting to see what the tracker suggests who has got into the Van Berlo car. Of course, Glenn and Marcel share that car. And there is another Van Berlo that's sometimes in that car. Thank you.
But he races in America more than the others.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, then. I've replaced Joe. You can probably tell my accent's not quite from far as north as his. Hello, man from the southeast here.
Man from the south.
Yes.
Bart Van Helden is also the third driver in that car. He's got a spinner out of La Source.
That's Fulgenzi.
And that's the Fulgenzi car. Who's in that now? Girondi is in that car again. And
that rear's... Oh, I thought... Is that... Oh, there's a camera effect, but it looks like the rear end's locked up. That must be a weird thing on the photos of the camera, because it looked like the rear left wasn't rotating when it was going backwards then.
And let's have a look to see what happened. Into La Source, end of the stint. A little bit overexcited on the throttle. Round she goes.
Did it hit the wall?
Cleared a lot of the brake dirt.
Oh, well done.
Brake dust out of the rear axle there. Very, very
There's a
dirty.
lot of spare... Yeah, spare. Snowy, go on with your Van Berlo update, please.
Yeah, quick. I've just managed to catch Glenn, who's very busy swatting what down it as we're getting attacked, and he's just managed to swat one perfectly and just stun it in one go. Glenn, so skills in and out of the car.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a decent stint, especially the first hour. Last hour, however, I was really struggling with the tires. Initially, we were supposed to change tires during the pit stop, but obviously because of the crash, we just decided to fuel up and do another stint. So yeah, we stopped a bit earlier after the 2-hour stint than expected, because we really had to change the tires. So that was not ideal, but we moved our way forward. Now my dad is in the car, and yeah, let's see.
So we estimate you did 50 laps on those, 50 laps on those tires.
Yeah, exactly. I can tell you
that's a very wry smile there, Glenn.
Well, the last 50 minutes weren't that enjoyable. I prefer new tires, I have to say. But
why is that?
Well, because you really have to drive under the limit. You're struggling with understeer, so you cannot apply the throttle on exit. Whereas the first few laps on new tires, you can really push it to the maximum. And that's obviously what every driver likes to do.
Glenn, thank you for your time. Well-earned break. Thank you, my friend.
So that means that their pit stop was a bit longer than it needed to be, because the pit stop was 2 minutes long in comparison to who had a 1 minute stop. But it does mean that both of those two, the tyre age on our graphic was correct. And it does mean that Banksy's now done 55 laps on his tyres.
Wow.
And Girondi, who we've just seen facing the wrong direction, he's on his 50th lap, so it's no wonder it's a bit loose.
Banksy writes the checks. Perhaps he's decided he doesn't want to waste any money on tyres. There was a moment at the start of Snowy's last report which needs stressing. He mentioned wasps. This place is teeming with wasps. There are wasps everywhere. I've just had a very brief lunch. 2 wasps attacked me.
No.
One of them had a knife. But even in the pit lane, there were I don't know what it is. Same last year, there was obviously some sort of massive wasp environment. And as you know, at the end of the summer, the wasps are no longer doing their sort of nesty things. They just kind of survive in the last few weeks before they die and looking for some food. It's kind of a wandering, drifty life for a wasp at the end of the summer. But they're wandering, drifting around the pit lane, and there are millions of them as the Fulgenzi car comes in and finds its spot. Andrea Gironi's going to get out, we know that.
Yeah, Girondi getting himself a new set of boots, which will be, well, not himself, he's going to...
Have you not been troubled by the wasps then? You look like the wasps are not a problem to your life.
No wasp issues here.
I don't suppose you have wasps where you live, you're up in the mountains. There's no
flies.
Flies, yes, of course. No wasps, there's flies on, Ben.
So, yeah, pit stops are now happening.
Yeah, Seb Lejeune Racing, Triple Eight are in. As we mentioned, Andrea Girondi and the 17 Fulgenzi Racing's come in, and Q1 Track Racing, that's the 56 with Adrian Flack is in the pits. Team Lap Time Performance have just left with Kevin Stadlander in the car, scored 16th probably as they came out. Still, all 25 cars running, Ben. Now, a couple have had an hour in the pits. The 21's had an hour or so in the pits. The 35's had an hour or so in the pits, but they are all still running.
And as Joe has said already, they are bulletproof cars, so it's not surprising.
Well, yeah, they did go through a period of having drive shaft and differential and gearbox issues at one point. Certainly within the Creventic world, we often saw the back end coming off a car, which is hence my statement earlier about the precise smell of gearbox oil and the lubricating grease for drive shafts, because that's where you got the most of it from. That and of course the Ginettas, which also tended to destroy their rear drive train.
Yes, yeah. As a Ginetta owner, reliability certainly wasn't the strong point of the car.
Fast.
Lots of P's on the timing board on the left-hand side, which means pit stops are happening. Luke Breukers is in, Hugo Ellis is in, so from 2nd and 4th position. Seb Lejeune is come in with a 888. 333 is in. Fulgenzi we've already mentioned, and the 56 of Adrian Flack we've already mentioned. But lots happening down there, and a good pit stop is about 2 minutes. We have seen people able to do a 2-minute stop, so anything a bit beyond that is giving time away, basically. And that pit stop we just saw from Van Berlo with Marcel in the car, a 2:03, so good stuff. Oh, bit of
very wide there for the
tracking.
Bright yellow. Is that the Fulgenzi again, or is it a different one? It's one of the bright yellow car. No, it's a different machine. Comes round. It's the number 20 who's had some issues earlier. He was the car that came in for Baz Coton Racing and stopped and had a bit of fiddleage.
Good boy vodka.
The good boy vodka, yes. Is that some sort of vodka for dogs?
Well, yes.
I can't. That's legal in any country. Surely dog vodka.
Bad boy vodka is far cooler.
I don't know.
Good boy vodka, please.
Yeah, can I have a good boy vodka?
I'm a good boy.
I'm a good boy, I am. I'll have a vodka, please. Should be good boy spritzer.
Ivo Breukers then is now the 3rd of the Breukers into the Red Camels Jordan car.
That's, yes, they've gone through the whole team. They rotated the whole team through.
They have, yeah.
In
everyone being
under 4 hours.
treated fair.
So they've gone through all in under 4 hours.
Yes.
Which is interesting, because it's absolutely fine. They have total freedom in what they want to do as a pro team.
How have they done that then?
Well, they had Rick in for a very short amount of time.
Oh, did Rick only do
Then
short?
they had Luke in. I think Luke then came out. Then they had Fabian in. Fabian came in out at the... No, they had Fabian in.
Fabian
he
did
came out
22.
early because of the safety car. They've had Luke in now, and now they've got Ivo in. So a bit more bronze time for Ivo, both Luke and Rick Silvers. And Snowy has more from Seb Lejeune, the 888.
Well, from the team, that is, because I went to talk to Seb Lejeune, and Mark Iliotto very kindly came to me and said that he does not speak English. So he's just done a debrief for me. And Mark Iliotto, how did it go for Seb?
He told me that the pace was good for him. He was alone. He was the last behind the safety car, so he could do a good job, and he was alone on the track. The car was okay, and he saw that the track is not very fast at this moment, so it's a normal stint. Everything's good for us.
Did he say why he thought the track wasn't very fast?
Because we have a lot of oversteers, and the time is not very are not very quick. For example, Dylan Pereira in front is in 22.2, I think. So in qualification he did 18. So it's 4 seconds per lap. Yeah. So it's not very quick, I think. But the weather is okay, the conditions are good, so we had fun. So
and we're at Spa and you're having fun.
Yeah, we have.
Mark, thank you so much for being the translator.
Yeah, I wonder why the track is not fast. It's not as though we've got a load of classic cars dumping oil everywhere. I mean, it's a perfect day in terms of temperature. It's not too hot. It's just lovely.
The track kind of went. It was very, very quick for the first 10, 15 minutes. But certainly by the time we got in, the second drivers were in, it was slower.
Yeah.
It's one of those mysteries of tarmac, isn't it? The top 3 are in the pits. That's Dylan Pereira in the 48 Losch Motorsport car, the MDM, Hans Weiss, 127, and the 3 of Baz Coton, Pedro Torres. They're all in. Gabriel Piano has taken over the 48.
That was not a good stop by the 48. They've lost 40 odd seconds.
Wow.
That was a very slow stop. So definitely Dylan Pereira man to go and talk to for Snowy, and a question about why they were so slow in the pits. As we reported earlier, a good stop is
effectively
2 minutes.
That's completely undone all of his drive.
Yeah, and it might lose in the lead.
They've been fantastically quick. Great performance by Dylan, but 38 seconds was lost to second place man MDM Motorsport, who've then gone bronze again with Jan-Jaap van Roon again. So they've gone bronze. They are burning that bronze time early in the race. Torres still in the pits. We'll see Red Camel Jordan shuffle back up again as their lap unwinds because they were in the pits first of this group.
So at the moment, we are still awaiting GP Elite to make a pit stop. They're pretty much the last ones. Denham Motorsport by Black Falcon also haven't pitted, both of the Brazilian cars actually. But everybody else has made their stop. So Red Camel are back in the lead of the race here, ahead of Losch, would you believe? Oh. So Evo's got a fight against Gabriel Piana. That's going to be a tough one. We should actually go and find them all, because according to that, they're only 0.3 of a second between the two.
Yeah, but it's not quite that. It may have been as the Losch got running again as it's his out lap, so he may be further away.
Yeah, Red Camel at the back of that shot, just coming into shot now, and that is Losch. So actually, there we go. That's the gap, and it is. No, that's not Losch. That's somebody else. Where's the tracker saying they are? A bit further behind, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Snow can help us out while we try and work out what the heck's going on.
EVP Snow on schedule. Harry King has just jumped into that, so they're just refueling that. That's about to go out. And I'm going to try and find the 48 car as to why there was that lengthy pit stop he highlighted.
Yeah. So through the shot there goes Ivo Brukers, and at the back of the shot was Gabriel Piana.
And he's in third. He's not even second.
No,
GP Elite as well got past him. So from being in the lead, they're now 9 seconds in third. That's the 48 car of that long stop. Breukers leads. Munich and GP Elite 7 and just shy of 8 down, and then 9 down is Piana. So second and third are very close together. If we can find them on the track.
No, he's gone into pits.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Munich.
Well, that's ruined everything.
Yeah, yeah. So that was the confusing thing. There was the 14 car that we identified.
Ah, right.
Then we followed him into the pits. That is the last of our pit stoppers done, and then we're back to what we expect, and we can even compare about pit timing. Baz Kooten, number 3, 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Is that the car that didn't fire earlier? No, I'm not sure it is, but that was a very slow stop for Baz Kooten Racing. They've given away 1 minute and 16.
Parker's on a 2:30. They're still in there. Parker's got a problem as well. They're on 2:38.
Where are we? Harry King, 2:38. That was a slow stop as well for them. But Harry King is aboard the 666, so we need to keep an eye on that machine, because it is, I mean, it's nearly half a lap back from the leaders to get himself back onto the lead lap. It's going to be big.
Well, yes, but there's an awful lot of fast driver time against an awful lot of bronze driver time. So it's, and obviously what would be quite useful for them now is a bit of safety carage. They gain that half lap back, and then they just have to overtake some people.
Well, they gain half a lap back, yes, but then
they can get back onto the lead lap.
Yeah,
and another safety car.
Yes, there you go. That's what they really need.
Which is basically how American racing works.
Yeehaw!
I will gain 3 laps more. How? Because other people will crash. So yeah, it's been a real shuffle down there. As you're absolutely quite right there, Ben. There's been quite that particular round of pit stops. So we can say, for example, that the 48 car, that had a poor stop. Not a great stop from the car in 7th from Knutson in the STN1 race. That was 20 seconds long, it should be. 1 minute and 16 for Baz Kyoten longer, it should be the 3 car. Another bad run for Dream to Drive, Ataris Tulina in that one now, but he lost 40 seconds. Harry King lost 38 seconds. So there's a lot of people having long stops. Now, you know, we know that the fuel, well, is the fuel a minute? Can you, if you've run the thing dry, fill it right up in a minute?
Our information was it took 55 seconds.
From absolutely dead empty.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
how much did we
we have seen people who've...
But it's not massively much more, I don't think.
But you've seen people who've, when they come into their pit box, have kind of missed their exact mark. Yeah. You've not got a lot of flexibility in those hoses. Those hoses haven't got like 3 meters either way you can go if you get it wrong.
Yeah.
So it's possible they've come in, they've gone, we've got it wrong. And worse than that, if you realise you've got it wrong and the driver's got out of the car, the other one has to get in before they can reposition it.
Yeah.
Or all the dollies have to come under it. So that would lose you 30 seconds, faffing about like that. I'm not saying that happened, but, you know, it's one of the problems.
Now, what was Gabriel Piana's last lap was a 23.1, playing Ivo Brukers 26.3. So 3 seconds the Losch Motorsport car took out of Ivo Brukers. I reckon we might see a change of lead.
Oh, yeah, Gabriel Piana is a good racer.
Yeah.
think he's ridiculously rated. Was he? He was a silver. I didn't think it was a bronze. He's a silver. So Piana has put in a number of decent drives with the Creventic side of things as well. Had a chance to look out the back of the paddock whilst I was walking up from my little sojourn in the pits, and my gosh, it's a Porsche owner's dream.
Oh, yes.
There is everything. Everything performance-wise is there. It is remarkable. Now, I'm guessing that Snowy has the pit report for us.
Yeah, I've just caught up with the GP Elite number 14 car, and that's had Peter Munich just come out of it. Peter, hot work out there for you.
Yeah, it was a fantastic stint. Actually, for me, it's always better to have a time to come into the rhythm. And because I started with a full course yellow, I had plenty of time, a little bit too much because the tires cooled down. But at the end, after safety car, we had to start. And in the beginning, we had nice battles. I really enjoyed the cup a lot. Then I had a very long time to drive behind the Pro-Am car, which helped me a lot because I could pace at a high level. Unfortunately, I lost him after, I think, 12, 15 laps. But still, I could keep the pace up. If you're driving alone, then it's quite difficult to have to maintain the high pace. For me, it's a high pace at least. So I drove 2:28 sometimes, but normally 27, high 26. At the end, I had another battle, a short one. I really, really enjoyed it. I'm very happy.
And the car is okay?
Yeah, the car is very good. We were here last year, and when the stint was evolving, we had troubles with understeer, and now we have a different setup, and now the rear end is a bit loose at the end. But I like it to drive it like that. Yeah, absolutely. Even high corner speeds, like turn 11, it goes a little bit aside, the rear end, but not a problem.
It sounds like you're driving in an historic car.
Sorry again?
It sounds like you're driving in a historic car.
Yeah, this is an analog car, I call it. Not a digital one, it's an analog car. It's a fantastic car to drive into, absolutely.
Peter, you're clearly enjoying it, more of the same, and we'll talk to you a little bit later in the race.
Sorry again.
We'll talk to you a little later in the race, thank you.
Very good, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Battle for the league, absolutely hotting up now. Lights flashing from Piana. I'm way faster than you. Ivo Broik is what Piana's saying. Broik is, well, prove it. Come past me then. And he was so keen not to pass. He was actually off the side of the track there before he came down to the double left as they accelerate down the hill again. It's all downhill for a long way. You climb up and you come down a long way at Spa. Piana looking up the inside there as they accelerate out and down. I think they're going into... that's about to go onto the corner that leads to Blanchiment, which is, what are they calling it there? They call it Paul Frere, aren't they, these days? They've changed all the names, which is really just not on, because I only just remember the old ones from like 1977. And the cars will speed down to Blanchiment. Now will Piana try to outbrake Broikers into the bus stop? It's probably not the most wise thing to do in a single mate championship, but he's got a chance. He's picked up a slipstream, following close behind. And the dynamic action shown by the drone camera, but just moving slightly to the left. Piana, let's go around the outside of the first part of the bus. So it's not really going to happen, that one. But then he comes back to the inside, looking to perhaps
lovely drive.
Inside. Bit of drive there. Is he going to get more drive, Ben?
Oh, look at this. Great shot from the drone. Side by side. I think he might just about have enough drive going into turn one to take the lead. He does. Sweeps around the outside of Ivo Broikers, and Ivo did everything he possibly could there. But Gabriel Piana, who is a champion in the European GT4 Championship and very, very well known in that kind of arena, gets himself up back to the lead of the race for Losch Motorsport. And again, that advantage can be built up again. We still don't know why they lost effectively 40 seconds. All of Dylan Pereira's work undone in the pits.
Instantaneously. It's, you know, you win races in the pits and you lose races in the pits, but it's easier to lose one than win it.
So easy to lose one.
But, you know, we are not quite a third of the way through. 4 minutes from being 4 down, 8 to go. And as Gabriel Piana disappears in the distance, have you guys spoken about the prize at the end of this event?
No, we haven't.
Drivers.
No.
So not only are all the drivers and the teams racing for the big trophies and the glory, there is also a very special individual prize for drivers. And what's going to happen at the end of the race, we won't quite know for a few hours afterwards. is that the 4 drivers with the fastest average 10 laps, so your best 10 laps in averaged, the 4 fastest of those will get a half-day test of the new GT3R from Porsche at one of their Porsche tracks, which is obviously a money can't buy prize, and also if you could buy it, he says contradicting himself, would be very expensive. The next 4, so from car 5 to 8 of your fastest 10 average laps, you will receive a Porsche Sim Day and a chance to look around all the facilities at Weissach and Stuttgart. So fantastic prize.
I imagine that's not just iRacing, by the way.
No, it's a proper. It's one of them proper sims. What they spend lots of money for and move and do that. No, it's a very good point. You're not just going to be plunked on a set of cautions. Oh, there you go, knock yourselves out. You know, with a Thrustmaster £297 steering wheel.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that that's anyway. But yeah, so the fastest 10 average that 4 guys will get these GT3 tests. I'm not quite sure what will happen if the top 4 prove people like Dylan and Harry. I'm sure have already done that. So it may be that some people might be a little bit exempt from being counted amongst those drivers. But it is so for these drivers to think about.
I suppose you could say no golds are allowed.
It's not. It doesn't say it currently, but it may well end up saying it. But so a couple of hours, I think it said half a day in the GT3R, the new version, on a test day. A chance to ingratiate yourself with the Porsche Motorsport guys and perhaps make a name for yourself. People have made their names for themselves doing stranger things than just turning up for a test and doing well.
Like following and unfollowing you on social media.
Dramatically. Numbers of following and unfollowing.
Looking at you, Mr. Coronel.
Come on, Tom. I've been followed or unfollowed by him for ages.
No, I know. I think it's not a thing anymore.
Well, it's X, isn't it? I think perhaps he's not aligned with some of X's more interesting way it runs these days.
I got my account's been stolen. If you are a follower of Ben Constey on X, I'm no longer in control of it.
How did that happen?
Somebody stole my identity.
Somebody you knew?
Nope.
Are they using it?
Nope. Just now, the registered email address is a completely different email address. I imagine what they're trying to do is want me to then email them and say, can I have my profile back? And they'll say, yes, 10,000 euros or something like that.
Right.
But it's not that important to me. So do not follow. And even possibly Mr. Coronel will tell you that it's no longer as important. The world of Twitter, the world of Instagram and TikTok and Spaces is more important. Don't really know about social media these days. I'm nearly 40, you see. I'm old. Where are we? Van Berlo, second in Pro-Am. This is Marcel Van Berlo. Sun was out earlier on. And a little bit lonely at the moment. He's got 5 seconds to HRT Performance up the road and losing time to them. He actually needs to be careful of the Seb Lejeune guys, because Louis Perrault is in the 888 behind, half a minute behind, but lapping 5 seconds better. So just got to keep an eye of all the big ebbs and flows, because of course new drivers means new average lap times, and therefore a gap that has been created will maybe disappear. Closest battle on track is the Fulgenzi car down in 14th position, and they are just 1.5 off the Jackson Verhoeven Speed Lover car, which is third in Pro-Am. And Fulgenzi with Fabien Dufaux, who is a Dubai-based Frenchman, who we see with Amit Kumar in the Creventic series.
Ajit, yes.
And
it's a pity Ajit's not here, because we could have got another 10,000 on the gate if he had turned up. Brilliant.
And he does race in this class, right?
He raced in the Creventic, yeah.
In 992 cars?
Yeah, 992, yeah. He raced a couple of Bass Coupe, and then he changed. We're 4 hours in. Off we go.
We are 4 hours in. So here we are after a round of pit stops. So this is as it looks. Piana with 2.9 seconds over Eva Brukers, but stretching that advantage. The MDM Motorsport guys have not put too much of their gold or silver drivers in. Lots of bronze at the moment, with Estonia Racing in 4th position, HRT 5th, Van Berlo in 6th, 6th, and the best of the AM Silvers is Seb Lejeune racing down in 7th position and closing in on Marcel Van Boon as well. 9 cars on the lead lap, so all the way down to Bas Koeten, number 3, that lost a lot of time in pit lane in the last round of pit stops, and we're going to be investigating as to why that is with Snowy down in pit lane. The first on 1 lap down is Harry King in the Team Parker Racing 666, but he is obviously making inroads on our leaders, trying to chase down that lap. Then Dream to Drive 11th, PTE operated by Mantai in 12th, Speed Lover 13th, and Fulgenzi just 0.7 of a second separating that battle for 13th position. Your AM bronze leader is the Denner Motorsport by Black Falcon guys in 15th spot. Team lap time 16th, Black Falcon 17th. Red Ant is down in 18th spot with a different lineup of drivers to usual. No Red Ants in that this weekend. Denner Motorsport 19th, Q1 Track Racing down in 20th. Darren Curry was in the gravel at turn 1 at one point in the early running. 9 and Elf dropping down to 21st. The 22nd position car of the 888 Track Racing machine losing a wheel early on. Bas Koeten number 20, don't know why they're so far back, but behind the 888. And then Hans Weiss had a spin into the wall in Fagnes and is back out on circuit. Mulner Motorsport got harpooned by Q1 when it lost a wheel, and they are running, but running a good 40 laps back from our leaders. The 992 Endurance Cup, the second running of this 12-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps, kicked off at 9:45 in the morning with an artist impression of Harry King's pink Banksy racing machine as the fastest man in qualifying. He dropped a position on the grid because of a infringement in qualifying, and it was Paul Mayer who took the lead in the early running for MDM, who finished 2nd last year as Max Kreuzer Racing, but it's the same lineup in that car this year. And lots of battling as Kyoto Fujinami from the Super GT Championship dropped down the field in the clutches. Carlos Rivas had a really good first stint, and there was a bit of side-by-side action. Darren Curry brought out the yellow flags. It was a short full course yellow, and then Yinglong Bao lost his front right wheel and harpooned into the side of the 21 Mulner Motorsport car. Had to limp that car back to the pits. It turned out the door wasn't shut properly, and so it needed a lot of reparation, both the Mulner Motorsport cars and the Q1 racing machine. Hans Weiss Motorsport had a big shunt at Fagnes, and that car has now been repaired. The safety car came out and picked up the wrong person, so it was a long safety car period before we went back to racing, and then Banksy got turned around at Les Combes. It's been a great battle with Ivo Brukus and Gabriel Piana at the head of the field, but it is now the 48 Loge Motorsport that leads by 9 seconds. Wow, we looked at that graphic just about a minute and 2 ago, and it was 2.9. So Piana is on a charger. Harry King is still only half a second faster, so he's not going to make up that much ground, Harry King, over Gabriel Piana. He might be able to move up a few positions. He's got a lot of work to do.
Lapping himself is going to be a big job.
It is.
That team is going to need the hand of Mr. Safety Car to give them that half lap, and they can see what they can do and get round again. But obviously this is the Piana in the 48 car. They do have one bronze driver, but he is not particularly slow, so they're looking pretty good. I also wouldn't count out MDM Motorsport, because MDM are burning a huge amount of bronze time at the moment, and they're only 40 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, exactly.
When it comes around, they've got Coronel and Meyer, who
we haven't seen Tom
the fastest of all.
Yeah.
Anyway, whilst we surmise who's doing well and who's doing what, and how the stagger unwinds, Snowy has something for us in the pits.
Yeah, I've just caught up with the number 17 Fulgenzi Racing pit crew, and Fabian DeFio is in that car at the moment, but Harley Horton is about to jump into that. Harley, we had a quick chat over our brief lunch, and you were saying how you were losing out behind the full course yellow and safety car.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't quite choose the best strategy for the safety car procedure, as we pit to top up the fuel, which is normally what you would do. However, then the leader overtook us, the overall leader, and it actually put a lap between us and the top 3 in our AM Silver class, which was unfortunate, but it's a very long race. I think there'll be a few more safety cars, at least one, and luckily we've saved my driving time to later on in the race, so I'm going to hop in after Fabian's done with his stint now, and yeah, we should be fine.
Well, it's always the danger and jeopardy, isn't it, of safety cars, so you're right, there's bound to be, I'd say, probably 2 more. Let's not put odds on that. Yeah, but equally, the thing is, if they all go against you, that's not very good, but it can equalise and neutralise and even come in your favour.
Yeah, I mean, normally with a Creventic organised event, we do just the Code 60 procedure, and that neutralises everything, but quite often it doesn't give you a chance to alternate the strategy very much. There's usually a refueling limit. It's a new thing for a lot of the teams here, the FCY and then to safety car, and it bunches the pack up definitely, but we have to learn how to play it right. We have to get a little bit lucky at the same time and just be in a position for sort of the last 2 hours of the race to make a charge.
Well, just over third distance in now, and obviously you've had to adapt your strategy a little bit. So how long before you go in the car, and how long do you think you'll be in the car for?
So it's going to be about an hour's time, as Fabian's about 20 minutes into his stint. We think we can go an hour 15 on fuel. Obviously, depends if there's another full course yellow, we'll extend him even further. And then we're looking to just bolt the new tyres on, send me out for a quick hour, and possibly then double stint. So another set of tyres, another tank of fuel, and go again and try and pull that lap back on the guys ahead.
Love that. Send me out for a quick hour.
It feels quick.
I bet it does. Harley, thanks very much. We look forward to watching that, how it unfolds. Thank you for your time, and we'll speak to you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Harley out there out of the Fulgenzi cars. Well, it's had an active sort of day and a half already, hasn't it? Being in bits, being rebuilt, scraping into the one lap hot shot qualifying, and then facing the wrong way a minute ago, and now it's up and running.
Well, don't forget also that it had his lap time deleted. It was the first to confuse us yesterday when it set a lap time and then it disappeared off the side.
It's not the last though, eh?
It was not the last that confused us, no. No, so they qualified. They would have qualified 5th or 6th, I think, and they ended up dropping just a couple of positions because their Harley was all 4 wheels off the circuit.
A bit like that, really.
It is. Do you know what? It's not been a thing.
They don't care about the last corner.
I don't.
Which I'm surprised about.
I understand that.
I think it's. Well, actually, you're right. The amount of let's have a quick the penalty screen. The amount of track limits awarded.
It's a tiny amount.
Yeah, we've got a few. They're actually. Yeah, the 88 got a drive-through about an hour ago. No, actually 40 minutes ago. So the 88 car, which is doing the yip in the Q1 track race machine, they actually had a penalty for overdoing the track limits. So that's one of only one. They're the first and only people to get a track limits totting up penalty in the 88 car. They just served it about a few minutes ago. There are others who are building up, but no one, I think, is above 3. So that's quite impressive. But yeah, it's interesting because
Spa is usually like bing, 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 bing.
I think what they've done is they're only looking at a couple of corners, 2 or 3 corners.
Well, they are. The race control already said that at the start. They look at exit of Blanchimont, top of Radion, and exit of Stablo/Paul Frere.
Oh, we've seen a couple of cars overtake at top of Radion without being called for it.
It'd be completely off circuit as well.
Probably battling. Yeah, there's always, as always, there's always sub caveats and section Bs, and what ifs. It's when you try and write a black and white set of rules, things can go against you, and that's a good example of that. Obviously, at the Grand Prix at the last weekend, when they gave a penalty to Carlos Sainz because by the letter of the law he'd broken the rules of engagement, it made no actual sense. But that's how it was written.
I wasn't following that.
Oh, Ben, the Constanduras name is so inedibly linked with Formula One. You're almost denying your family birthright not to watch every moment.
I was in Japan. It's a completely different time zone.
Do you not have any sort of recording devices?
I don't have time when I'm not allowed when I'm at home to watch TV.
Really?
Not motorsport, anyway.
Are you allowed to watch children's
Peppa Pig?
Pig, yeah.
If it was an F1, do you know what? There we go. There's an idea.
F1 Peppa Pig.
Let's do
Daddy Pig.
Let's replicate the Formula One race with child's like Peppa Pig or Paw Patrol, and then I will be able to watch the Grand Prix, but in a child's version. There must be a market for that.
I'm pretty sure that's coming.
F1 are on it.
But also, the good thing is, if Stefano Domenica gets his way, the race will be 10 minutes anyway, so it'll be fine. So you'll be able to sneak it in whilst you perhaps,
what are you
watching?
watching?
Dog or something.
Peppa Pig.
Yes.
Here comes George down the inside of Peppa.
It's George Russell, though.
Oh, that's the other one. Every time George is mentioned on the Formula One commentary, my daughter goes, George. Oh wow, commentary does get a bit loose, doesn't it? And we're only a few hours in.
As happened pretty prior to the last safety car, people ended up getting into a part of the race where they're quite separated out and they're just turning laps, and that's a key part of any endurance race, is middle period where you're just driving safely, driving correctly, not overstressing the car, not overstressing the tyres, but just working down the clock, seeing where you're going to be at a certain point, because they all have to put mental points where they want to be and what they're doing. We've had one, we're a third of the way through. The next one obviously is in just under 2 hours and halfway through. Gabriele Piano is actually trying to wear out his LED lights. I think it's quite hard, really.
Being very Italian, isn't he?
He's obviously, it's obvious that the rules for the 992 Endurance Cup do not mimic those of WEC, where the amount of flashing is actually limited. That was after the Audis frightened everyone one year, wasn't it? By permanently flashing. I think
just lean on the lights.
I think it was on the first year of LED laser lights.
Yeah.
But like 11 or something, and they just flashed everyone out of the way, and they said, you can't just do that. And they got told, was it at Le Mans, you can do a max of 10 flashes a lap?
The button is programmed to do only a certain amount, so you press it, you don't lean on it, you press it once, it does the regulation amount of flashes, and then you're not allowed to use it for like another minute or 30 seconds or something.
I thought it was that you had, maybe that's more sophisticated. I think the first time it came into the most it was 10 times a lap, that's it, at Le Mans.
10 times a lap? But 10 flashes a lap?
10 individual flashes a lap. It's a 3-minute 30 lap at Le Mans.
Yeah, right.
So, but here, I think that's a much better idea. It's a timeout. So you press it, and then you can't press it again.
Yeah.
That strikes me as a much better idea. However, there is no such procedure built into the 48 car, because that is on permanent flashage.
Scusi. It's like when you drive on Italian roads and they're just up behind you, flashing, and with their indicator on in the fast lane. Like, you're going to get out of the way and they're going to indicate round you. It's like what's that road? It's the A1 that goes straight all the way from Monza down to San Marino. That's just one straight road, and there's just people going 200 kilometers an hour.
That's about the speed limit.
Flashing you out of the way.
There's a lot of that going on.
Still no.
There we go.
Flash.
They're still working. That's good news. So currently,
got a lot of traffic to contend with.
Who's he trying to frighten off the track at the moment?
They're just back markers.
Are they though?
They're people who are a lap down.
Yes.
Yeah. On Harry King's progress through lap traffic, he is now up to the tail, or was up the tail of Jaap van Run. So he's now effectively third, but he's still got quite a long way to catch Piana. Let's go back down to Snowy, who's got an update on Mulner Motorsport.
Yeah, it's a very sad update actually for them. This is the 21 car. It is now retired from the race, I'm afraid. There is nothing wrong with the car, but the driver that's just come out of it has got very, very serious cramps. It's having to, literally, that's why he just had to stop. And because there's only 2 drivers in the car, they can't continue, which is perhaps one of the strangest retirements of a race. There was, 40 laps down, you were saying? So there wasn't a lot of point in continuing anyway. But so that's the 21 car out.
Well, that's very sad. I mean, they could obviously just wait for the other driver to be available, I suppose. But that's just, as you say, that's quite a weird one. That's going to go down as a strange incident indeed. Thanks, Let Us Know. Very bad news for fans of the 21 H&R sponsor Mulner Motorsport machine. But sometimes, however much you want to do something, your body says you can't do it. And that's what happened there. And I am joined by my erstwhile colleague. I'm not, because he's trying to fiddle with his headset. And he goes one way. There we are. Well, if not my erstwhile
because
colleague,
you're fiddling with my headset.
Oh, it's very possessive about stuff.
Yes.
How was lunch?
Very nice. Some sort of chicken thing. Bits of diced chicken and sauce.
Some sort of chicken thing.
Yes, and some fries and no pudding.
No pudding. Yeah, there's been no pudding the entirety.
And we can be heard in there.
Yeah, that's more worrying. That's one of the more worrying statements you made there. No pudding, and we can be heard in there. So it's still Piana from Ivo Baruka. The gap now is up to about 20 seconds. It is half a minute back to Jan Jaap van Roon from the MGM Motorsport. Remember, they are in a different class. They're in Pro-Am. And also, there's a lot of bronze time being run in that third-place MGM car. Then it's Robin Knudsen from AST1 Racing. He's only 5 seconds behind Van Roon and gaining on. So that's going to be a change soon. We'll have a change for third and fourth. Again, he's in a pro as well. Then Stephen Gambrell, the fourth-place pro, but the fifth-place overall racer. He's at 1 minute 30 behind. I would say that the lead lap goes after Kern Munich. I think he's the last person leading lap in 8th place for GP Elite, is my guess.
Fulgenzi Racing then in from 14th. And that car currently just off the podium positions there. We saw that car losing podium position for class. Podium is, I might stress, 5th in the Am Silver. Just dropped off the back, didn't it? So a driver change, and now the fueling to go on. Very awkward fueling area, isn't it, on the front of that Porsche?
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because I think you can get an accurate indication of the weight of the fueler about how much the bonnet bends.
How much the bonnet bends.
Some of the bonnets just cave in.
Yeah.
I think also he's at a wide stance. You can see the camera. If you go looking at see pictures, the fueler is leaning on. He's got his knees on the centre of the bonnet, and then it's the fuel tank itself is, I suppose, what, 30 centimetres away from the glass, right in the middle of where, if you had an engine, your engine would be.
Where they're putting the weight towards the middle of the car, aren't they? And
also he was using a good side brace as well. Some of the guys, the bigger guys, just lean over and thump it in.
Yeah, the taller ones, yeah, climbing on, and then. But we still the clock ticking down. So the fueling's done.
They've not cleaned his windscreen either.
They haven't cleaned it or a tear off even.
Yeah.
Still 10 seconds on that countdown clock. The car not allowed by regulation to move off the apron until that's at 0. So it doesn't matter how much fuel goes in. You've still got to remain static for 60 seconds. Now, very early on the race, don't ask me which car because I've forgotten. But there was a car moved off to 4 or 5 seconds.
There's been no come-ups.
There's been no.
There was one car called earlier on for.
I mean, that could be not respecting refueling.
Not minimum refuel time. So that was.
That could be that.
And 1, 2, 1.
Well, it's been given a 15-second stop-go, so that is costly if you get that wrong.
You've got to run down the pit lane as well, so it's 45 seconds, I suppose. As I predicted, the battle of third has really kicked up now. Van Roon for MGM Motorsport, trying to hold off Robin Knudsen from the EST1. That's Estonia, of course, racing Estonia in the Latvia and Lithuania. Really becoming to the fore now in motor racing, and then down through now the double left. It looks like that they are looking to go wide, and that has changed. I'm not even sure whether Jan Jaap let him go there, actually. He didn't seem to be fighting at the moment, that position. We have an update from the pits from Snowy from Fulgenzi.
Yeah, I've just caught up with Fabian Dufio, who's just jumped out of that number 17 Fulgenzi. We were talking to Harley a few minutes ago, who thought he was going to go in the next hour.
Yeah.
He didn't think in the next 5 minutes. He didn't say how far into that hour, so he came in a bit sooner than we expected.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had a tire puncture on the car, so the front left was going down and down and down, and I was trying to save as much as I can because Eau Rouge with a puncture is never fun. So luckily, we didn't have like the full puncture, but we used this time to do a driver change. Unfortunately, we lose a lot of time, but it's the game.
But Fabian, you've just said that Eau Rouge with the puncture is not the best fun, with the biggest smile I've ever seen.
No, I mean, I was like, when I saw it on the dash and I saw the pressure going down, I was like, yeah, I will lift a bit, so at least, you know, I'm safe. And as more I continue the lap and they say box this lap, I was feeling the car going down and down, so I was like, okay, we need to box because it's the tire.
So just for a sense of perspective, Fabian, what speed are you going into Eau Rouge in a 992 Cup car?
I mean, when we go down, so basically you arrive at the end of the 5th gear, you're around like 230, 235. You just lift a bit, plus the car, push on the gas again, and you exit at 250, so yeah.
So 235 kilometers, you have a puncture and you go, maybe I'll lift a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's the good thing to do because you don't want to smash the car. I know we lost a lot.
It's great insight, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, you don't want to crash the car. That's it, you know, so.
It's not ideal, the 4 hours into a 12-hour race, is it?
Yeah, definitely.
I'll let you go and get some water. Thank you so much, Fabian. Thank you.
Thank you, Snowy. Again, you know, something we take for granted, isn't it? You know, we talk about cars, we talk about the setup, we talk about the performance, and I mean, I suppose being a race mechanic and a team manager and the like, and sort of forget the human element, don't you, a little bit?
People, eh?
I know you shouldn't. People, eh? Just
who wants
all that fuss and bother? He's the fight for third. Then again, what we're seeing, that's not live. That's
no, it's where unfortunately Yang went wide. I would think that's still poo on to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, with double gauche is the new name for it, same as they've renamed.
No.
I know, but you're staying in the past. Things move forward, Nick.
How old am I?
You'd still be wearing flares. So actually, you still do wear flares.
I ensconced flares very quickly because I was kind of one of those trendy kids who went very, in the late 70s went very punk.
Oh, really?
And had like the ones where you couldn't get your feet out, they were so tight.
Not basically roller pants then with the tartan down the sides.
My sister was into basically rollers.
Of course she was. She was your sister.
My sister did the whole thing. She did David Cassidy to Donny Osmond to the basically rollers.
If you hate me after all I say.
I just can't go on any longer.
Bye-bye, baby.
And later on, we will verbalise other hits from the 70s.
You have to be really old to remember the Bay City Rollers.
As Kez does.
Of course she does. Yes.
They had their own TV show, didn't they?
Right, let's drag this back to the race, Nick. We've got Evo now at the wheel of Red Camel. What do you mean, no? 30 seconds the gap to Piana, Gabriella Piana, in the 48 car. 48 car, remember, let's not forget that this is the car that won in 2024. 276 laps completed, so we are... I'm not going to do the maths. I'm not going to work out how many. No, because we
can't do the maths.
We are still an hour and, well, we're still 97 minutes away from half distance even. But this is the team. Luke Hartog, Christopher Mees, Tobias Muller and Noah Nagelsdijk were the drivers. Different driver lineup this year, but still a very, very strong car. Black Falcon, of course, under the Team 48 Lush banner. We've got Black Falcon under the banners of many teams here this weekend. Got 4 cars running, only one of which are plainly named Black Falcon. That's the number 121. João Gonçalves at the wheel of the number 121, down in 15th overall. He's currently second in the Am Bronze. 11-second gap to the leader of Am Bronze, which is Denim Motorsport. Again by Black Falcon, one of the teams there. Leonardo Sanchez in the number 123. The cars that we are following at the moment is the 3rd placed car of the, that's the number 25. Sorry, not the 3rd place car at all, is it? That's Marcel Van Berlo, the Van Berlo Motorsport. Bas Kooten is the team looking after that one. Van Berlo, Marcel Van Berlo here with his son Glenn. Kai Van Berlo, another member of the Van Berlo dynasty. Very, very competent race drivers all. Currently 7th and 2nd in the Pro-Am class. Now, we've only got 3 Pro-Am runners, so we are going to see all 3 on the podium. However, in what order, that's the one that's up for grabs. And it's currently being led by our 4th place car overall, Jan-Jaap van der Roon, who's having his 2nd stint at the wheel of that car, Nick, I noticed.
Yeah, they've run bronze.
He hasn't been out the car shortly. He's only been out the car for a short space of time.
Hans Weiss in the middle. So went Jan-Jaap, Hans Weiss, Jan-Jaap. They haven't put any minutes of Tom Coronel in the car yet. They've only had that opening salvo. From Paul Meyer as well.
Well, Paul Meyer started the car, did 28 laps. He was the opening stint, got a cracking lead, and then they're cycling through their bronze drivers, clearly, going into the second of the second half of the race, of course.
Battle on track, Joe, and that's for position, but not for class position. It's the 5 of Stephen Gambrell of the HRT Performance, who's in the pro class. Behind him, it's Louis Perrault from Seb Lejeune Racing, who's the leader in the Am Silver class, which is the 3rd of the classes based on driver merit. So that very famous now metallic purple, almost chrome purple and white machine that Seb Lejeune Race has been running for a couple of years now in the Creventic parts of the event, just coming up through the bus stop. Okay,
24H series, Nick, is what you were searching for there.
I don't know, I like the name Creventic. It means more to me. No, 24H is absolutely all around Europe and, of course, the world now. You're a big Creventic N24H Series fan. We're all up and running again in, what, 3 weeks' time, Barcelona?
Yeah, Barcelona, final round of the year.
Almost a change position. They're side by side now, coming down the hill towards the turn into Eau Rouge. It wouldn't stay that way into Eau Rouge if I were you, but just creeping ahead is, the Newcomer, and in discretion was absolutely the better part of valour there for Stephen Gambro. And do you know what? I'm not going side by side to Eau Rouge, not with 8 hours to go.
That is very, very brave, but it was all about momentum out of La Source, wasn't it? And the La Source hairpin, he got a massive run out of there down the hill, and he was past him before we even got to the turning point. Let's head down to the pits, though. Peter Snowden has something for us.
Yeah, you guys were asking the question why the number 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon car had lost around about 40 seconds in the pit. And I went and found out, and they were very honest and very open with me, and it's perhaps not the answer you were expecting. A driver of Dylan Pereira's quality, and he has laughed with me about this, he miscommunicated on the radio and came in a lap early. So the tyres were ready, but they were still in the tyre warmers in the paddock. So it came in a lap early, and they weren't ready for him to wheel the tyres through, and that's why they lost 40 seconds.
Thank you for clearing that up. I hope Ben's listening. He was intrigued by that loss of that 40 seconds, but that, well explained there from our pit lane staff. Snowy down there at the moment. Nick Damon is here in the commentary box, just overlooking the start-finish straight, just before the brake area for La Source. Ben Consti is away for his lunch. Third place car, the number 7 of Robin Knudsen in the SD1 Racing car, just using all of the track and more at Le Comte. Easy to run wide anywhere at Spa, I think, Nick. It's a momentum track, high-speed momentum track on the certainly on the faster corners here, and you just seem that the car seems magnetically attracted to those track limits on majority of the corners here.
Well, I think there are elements which are fast and flowing, and therefore the way you make it fast and flowing is by maximising every single curve you can and every single bit of the track. Sometimes you'll go a bit too wide, and sometimes you'll pull on a bit of gravel, and every now and again you get called for track limits. But certainly very impressive performance by Gabriel Piano. I know he's a pro amongst, or a silver amongst bronzes, but he's pulling away quite quickly from Evo, who he overtook about half an hour ago. Perhaps not even that long ago, actually. That's 20 minutes ago.
Evo Breaker settling into second place there, and not the pace, and Evo by his own admission would agree that he hasn't got the pace of Gabriel Piana, but playing his part in that red camel car.
Well, it's interesting. If you think about a normal 24-hour series race, you think, well, that gap's there forever. They've got that gap now, it won't go away. Well, that's not the case here. If we see another safety car, as long as you're on the same lap, the gaps disappear, don't they? And you are nose to tail, or a couple of cars apart. Not 38 seconds, or not nearly a minute as it is now for the Estonian team, Robin Knudsen, the SD1 Racing car number 7. But
well, it's very typical, Nick, of Pro-Am sports car racing, where you have a mix of driver experience and even driver capability, and I think that's what we love about certainly this event, where all of that driver experience and capability is brought into the mix with exactly the same race cars. Yes, we have subclasses within our race, ranging from pro-class drivers, pro-ams, and then pure amateurs of varying grades, silver and bronze being the class differentiation. But it kind of brings that element of uncertainty to the way that we see the race unfold. And as ever, with any kind of endurance race, it's not until we get to perhaps that final couple of fuel windows that we can maybe project and see where everyone is. Snowy, have you got something else for us? Let's head down to the pits.
Yes, we not at this event, but Creventic are known for a Spirit of the Race award. We're not doing that, but I'm going to give a sort of metaphorical Spirit of the Race award to Dylan Pereira, who has just suddenly said to me, do you know what? I made that mistake. I'm going to come and talk to you about it. That's very, very good of you, Dylan. So you had this miscommunication. I can't even say it. Never mind, do it. And you came in a lap early.
Yeah, so we were communicating with the engineer, so he told me like 1 lap to go. So I did, and yeah, just misunderstanding. So I just came 1 lap earlier. So luckily the crew here did a good job and reacted quickly when I said pit entry. So they did as maximum as they could, and they got the tires as quickly as they could, but we lost 40 seconds. Okay, happens. I think we're still good on pace now, so let's see. Let's focus from now on and don't do the mistake again, and I should be fine.
How did you feel arriving for the party a bit early, a lap early?
It's happened. I think I don't know any driver would never did a mistake. So at the end, it happened. I think it's at least we know what we have to do now. Try to speak a little bit more in the radio and make sure that everything is clear. And so at the end, it happens. And now we just focus on the race and try to do less mistakes. Let's say on that point of view, and see that we can hopefully win at the end.
We've all done it. You've all taken it in a very good spirit. Have the team made like a fine for you, made you buy some beer or cakes or something after the race?
Depends how the race ends, I think. But I think we will see.
I thought you might say that.
I think we'll see. I think it happens. Everyone is a human. Everyone can do mistakes, and I think it's just good that the team reacted properly and just react as quick as they could to get the car out as quick as they can. So good job to them, and yeah, hopefully we can just continue driving without any issues anymore.
Dylan, thank you so much for being kind enough to come and talk to us, and we'll see you with a better result later in the race.
Thank you so much.
Snowy, don't turn your microphone off.
Okay.
What was your biggest pit mistake in your career? What was the biggest faux pas Snowy made in his very successful GT racing career?
We are talking the same Snowy here, are we? I can honestly admit going to the wrong box, because it was actually here, 24-hour race, where I changed teams before the race. And I was moved down to a different team, and I forgot and went to the other box, genuinely, in the wrong car.
Was that pass where you should be, or could you just gather up your tail between your legs and move on 2 further pits, or did you have to go round again?
Mercifully, you're absolutely right, Nick. I could just move on again, but it was still uber embarrassing, and I'm not quite sure what's going on behind the screens here with Dylan, who's I'm not sure whether you've got to buy cake or any other kind of forfeit, but I had to pay a substantial forfeit and had been ridiculed ever since by that, and that was 22 years ago here.
What I like, though, is the instant recall, so obviously it's still very present in your mind.
Well, ironically, I'm standing roughly by the box where it happened, so it's obviously box 16. That's the fated box.
So you should have been in 16. In which box? Or was it 16 you got wrong? What box should you have been in? Which box did you end up in?
I think it was 16, and I should have been in 19 or 20. So you don't really register it because you're so focused as a driver, as in stupid in my case, not like Dylan, who just made a simple mistake. He's human. I was just stupid. When you're sitting there and you've got your own team gesticulating at you in fairly Anglo-Saxon ways and mannerisms or whatever in front of you, and you're going, I recognise that crew, but I think I'm in the right box. Yeah, epic moment.
There's been Formula One drivers have done that. Who was it?
Lewis drove through it.
Yeah, when he went to Mercedes, he drove into the McLaren box, didn't he? Yeah, that was funny. Yeah.
So just over 7.5 hours to go. I'm very confident. Just said just over 7.5 hours. Just under 7.5 hours to go.
Yes, very confidently.
You give me a roll with any sort of import and authority, and I'll sit up by 8 minutes.
We are just. Shall we do that again? We are just. I'll do it this time.
Go on then.
We are just under 7.5 hours to go in this 12-hour race. So. Just under 90 minutes away from the half distance mark, which just indicates just how much of this race we can still kind of see develop. I think we mentioned there Dylan Pereira admitting to that faux pas, and it's an easy one done. Radio communications, not exactly the all conquering thing that I remember putting pit boards out for people, and even though the car would go by and I would say to my young mechanics, and they would stay there, put the board out again, because you can't rely on them seeing the board.
Yeah, we are talking about a certain driver though, aren't we?
We actually are.
Yes,
yes,
I know.
we actually are.
The full-length version of that story is absolutely hilarious, but it's too long for this programme. Even a 12-hour endurance race.
It is. We'd have to have a very, very red. Are you talking about the visit to the stewards on?
Yes. Oulton Park, wasn't it?
Yes, Oulton Park.
Yeah,
yes,
we
very wet.
probably need to do a podcast
red flag
about a particular driver you ran. Perhaps take his name out, but everything else is about Mr.
Knowing Alan Taylor as I do,
Alan Taylor,
he
there we
would
go.
absolutely love the attention. He would thrive on the attention. Bless him. Love the guy. Love the guy.
The thing I remember about people at radios breaking down and people avoiding boards and signals and missing it all was the Australian Grand Prix, I think in 97, it might be 98. And John Alesi was driving around very happily in his Benetton, so it was probably 97. And having a lovely time, driving around having a lovely time, driving having a lovely time, driving around having a lovely time, not doing anything while I'm driving having a time, didn't get the radio, didn't listen to didn't see the pit boards, the desperation, the waving, just ran out of fuel. Just ran out of fuel because he was having a lovely time and not concentrating.
What track was that?
Melbourne.
Melbourne.
And it was like, and unsurprisingly, Flavio tore him a new one. Because it was,
in his Benetton days.
Yeah, it was just absolutely. It was like, I was in the pit lane. You were watching these guys waving, probably the radio, pointing it, trying to make it out. He must have gone past 6 times. And then just ran out of it. And then he looked at it. There's a great shot. He gets out of the car. He looks at the car and goes, why aren't you working? Well, because it needs fuel, Jean.
I mean, I can imagine, as a driver, you lose track of time. And, it's, go over 10 laps. It's like, have I done 15 laps or have I done 25 laps? If so, yeah, I mean, I can kind of.
It's a lap counter, isn't it, at the thing every time, at the gantry every time, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, not necessarily in the car. You're taking in a lot of information on the dash, like temps and stuff. But just watching that tick away.
Yeah. Come on, you're a John Alesi fan. You like the flamboyant ones, don't you?
I was a massive John Alesi fan. I remember his days in Formula 3000. We talked about flamboyance there.
That was a bit of a show, that was our leader, wasn't it?
Using all of the. Well, that's the number.
That's the 20 with the.
It's the car behind.
Car, yeah. That's cute car with the as Ben pointed out, an odd title of Good Boy Vodka. Why would you want to be a good boy and have vodka? I assume it's one of these things where you're a company not from English natively, and the words seem to go together nicely.
Yeah, that was Jimmy Yebra, who very, very recently won a race in the North American Carrera Cup at Road America. Jimmy not having a great day this weekend. He's down in 22nd and 9th in the Am Silver class. Currently 13th in the field is this relatively simply liveried number 78. That's Jackson Verhoeven in the Speed Lover car. Just getting on with the job. Jackson currently in 13th place, 3rd in Pro-Am, 3rd in last runner in Pro-Am.
So on camera now, the bright silver 70 machine. Is it 70 or 78? Here he goes. There's a couple of. This is the colour the cars come delivered in. The Carrera Cup cars come delivered in this silver colour.
I believe they do, yes.
There's a brand new one at the back of the Baz Kooten garage.
That's right, yeah.
Silver. This is the 78 car, which is obviously being used. This is Jackson Verhoeven in the Speed Lover machine. 3rd in Pro-Am, so heading for the podium.
Yes, he is. Only 3 cars in the Pro-Am class, of course.
He's heading for the podium.
Yeah, he's heading for the podium. Yeah, he absolutely is. And very, very clean laps.
Here's the repaired machine. This is the car which caused our only safety car, the 35 machine. It's smacked, the violence in which it's smacked into the barriers, you kind of thought that's it, but obviously the tyres absorbed all the damage.
Yeah.
For Edwin Schultz and the Heinz Weiss Motorsport machine car, and they managed to repair it. And this is an attractive blue and yellow car. And that's Dylan Yip, who I did notice a second ago. He's been in the pits 8 times with that car, one of which at least was a drive-through penalty.
That is not the Hans Weiss Motorsport car. That is the number 88. That's Dylan Yip, Q1 track racing, currently in 8th in the AM Silver class. And that car is currently 21st overall. And that car is showing a new bumper.
That is, once again, that's the Hans Weiss machine.
That's the Hans Weiss machine. So 2 blue cars been catching us out. The Hans Weiss machine, Edwin Schilt at the wheel, 5th in the AM Bronze, and with, as we say it, still over 7 hours to go. There's plenty of time for adversity to creep in, a bit of attrition to keep in, and that car, you never know. We may even seen that on the AM Bronze podium. You're doing the podium today?
I'm doing podium.
Yeah, you're doing the podium tonight. Yeah,
I've won that. Lucky. Actually, it's quite fun, the podiums. Oh, we've got an investigation for Triple Eight of Louis Perrot and the car 3 overtaking outside the track. We saw a bit of that earlier on, and it all kind of got waved away as racing incidents from what I could see.
Right, there's been nothing on the penalty screen. We've got an pit lane speed limit infringement for the number 35.
That's this car here.
That is the
we're looking at the moment.
Hans Weiss Motorsport, the car on a recovery drive. It's been issued a drive-through. The number 3 has already served a drive-through. Marco Cirone in the Bascooten car number 3, 4th in the AM Silver. That car already served a drive-through, but the next car to serve what will be a drive-through penalty is the number 35, this car here. Not sure when they're planning on doing that, of course.
So 24 of the 25 cars that started are running. The Muller Motorsport car actually isn't running due to problems with the drivers rather than problem with the cars. So
what's that? What did I miss there?
One driver was out of time, the other driver had severe cramps, and they'd lost 2 hours already. In the pits is the 3rd place, Robin Knutson, Est1 race in Estonia. Looks like a full service. And they haven't yet fired the button for the fuel. Are they going to fire the button for the fuel is the question. They're just doing tyres at the moment, the orange and black Estonian machine.
Yeah, they're not allowed. They're not allowed to go anywhere near that car until the tyres are on. When the tyre man steps away, gives the indication. Then the fuel. There now, the fuel. Everyone steps away from the car. The only thing you're allowed to do while you're fueling is driver change.
I think that the button to start that fuel minute starts as soon as it hits the ground from the tyre change. It doesn't start when they plug in the fuel bounce. Right. As soon as it hits the ground, well, we've done that bit.
Yes.
We now are starting our minute of potential fueling.
Yes, because the fueling can be done well within the 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Leader through La Source, Gabriele Piana, 110 as you said. Let's see what the gap is back to Evo Breakers as Piana continues to extend this lead. It's I would say, Nick, it was about 45 seconds the last time I looked, and without that 40-second loss in the pits, that would of course be 85 seconds.
It's a hard thing to do, but obviously to guarantee themselves an easy try, if they could get a lap on the field, that would make things remarkably easy.
Well, the number 9, the red camel car, just approaching the chicane now, so it is a good chunk of time.
It's going to cross the line at it was 57 seconds last time around. It's going to go a bit longer, so quite a bit of a loss. 57.066 is the answer as it comes across now. So Ivor's fallen the best part of a minute behind after he started with a 9-second lead. This is nothing about Ivor. Ivor's driving 2:25, which is a great score for a man in his late 50s who's an amateur racer.
Well, he's a bronze.
Yeah. He's amateur, he's not being paid to do it. Just waiting to see where the number 7 car drops. It'll be Yang Van Ron from NDM Motorsport. They're back into 3rd again.
Let's pull the whole thing off. Say what you see.
Let's sell the whole thing off.
So 57 seconds, like you mentioned there, almost a minute. It's going to be over the minute next time by, isn't it? 2:23 to 2:25 last time by. Third place car is a further 17 seconds behind. That's just come out of the pit, so that's going to extend next time by. And then Jan-Jaap van Rooyen in the MDM car is a further 17 seconds. It has changed now on my screen, and we have a change of position as the was the third place car is now down to 6.
In the pit, so it's dropping back down now, being overtaken by several. The lap stints, 24, 25 laps, so we'll expect everybody in really the next 5 or 6 laps as they get up to that 30, 32 lap window.
Yeah, we've been lapping the last time by. Piana, the 48 car, Dylan Pereira did 33 laps. The Luke Breukers did 33 laps. That's what we thought, that's what we speculated would be the case. So we're still a little bit off the fuel window for certainly the cars at the front of the field. Louis Perrault for Seb Lajou will be the first of those cars at the front end of the field to pit. ST1 Racing, 30 laps was completed before that pit stop by Robin Knudsen. He's been superseded now, hasn't he, by Alex Ryman.
Yeah.
Or is it Riemann? R-E-I-M-A-N?
Riemann or Ryman. Got the cars there ahead of our leader, Gabriel Piana. But the car ahead of me is in 5th place, so he's lapping all the way to 5th now. That's really interesting. So Stephen Gambrel from HDRT Performance, another pro driver, so the 3rd place in pro is about to get lapped by the pro leader. And that is despite the fact that the field was neutralised an hour and a half ago?
Yeah, it's a good chunk of time, isn't it? We've had some green running. I can tell you that the nightmare, that is the number 35, Hans Weiss Motorsport, that nightmare continues. He served that drive-through and has just come into the pits and done that. Now back out, Edwin Schilt at the wheel of that one, at the back of the field. Just again, we do like to see teams fixing their cars and getting back out on track, because you never know, Nick. It's still 7 hours. I keep saying that, don't I? Still 7 hours of this race, plenty to happen.
He's battling hard with Alex Ryman. Ryman does get himself back ahead of King. Ryman obviously on fresh tyres, and those fresh tyres give you a real boost the first 5 or 6 laps with these Michelins. You get a real grip bonanza, which then goes off and plateaus and then lasts, it seems, for at least another 35 laps. But Harry King temporarily was ahead of, or say very close to being ahead of Ryman, but that's now changed. He's been being gapped quite easily by the Estonian team driver.
I mean, if that's the sort of optimized performance advantage a new set of these Michelin ends can give you, then that's yeah, there's. So we see Harry King here, just having another look at it. He's just to indicate to the driver that's coming up behind you, Harry King, knowing that he hasn't got the pace to keep him back, indicates to the right. I'm wondering, it's not very often you see Harry King being overtaken by anyone, absolutely anyone. And I'm wondering if that 666 car has got a problem, or whether it was a tyre thing.
Well, he did 20. So look, Gabriel Piana's doing a 25, Ivo Breukers a 26, yeah, and a 27. He's done a 25 as well last time, which is probably about maybe a 24 last time, around 24.
Yeah, 24.
About half a lap down where you want to expect. But look at, you know, Alex did a 22, including the overtake. So you've got 3 seconds in the tyres, I think.
So a new set of tyres, that's 2 seconds quicker than Harry.
I think it's 3, because that was 2 seconds and an overtake.
Right.
I think it's, you know, that's the thing. You've got 2.5 seconds. Let's agree on 2.5, shall we? For 4 laps. So you've got 10 seconds of pace, which you can exploit. And there's absolutely no point holding that back.
Yes.
Harry is 32 laps. No, he's not. Sorry, he's 25 laps into his run. So he's run
yeah, he's
down
getting towards the end of his entire life.
And you may as well just say, right, well, let him go. It's not our battle. To be honest, what the actual battle and the difficult battle that they do have there is to get themselves back on the lead lap, because they're a long way off the lead lap, regardless of actually getting anywhere near the front of the race in Gabriel Piana. It needs to get yourself on the lead lap, then you can find it. You know, there could be a situation where there's a safety car which shuffles you up together and gets you back in striking distance. But as it is, they've fallen a long way off in 4 hours and 50 minutes.
will be the case of it's a bit of a tough job for that car to get back on terms. The number 3, that is the car that is currently, I'm just trying to find him on the leaderboard. There he is, Marco Cironi in the Bascuten car. He's currently 12th. And then we've got that all-silver liveried car in its delivery paint, as you put it.
Speed lover car.
It's the speed lover car, yeah. And that car there showing just behind it on the road in 13th, Jackson Verhoeven. I'm trying to figure out whether he's catching the white car, the silver livery car.
Is it actually an on-the-track battle for 12th and 13th?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Right, 11th and 12th actually now they've got something done. So it's actually Bascoten and 3 is that far ahead of the speed level. They're in different classes. One's Am Silver and one's Pro Am. Oddly, the silver car is Pro Am and the white car is Am Silver. But hey ho,
that's just to confuse you.
Yeah, but they are battling for an actual track position. It doesn't, in the scheme of things, so they're in different classes. If you're not trying to win overall, it doesn't really matter that much. But it gives you something to aim for. Gives you something to tag on behind.
Different classes, as you've said, but still, it's all about overall, isn't it, really? Being
they're here to race.
They're here to race, yeah. And I think, considering we're all in 992 Cup cars, then we're here to race everyone. And it's all about the overall, where I mean, I'm pretty sure that people will target the class win. But at the moment, I would imagine these two drivers just enjoying the race, being chased, and then chasing down. As far as Jackson's concerned, Jackson Verhoeven chasing down Marco and lapping in the 225s. Cironi did a 227. So we might find, Nick, that Verhoeven is actually the quicker of the two drivers, but he's been held up ever so slightly. And I think it was Ben who mentioned that the performance level of these cars are so close that you may have a 2 second a lap faster car, but it's not going to be the work of a moment to get by. You've got to really work at it. You've got to work out where your car is getting that performance gain on track in comparison to the car. And their headlights ablaze, flicking the lights.
Letting him go.
And down the inside at the source, are we going to see the move? Yes, we are, and that's a move.
Right, let him go. So obviously, despite the fact they're both very, very deep into their stints, an hour and 5 and an hour and 9, I think, we're now they're into the stints. The fact is that it was no point for Marco Cironi to fight that one.
No, very sensible.
All that could have happened was a bad thing. Why have a scrap when there's 7 hours and a bit to go?
And there again, we see the etiquette of the indicator, as we saw the indicator on the number 3, just telling Verhoeven to come by on my right.
Get past minimum loss of time to me as well.
Yeah, it's like waving a finger, isn't it? Sort of to the right or to the left. You use the indicator, come right, put the right-hand indicator on. Away he went. That's the 35 car. That's the recovering Hans Weiss Motorsport car. A car that has been already served its drive-through.
Here's things going horribly wrong for it.
And this is what...
That to me was wow.
That was a heavy hit, wasn't it, that car has been subjected to.
They got away with it.
They absolutely got away. And I'll tell you why they got away with it, Nick, because it went in... the point that it impacted the barrier was very, very square. So the energy dissipated across the front of the car, and all of that crash structure at the front of the car was what took the impact. If it had been a corner, then all that energy transfers through that corner, and that's when you can knock the suspension mounting points out. That's when you can twist the chassis leg, and that just absolutely rights the car. Certainly rights the car off of the track. You might be able to rejig it when you get back to the workshop.
No, it's
so they were lucky in that,
and didn't even do one of the radiators. So you got 3 radiators in the front of the car. I think 2 water and 1 oil, and one of the water on the left-hand side of the car was fine.
Yeah, that was the one that was spouting water.
Right-hand side was
the right-hand side.
A gas and pee look about everything. Yeah.
Yes.
So traffic running through the bus stop. Called the bus stop because it used to be a bus stop.
Yes, that's right. When on the road course,
quite a lot of it. I can't remember. This is now a permanent circuit. There is no.
Yes, but this section here,
it's only recently on permanent.
Fairly recently, yes.
I think it's like less than 10 years.
So the section from Stavelot or Paul Frere was a public road all the way through to past the pits, up to La Source. The bus would continue. Instead of turning right at the La Source hairpin, you would drive straight on. But the bus stop used to be out of Blanchimont, and then the track part that was called the bus stop was where the bus stop was actually on the public road. And it was the lay-by part, wasn't it? It was the left-right, followed by the right-left.
And it's where you actually waited for the bus stop.
Yeah.
But it is not very long. I think it's
not called the bus stop now.
No, it's not. It is for me. I think it's less than 10 years. If you ever do come to Spa on your own steam, one of the things you need to do is just do a little bit of research and drive the old track, because the old track was all public roads.
Yes.
So all the bits which are no longer part of the track, and it was 13 kilometres, I think, originally, or 7.8 miles.
I have to look that up.
And you go around, down the bottom of the hill and through the Master Kink and that sort of thing.
Incredible.
If you want to get an idea of what Spa was like in its heyday, and it's obviously still a very popular track, you need to go and look at the 1966 film Grand Prix by John Frankenheimer, because there is one of the sequences is at Spa, the classic opening Spa picture of the stopwatch with raindrops falling on it, because that's what happens at Spa. And if you watch that sequence, you will get an idea of what that track was like, because they were all filmed actually on the circuit.
So you said for at least 10 years that it's been closed for the public.
How long is it?
Didn't you?
Yeah.
Didn't you say?
Yeah.
For at least 10 years.
Yeah.
It was closed to the public in the year 2000.
That's at least 10 years.
That's at least 10 years.
Look, I'm very, very old. We've established that already.
Brilliant. There are plenty of footage on YouTube.
But if you look at it done cinematically by John Frankenheimer.
Oh yeah, absolutely beautiful. And to drive it, you think when the last time a Formula One Grand Prix was ran on that circuit was 1970. The cars had wings and not quite slicks, just about slicks.
What was that famous Jackie Stewart story, wasn't it, where
Jackie Stewart had a big accident.
But he avoided an accident once, I think, because he realised someone had an accident because he suddenly smelt freshly mown grass.
Is that right?
And he realised it was freshly mown grass being mown by some other car. But yeah, I mean, I know we sound like old people, but some of the motor racing 20, 30 years ago is amazing. Okay, Louis Perrault brings in the Seb Lejeune 888 machine from, I think he came in from fourth, didn't he? Just lost that, so he's in from fourth, leading Am Silver by about a lap from Cohen Munich in the GP Elite, but they'll all be coming in soon, as everyone apart from Alex Ryman in the top 10 is all came in at the same sort of time. They're all about an hour and 10 to an hour and 15 into a stint, and that's as far as you can go on a set of tyres. Probably as far as you can go on a set of fuel. Tanker fuel. At least Louis got his windscreen cleaned. Not been so popular as some of the others.
We are only literally 2 or 3 laps away from seeing the leaders actually come in for their fuel stops. Gabriele Piana will probably be not the first of those. I'm expecting Ivo Breukers to bring the Red Camel car in. Now that we've seen Louis Perrault, he's done 31 laps before he's pitted. Let's head down to the pits though. Snowy shouts up. Snow.
It's the Devil car, Team Parker with the Devil at the wheel, Mr. Harry King. That's due in on its next lap, and they've elected to leave Harry in the car, so he's double stinting it. And we're at the box, Seb and I at the box, ready for that when it happened. But just so you know, guys.
Thanks, Snowy.
Yeah, that'll be a short stint actually, Snowy. 29 laps.
What
Harry will have completed.
He's on an hour and 10, mate.
Yeah, I suppose. We didn't have any stoppage time in there, did we?
Green the whole way through. Our leader, Gabriele Piana, who has put in an absolutely stellar 30 laps so far, coming from about 9 seconds off the lead after the mistake that Dylan Pereira made and coming in a lap too early. So they'll be very careful to make sure they get the right lap this time. And he's going to go out with, well, he may even go out with a minute and 20 lead. Silver against bronze. That's the way. Breukers, Ivo in second, and Jan-Jaap van Roon. They're both very heavily bronze in the 888. Stefan Perrin has rejoined for Seb Lejeune Racing. in 4th place, and he's the leading AM Silver.
We are at that position in the race, aren't we, where we're seeing the AM drivers being used, the AM drivers being cycled through, and being used strategically. As the leader comes in, Piana comes in, 29 laps completed for Piana. That might be 30 when he clicks by the timing beam. Yeah. I think it's 30 laps. And we're seeing a change of driver there. And tyres, driver, not sure just how far Snowy is away from them. I'm sure he'll be making his way down.
And they've cleaned the windscreen, thankfully.
And they've cleaned that windscreen, yes.
So they're getting half a clean windscreen.
The driver's part is being cleaned. And it won't be until the car hits the deck with the new set of Michelins on the car. When the car hits the deck, the timer will begin, and it'll be 60 seconds to get the fuel in. There it goes, 60, 59. Fueling going on now onto the front of the car on this Porsche 992, the 911 with the fuel tank at the front, and it's close to the front bulkhead, just in front of the drive of the fuel tank. You've got to get that fuel.
That's the one
that weighs quite a bit. Do you know how many kilograms a litre of fuel weighs, Nick?
So that's 740 grams, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Well done. You work in the world of RC racing, though, don't you? You go in grams. 0.7 of a kilogram.
Yeah. Is it there or thereabouts? I think it's.
Yes.
It's less than it needs to. It has a lighter specific gravity than water.
You threw me off with grams there.
Sorry, mate.
But you're an RC guy. You work on a smaller scale.
Everything's
smaller. Grams.
Sadly, everything's smaller.
Grams being the choice of
subdivision of a kilogram.
Yes, yes.
And later in primary school education, Joe and I would discuss centimetres.
So as we predicted, the leaders are in. Red Camel's in. That
Piana's running again.
Piana has got out the car, so we'll wait for that driver ID to change, and we'll tell you who's now at the wheel of the 48. I'm not going to, with the amount of time we have left, still an hour away from half distance, and Gabriele Piana, now Tobias Müller has the
man who won last year.
Yes,
the only one who won last year. So we're looking at the 1-2-1 there, and he's got this is excellent work by Seb there. The diffuser is not quite attached on the left-hand side; it is on the right-hand side. That I'm going to postulate that.
Go on.
It's a curb strike.
A curb strike, not a bird strike.
No, but you're not going to have a bird strike at the back end of Porsche 992.
No, it's just when you see a strike in that context.
No,
it's like,
I think it's knocked it off.
Yes, definitely.
And then the problem is, of course, when the diffuser works, it sucks down by the very effort of the low-pressure air. And therefore it's doing less work, so they are going to be losing a small amount of rear grip. And obviously a lot of these diffusers are mostly for show, but they are getting a few pounds of downforce out of that one. And that's not good news for the 1-2-1 car that was in 15th place. Just trying to check on the side. That's Halcon Carlos with the car, one of the Black Falcon Brazilian teams. There is, that's a bit. Well, he's just going to lose some pounds of downforce. Once they get used to it, that'll be fine.
Let's head down to Snowy. Gabriele Piana has just handed over the 48 Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon car to his teammate Tobias Müller. And let's see what he has to say about that stint. Solid, solidifying the lead, Snowy, I'd say.
Gabriele, it's a stellar stint from you there, and you're looking like you need a break. Probably the last thing you want to do is talk to me.
No, it's fine. It's okay to talk to you. Let's say that it was not as easy as maybe it looked on TV. We have been struggling a little bit with the car the whole weekend, really. So we are fighting a bit. And the stint now, I think we did some adjustments, some tire pressures that didn't really go in the direction we wanted. But anyway, now it's going through the motions, doing one stint after the next, and try not to get track limits or stupid mistakes or losing time in traffic. But yeah, we keep doing our job, and we see where we are at the end.
Without having to give too much away, what issues are you struggling with the car?
Sorry?
What issues are you struggling with the car?
Right, general grip level, but we have been struggling with understeer the whole time, and now suddenly in this stint there was a lot of oversteer all of a sudden.
a bit strange, but I think the guys behind the wall, they know what they're doing, so they know how to fix it.
Well, of course they do, but when you're in the driving seat, how do you have to adapt your style? Because understeer on fast corners here at Spa is one thing, but oversteer, obviously going to destroy the rears. What do you have to do as a driver?
Well, first of all, you have to understand that the driver can do no wrong, right? So it's, of course, it's the team's fault. So of course, what I do is mostly I complain. I complain all the way through the stint about everything I see. I complain a lot, and then I come back, I complain a bit more. And then,
nothing changes.
Yeah, you cannot change it, so you have to adapt a bit the driving style, but as I said, you have to live with it, and this is what we did.
Well, I'll let you go and get that drink, Edine. Thank you so much for your time, Gabriel, and we look forward to seeing you a bit later in the race. Thank you.
Thank you, boys.
Goodness to me, a self-aware racing driver. We should have him stuffed and mounted on mahogany. For him to be, and I want to keep your mic on, Snowy, because, you know, we've been around people in motorsport. I've run racing drivers, and yes, they never stop moaning. In fact, I don't mind that. I don't mind to have demanding drivers. Did you do a lot of whinging and moaning when you were racing at this level, mate?
Well, of course you do it. Yeah, that's part of the job, isn't it? As we had this conversation a couple of nights ago, if not last night, and I said you have to be realistic. And he said, no, you don't. Well, you do. You have to say what's going on in the car. And as Gabriel just said, it's never the driver's fault. It's always the team's fault. It's always a badly built car, etc., etc., etc. When I come off air in a few minutes, I will tell you a little story I've been told about this particular car, which we're going to keep in the bank for later in the race, because it's quite interesting why they might be struggling with this car, but we'll explain that. We'll explain on air a bit later.
Sorry. They're struggling with the 48.
What, the 100 car?
Oh, the 100.
So the 48,
yes, 48, the guy you just, yeah.
Yes.
So they're struggling with it. It's got a 51-second lead. They're whinging and moaning about the car, and they're struggling with it.
You know what it's like, Joe. You've been there. You're a touring car team.
Just lucky that they're struggling with it. That, you know, we've still got a race in our hands here. Yeah, you can tell us that, Snowy, when you pop back in, because I can see Nick is getting changed here behind us. Ben's back off his lunch. You have a nice lunch bit. Yes, lovely. No pudding.
No pudding.
No pudding.
No pudding.
Yes, we want to register our dissatisfaction and no pudding. There's a reason why we're overweight. Well, you're not too overweight now, though, are you? You lost all that puppy fat, haven't you?
Lost all that puppy fat. Full course yellow.
Oh, really? Now then.
Full course yellow on circuit.
Yes.
And it's a long one.
Let me have a look and see if I can pick up anything on the track.
We haven't yet seen anything on circuit as to suggest to why. But this probably means a bit of a reset of the of what's going on.
Yeah, we've got information from our director. We've got no cars apparently off track. We can't see anybody off track.
Well,
we can't see anybody sat there on the tracker.
Medical car is on circuit, so there is an incident on circuit. Now, it might be that there is a car off circuit that our cameramen can't see. It's a long full course yellow was announced.
That's
so
debris.
No, that'll be a short course full course yellow. A short full course yellow would be able to deal with that. So this could mean something happening off the circuit. We can't be just doing it for gravel. Tracks are on circuit removing gravel.
There was a piece of bodywork or a piece of we've got the sweeper on track. There's a lot of gravel there. Is that out of Le Com?
It's pretty standard, out there.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? You said that very, very early on.
But I'm not convinced that we would be doing all this under a long full course yellow.
It doesn't say long full course yellow.
No, it did.
It says short.
No, it said long, and then it disappeared.
Right. That may just be in a flick of a switch, though.
Yes, true.
The tractor, the sweeping tractor, is through Brussels, and I've got to say, hit his apex there.
He's about as fast as the full course yellow is allowing the rest of them to go, isn't he? As I say, there doesn't seem to be any reports of any slow or stationary race cars on track.
He's through Jackie Hicks. Let's see if he uses the curb. No, doesn't need to. Keeps the momentum going. Here he goes. Looks like he's slowing down on the exit of Jackie Hicks.
This can be a place where you need a sweeper as well, because that's we were talking earlier about the curb being broken.
Well, that could be. You mentioned that curb, and that concrete where the gravel brushes off, and there was a rear diffuser damaged, but it was the left-hand side, so that would be, if you'd sort of...
Now, these guys are in the pits, of course, pitting under full course yellow. We've just had a round of pit stops under green, so there are a couple of cars here that are going to benefit from this. GP Elite being one of our last stoppers, and perhaps both of our Black Falcon Brazilians. Nick enjoyed a Brazilian last night for pudding.
No, that was an ice cream, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
3 scoop ice cream as well.
With hazelnuts on top.
Yes.
Oh, pudding.
Tractor still going around, so he's already through double gauche, heading towards, and he hasn't stopped and done anything yet, so we're still not at the point of the track that has come to the dissatisfaction of our race officials. We're heading towards campus, the tractor that is.
Are you talking about tractor? I think it's the medical car that may, I'm just speculating, but maybe going to attend a marshal or someone around the circuit rather than clearly not a car, a racing car.
Pure speculation.
All 25 cars are rotating, so there's no issue with any of our competition cars. But clearly, you're not going to put a full course yellow, a long full course yellow out just to move a bit of gravel.
Leonardo Sanchez in the number 123 from the lead of the AM bronze class. Leonardo getting out of the car, and his teammate about to get in, just preparing the seat for him. Not sure who that is in the sequence of events for the 123 team. It's the it's the Brazilian team, as you mentioned, isn't it? The Denner.
Had Harry King passed the leader? I presume not.
Say again.
Shoulder's fallen open and fallen off the tyres, so they've put the medical cars to go to the marshal. Okay. Car's fine.
Yes, so did Harry King pass the leader before we went full course yellow?
To unlap himself?
Yeah. No, I imagine is the answer.
No. Not that I've...
So this is going to bring him on to the tail of the group, but he would still then need to stay in the car and unlap himself, and then have another safety car to get back into the race.
If we put the safety car out, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's head down to Snowy in the pits. Snowy, what have you heard for the reasons behind the full course caution?
Well, exactly the same. There's quite a lot going on at Loche by Black Falcon. They were sort of investigating and watching, and we were watching their onboards of their cars together. But exactly as you've summarised, all cars are circulating okay, and the suspicion is that it might be, quite simply, the medical cars being deployed to attend to a marshal that may have fallen over to go and pick.
Is that a speculative?
Well, with a little bit of substance to it, but we're hoping that's not the case, or if there is, then marshal's perfectly okay. But the point from the race is that all cars are circulating correctly, as you said. So therefore, there has to be something else.
Okay, mate. Thank you very much for that.
Interestingly, we're getting a lot of cars coming back into the pits, and they've only done a third of a stint. So, Rick Broikers has come in. Estonia 1 has come in. We've got... So that's curious. They're both in the pits right now. It's not necessary, and it is going to put them off strategy unless everybody does the same thing. We're right on board with Harry King, who is a lap down. But he's not going to be a lap down if he doesn't pit now. And when was his last pit stop?
Just pitted. He's just pitted.
Yeah, so, you know.
So he doesn't have to pit, I would suggest.
No, but nobody has to pit.
Well, no, to be honest, yes, you're right.
Apart from the ones that are, Denner Motorsport and what was the other one I said? GP Elite. Those are the ones that had to pit.
Yeah, everyone had just pitted.
Yeah.
The Alex Ryman in the ST1 Racing, he pitted 11 laps ago, and he was out of sequence with everyone else.
So he's the one that's now just pitted as the the most amount of laps on the car.
I can tell you that we've now got Tom Coronel in the MDM car, the number 127. That is in 6th place. Tom Coronel, first time we've seen him this race. Stefan Perrin has just picked up a drive-through penalty, which he served, taking a shortcut out on the circuit. That's possibly at Le Combe, isn't it? There's a nice escape road at Le Combe.
Coronel pitted just before the safety car, as did many. I mean, literally a lap before, perhaps. So we are seeing a bit of a split strategy. If I'm Team Parker and I want to get back on the lead lap, I ignore this one. But look, we've got car 17 in, Harley Horton. They've only been, oh no, they've been in for 21 laps. So this is more scheduled. It's a short stint for Harley, which is not ideal for them.
He's done 21 laps.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's about 10 laps off, isn't he? 10,
so
10
a third of a stint missing. But for me, Red Camel and EST1 have given away about 2 minutes, which at racing speed is giving away 40 seconds, I suppose, something like that. 80 kilometers an hour. What's the average speed of a lap around here?
Average speed at 2 minutes 23.
Yeah.
Time over distance. Do the quick calculation. Do the quick calculation. The circuit length is
7.004.
7.004.
That is so sad that that's in my brain.
Yes. Well, no, not really. No.
I know people who would say this.
Tobias Muller has come in with a problem. The leader in with a problem.
With a problem?
Yes, because only the left front wheel has come off. Now, I know our pit guys are doing a changeover, so I'm not sure whose ears we will be in. Looks like a brake pad change on the left front.
Maybe they don't have enough engine mechanics with armbands that can do. Oh no, they are doing both.
No, they're doing both.
Yeah,
yes, they're doing both, and they're synchronising the pushback of the caliper.
Okay.
There you saw the mechanic on the right front looking at the guy on the left, and they were watching each other, ready to squeeze, and they squeeze back together. And then the wheels gone back on, the pads are in. Quick release pads as well. You don't have to knock those retaining pins out. Something going on with the left-hand front door. So 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon is taking the opportunity of this and topping up on fuel. So Tobias Muller, who had let's go down to Nick. Nick has arrived in the pit lane. What have you got, Nick?
A cup of coffee.
Look at you.
Well, I just made a mistake. No, actually, you said they're topping up on fuel, but they still have to be connected for a minute just to top up the fuel, don't
Not
they?
connected, but they have to wait for a minute.
Yes, they don't have to take a minute's worth of fuel, but they have to drop. They can press the button when they finish everything else, or the tyres. They can drop the car when it hits the ground. The minute starts counting down, and they are sitting there at the moment. So whatever they've done fuel-wise, they've done. It's just waiting to go.
Nick, was it?
No.
Now, does that mean we're expecting to see a brake change on all these cars for the 12 hours? Is that something that happened last year?
It's quite 50-50. Normally these cars can run, they run kind of there or thereabouts for 12. That's the 48 leaving. But to me, if it's marginal and you're going as well as the Losh car is, and you can get it done cheaply, 100% I'd do it.
Okay. Well, they have absolutely done that.
I take it at this point that Harry King is not only on the lead lap, but halfway around the lead lap.
Well, now that the 48 has come in, and the 7 was in, and the 9 was in, and GP Elite have already pitted, then Harry King hasn't pitted. Neither has Stefan Perrin. So, yes, I think it is going to make more cars on that lead lap. Now, running on board here, give us an opportunity to see perhaps anything happening out on circuit. We've had no information from the organisers.
And our director has scanned all of these cameras, and he hasn't seen anything. There's been no medical car out on the track or anything. And looked at the whole lap on board and didn't see the medical car. So our speculation wasn't quite... And the tractor, we've lost track of the tractor as well, haven't we?
Well, the tractor was, you know, anytime you've got a full course yellow, you get the tractor out to blow away the gravel. That's sort of a standard thing. Or get the brooms out if you need to. But you don't call a full course yellow long safety car to put the tractor out and do some brushing.
So I'm not sure. Sure why that was the case.
Safety car is out, and it has picked up. Right, so it's picked up the leader, but has it picked up the leader because the leader was just in the pits, or is the timing screen now going to change and find that actually Estonia 1 is leading? Because Tobias was in the pits. What was the pit stop was 2:45. Last lap behind the safety car is 5.5 minutes. So I think they will still be on the lead, and in the lead. Sorry.
Yeah, they are.
Because Estonia and Red Camel also pitted.
Yeah, because the 48 that is heading down to Le Bruxelles, and the number 7 is heading just up the hill towards Eau Rouge, or maybe on the Camel by now. So it is behind on the track. So the gap will come down, obviously.
Yeah.
Tobias Muller, having had the opportunity under full course yellow to top off the fuel, change the front brake pads, didn't change discs. I saw the wheel come off, I saw the pads come out, the caliper didn't come off, so just pads, the discs stay on. So whether that'll take them through all the way to the finish, we've about half an hour, 40 minutes or so off from half distance, so we may get another pad change before the end. Let's head back down to the pits though, Nick.
Meandering up the pit lane, looking at things that are going on. Just walked past the MDM pit. That's obviously the car that ended up on pole. They also changed pads. They were just taking the pads away. And I'm looking right at the far end of the pit lane. And there's an orange and black car. I don't think it's the Camel's car, and that is also doing brake pads as well. So it looks like a brake change is actually needed, and everyone's doing one now. I mean, I know we're not halfway, but they can obviously make 7 hours on a set of pads. So everyone is doing, who we see now is doing a change. I can see behind me, it looks like the 992 car is going to be doing it as well. And obviously you may as well come in during the safety car and get this sorted out, because it takes, you'll get all that time back again very quickly.
Now, because MDM did that, Nick, I wonder whether they may have fallen off the lead lap. They were in the pits for 3 minutes, so it was very, very quick.
That's only like, what, a minute at normal speed, isn't it?
Yeah. But having a look at the tracker, I think they came out behind the safety car, and that means they're on 1 lap down.
So it's the 56 car I'm looking at the far end of the pit exit, the one of the Q1 track racing machines, who's just done a change. I'm now kind of waiting for other cars to come in and see what and see if I can see the detritus of a new set of pads. But certainly, this is to come in again. I think as you boys have said, there doesn't seem any reason for this. So I'm not quite sure how you find out
exactly.
why.
There must be a reason. If any of the Creventic guys are listening, it would be lovely to know. I think that MDM have lost a lap. No, they come up. Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have. So that has cost MDM a full lap to do that brake change. And yeah, okay, we've still got 6.5 hours to go. We're not half distance, but they've number 1 dropped a couple of positions, and number 2 are now a lap behind in 9th position. Pedro Torres in the number 3 Baz Kooten is also a lap down. So, and Harry King is the big benefiter, because the 888 and the 666 are now 6th and 7th position and on the lead lap. They're not quite in the train yet, because they are a little bit trailing. And of course, they're going to be at the back of the train, and there's going to be a lot of cars in between them and the leader. But it is the 48 that still leads. There's a couple of cars between the 48 and the 7. And then the 7 and the 9, there's gaps, cars between them as well. Closest battle will be for 4th position, between Peter Munich and Sebastian Freimut. Now, it was Peter that spoke to Snowy, who was very, very entertaining when we spoke to Snowy earlier on. And he's back in that car. And he said he did. Was it him that he said he didn't really enjoy it? I can't remember. But he enjoyed it a lot. He is leading the AM Spirit class, and because they pitted just before the safety car, they are 4th position now. So they are massively winning on whatever the problem was out on circuit. Watch out for Dream to Drive. Martus Kajak is down in 16th position, but he is back in the 333, and he was very, very fast at the start of the race. And watch out for Coronel and Pedro Torres. It's 9th and 10th, but they are 1 lap down, and they are nose to tail. There's Harry King at the tail of the field, the last car in a 24-car train, because Michelin Motorsport back in the pits. Harry King is going to have so much fun getting through this pack, but he's going to have to be careful. Safety car will be coming in this lap, and we will go back to green flag racing. All drive-through penalties have been served, so what we see on your timing screens is what we get on track. Loesch, the leader. Then we've got a couple of cars in between. And Estonia 1 Racing, which you believe the number 7 machine is 2nd. Rick Breukers in the red Camel Jordan's car in 3rd position, but quite a way back in the train. So there's going to be furious blue flags. There's 2nd position. There's the number 7. So how many cars is that? There's about 5 or 6 cars between him and the leader.
Still great though, isn't it?
And Rick's quite far back. So the nose to tail battle is for 4th position. That's the one to watch out for.
This is great. This is why we love safety cars. Do we love safety cars? We love safety cars because we're in the entertainment business, Ben.
Yes.
And this is going to be a restart. Going to be a restart. And we are going to go racing again, and we've got 5 cars between 1st and 2nd. That equates to 5 seconds behind the safety car. However, I think we've gone. I think the safety car's already, yep, safety car just pulling into the pit lane now.
And watch out for Tom Coronel here. He's lost a lap in the MDM car. He's 3rd on the road there.
Yeah.
And there's not for position to overtake that 2nd position car on the road. But, sorry, he's 4th on the road. But he will be desperate to try and get past Tobias Muller and get himself back on the lead lap, and he needs to do that by passing 3 cars. What an amazing start from Loesch Motorsport. They have got bundles of difference between them and 2nd position. 9 and Elf down the inside onto 2nd on the road. Here comes Coronel 4th on the road, but watch out, Harry King, the last car on the road, 24th position on the road, but he can get through all of this pack, and there he goes through the shot, already past 3 of them.
So Harry King has pulled that lap. He was off the lead lap, wasn't he, completely? And that is by dint of great strategy, using that safety car to get back around. All right, he's down in 7th place with literally 23 cars between that car and the leader. We'll keep an eye on his lap times, I should say. And the gap at the line was only 16 seconds, but he has got to get through traffic here.
There's Rick Breukers just gone through shot. He's only now a couple of cars behind Estonia 1. Harry King on the flashes.
King, the pink car.
Yeah, but that's for position.
Yes.
So he is trying to flash a guy out the way, Stefan Perrin, saying, get out the way, I want to move forward. Actually, that is a battle for position, and it's side by side going down towards Bruxelles. Harry has the inside line, and to be fair, you'd expect him to carve down the inside of Stefan Perrin, who is one of our very best in the Creventic series, but Harry King, one of the very best in the world when it comes to Porsche racing, was a Porsche junior driver back in the day, and he does clear Stefan Perrin, but he's got cars in front of him battling all over the road. It puts Team Parker Racing up to 6th position. HRT would be the next car to pass, and actually, do you know what, he can get quite easily up to 4th position here because they are not far ahead of him. Traffic jam for Harry King. Now to the outside line around Fagnes, but it's a tricky one. It gets a bit narrow there. He needs to be careful. He's got the number 14 of Peter Munich in front of him, and he goes up the inside of Munich, so that is another position gained. I think Sebastian Freimut has got ahead of Peter Munich as well.
Looks like a video game the way he's driving here, doesn't it?
He's got the level set to easy, hasn't he?
That is a top level Porsche driver there in the form of Harry King, just using everything in his toolkit to get by and even kept within track limits there as they head up to the chicane.
I said he was going to have fun.
Yeah, he's having a lot of fun, isn't he? He's passing cars left, right and centre out the chicane. How many is he going to get by La Source?
Well, let's
How
have a
many
look.
is he going to slide down? Where is he in the field?
I think he's up to 5th position.
He is. He's up to 5th already.
Freimuth's in the blue car. He's got 3 cars between himself and Harry King.
3 more cars to go, and then he's looking at a position change.
Yeah, exactly.
I know our director's going to stay with this because he's loving it as much as we are. As we head down towards Eau Rouge, back markers moving out of Harry's way. On towards the Kennel. Oh, and there's a track limits infringement. That'll have got the attention of our stewards. That might be a warning, though. I'm not sure where he is in the warning table. Here we go into Lecomte. Is he going to be the last of the late breakers? He absolutely is.
Rattling the car over the curb into Lecomte. Little bit loose through Eau Rouge. And now down towards Bruxelles. Here is that pass and the mistake here, just nibbling too much curb on the inside. The car bobbles and bubbles, and that means you just have to take your hands off the steering wheel just a little bit and just release and relax and don't fight it.
Don't fight it. Sorry, in the excitement, I forgot to switch myself back on after a sneeze. Yeah, don't fight it. Just let it breathe, as I say. Let it breathe.
3 cars here.
Here we go.
That's another one, surely easily done on the exit of Double Gauche. He does that one, and it is the blue car up ahead, which is 4 position. So far back in Fagnes. Now it looks more like a Carrera Cup race or a Porsche Super Cup race. Nose to tail action once more. And in fact, the blue car ahead is not 4 position because Freimuth has stayed at the head of the queue and is trying to scuttle off. That actually is the Van Barlo car, isn't it? Bart
Yes.
Van Helden, which, hang on, how has that happened? Okay, so that is 4 position then. Is that the 25 car, or is it a different Van Barlo car?
The 25 car is actually behind Harry.
Well,
on,
yeah,
the road, on race position.
Yeah.
So he's about to put a lap on the 25 car.
No.
That can't be the 25 car.
Can't be the 25 car then, yeah.
No, we'll see if we can see the number on that car just ahead of us. It's in the Am Silver class by the looks of things.
Yeah,
as we head across the line.
Has Bart?
It's the 24, Stephen Pallet. And Stephen Pallet has got pace. He's got good pace here. We've seen that all weekend. And proving to be a little bit more tricky to get by. Heading down to Eau Rouge now. This is where Harry will want to just gauge where he is on the rear end of that number 24 car. He wants to not be too close because he wants to carry that momentum over Radion and then all the way down the Kemmel Straight. And he's perfectly positioned here. He's got the slipstream now.
Watch the distance between the dashboard and the bottom of the wheels when we ride on board. That gives you an idea whether he's drawing up to the tail, and he is, but he's not close enough.
No,
but
he's not,
the slower car ahead's really going to help him here because there is a much slower car holding up Sebastian Freimuth. And this is when opportunities arise. Gobble the curb on the right-hand side there without taking too much gravel with you. To the outside lines, Pallet tries to go, but that's going to open the door to Harry King. They now run side by side down towards X corner and around the outside there as well of the back marker, and it kind of boxed Pallet in. So he managed to do 2 there for Harry King. It didn't work out for Pallet, and Pallet still hasn't got past the Brazilian car or the silver car.
Now we've got a straight race, Ben. Harry King onto the back end of Sebastian Freimuth. It's Freimuth.
I
couldn't see the glitch. The timing screen glitched just as I looked at it. It's Freimuth.
I thought you glitched.
In the 30. I think I did glitch. Here we go. I'm getting overly excited here. I better calm down. We're still not at half. 26 minutes away from half distance in this Carrera Cup race. It looks like it's over 20 laps. It's not, though. Another 6 hours and 26 minutes. But of course, Harry King wants to get on terms with the cars in the top 3. He wants an overall podium. And to think that car was off the lead lap before that safety car. Yeah. Incredible tactics employed by Team Parker.
Perhaps slightly lucky that they were so close to the safety car when they pitted.
Yeah,
but before it rather than after it.
Yep, here we go, up towards the chicane. Heavy on the brakes there. and he closes up, concertinas up, doesn't he, to the number 30, and then out of the chicane and across the line. This is where Harry King in that pink and black car will be now looking towards the weak points. Where can he exploit the number 30? And it's going to be a tough ask though, Ben, because that number 30 in the hands of Sebastian Fremont is not an easy car to get by. And we look at the pace there out of the La Source hairpin, firing down the hill through Eau Rouge. Needs the slipstream to help him here, and the slipstream of the cars in front are going to help as well. That's not the pink car we are focusing on, though. That's a battle just ahead of them. There's the red camel car, though.
And that's
there's the second place, Alex Ryman. So there's a battle for second on the road as well, with Breukers, the two orange and black cars there, coming together and trying to thread their way through the back markers. But that's the battle for second there, the two orange and black cars.
And they're behind the number 3 of Pedro Torres, who was able to run with them at the start of the race, but has lost a lap and hasn't been able to stay with Coronel, who's just at the front of shot there. Coronel second on the road, so still not on the lead lap, because Tobias Müller has checked out at the head of it, but Coronel running with the 911 machine of Tim Scheerbart, who's the fastest driver in that car. And so those two on the road, second and third, behind the 48 car. But what Coronel desperately needs to is clear Scheerbart and get after Tobias Müller to get himself and that car back on the lead lap, because they're 9th now. They're 4th in Am Silver.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not where they would like to be.
That's not true. They're 4th. They're second in Pro-Am, but the numbers are quite similar on our graphics on the left-hand side. Pro-Am being blue on our screen, on our timing screens, but orange with black letters on our graphics, and orange and white letters is silver. Just to be clear.
Rick Breukers. Oh, and is that a track limits infringement? Or it's got to be off.
Oh, you've got to stop with that, because they're clearly not.
Oh, I know.
Not doing.
Well, they're fine there. They were fine through Blanchimont, because the tyres have got to be off the yellow and red curbs.
Right. Okay.
So that they were fine there. They were well within the confines.
Look at the top of the shot, wait for the blue car and then the pink cars following. That is that battle for 4th position. That is our battle for 2nd position, and there is a change. So Rick Breukers has got down the inside going into the chicane, presumably, and he's up to 2nd position. Alex Ryman down to 3rd. But it could all change again, because they're running in a sort of a fast pack of cars that are 1 lap down.
And meanwhile, at the very front, Tobias Müller is extending the lead. It's out to 14.6.
Well, of course he is, because Rick's stuck in his traffic.
Yes. Now we see where we've got with Rick Breukers just making his way through traffic. Can he lap quicker than Tobias Müller and bring the red camel car back towards the leader, giving us an outstanding race here. Only at half distance, though. Still another 6 hours and 23 minutes or so. So plenty of time for drama to ensue, as this battle for second looks like it's settled down now as Breukers pulls away from Alex Ryman. This is the one we want to focus on right here, though. The pink car of Harry King right on the rear bumper now of that Sebastian Fremont. HRT Performance, the blue car. And there we go. Back in car on the live stream with Harry King. We'll be able to see just where he's got the speed down the hill towards Double Gauche. This is not an overtaking spot, but he's down the inside, and it's side-by-side action through Double Gauche. That's very brave. And with Fremont going wide, this has allowed Harry King through. You could say he forced the issue, and Fremont basically had to make room, and that opened up the door massively for Harry King, who's forced the issue, tin opener out, and he's now there where he wants to be in that 4th place.
Fremont, no strangers to Spa, having raced here in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, as well as racing in the German Championship, so no stranger at all to Porsches either, but just not quite in the same class as Harry King, who has said was a Porsche Factory Junior driver and may have even become a Porsche Factory Works driver after that. But when he won the British Championship, he was undefeated that year. absolutely dominated, but since then hasn't had quite the same level in the Super Cup alongside the likes of Dylan Pereira. This is how he did it. It was a very brave move to stick the nose down the inside of double gauche and just force Sebastian Framer off the circuit, and there was then enough room through the second part of the double to get it done.
I know we use the term forced off, but Framer, the momentum that Framer had was just dragging that car magnetic-like to the outside of double gauche, and then he couldn't stop the car going off track and just creating that gap that Harry King shoved that pink and black Porsche down through.
Framer trying to keep with him though. Car got a little bit loose through Eau Rouge and over the radio, and that has slightly compromised his run, hasn't it? It's given the silver car behind, which is Joe Varhust in the Speed Lover Porsche, a little bit of momentum. So, but that is that particular battle sorted. There is another one now for 6th position. Sebastian Lejeune and Bert Van Helden for 6th spot. Those two separated by 4/4 of a second. And it will be just behind. There they are. No, that's King and Framer. So if we wait on this shot, we will see the next battle come into shot in about 7 seconds time. So it's not those two cars, but it's the next two cars. And there they are. And actually, it's a change of position. Van Berlo ahead of Stefan Perrin. So Bart Van Helden then getting up to 6th position, and Perrin dropping a position. For class, it doesn't matter. They're both leaders in their class, as you can see by the flashy Lumi ranks. But Van Helden doing a good job for his the Van Berlo team. He is a bronze driver, and Stefan Perrin also a bronze driver. But Perrin is driving that car all year, so I suppose Van Berlen is as well in Benelux.
Yeah, Stefan being a part of this, well, part of the 24H series, I say it, and being a part of the 2 runnings of the 992 Endurance Cup, the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, and very competent driver, Stefan. Spent a bit of time in the TCR class a couple of years ago, and then fell out of love with that, with the new Audi, becoming a very demanding car to maintain and service and keep going, and then found the 992 class, and that fell in very nicely with last year's first running of this event, continuing on into this year. So as they cross the line, we've got Tobias Muller in the lead by 13.9 seconds. He is still being caught by Rick Breukers ever so slightly, 10th here, 10th there. And then we've got the 3rd place car, which is the SD1 Alex Ryman. He's 2 seconds now dropped off the back end of Rick Breukers. Harry King, Harry is catching that car in front of him, and that gap has come down to 6.5 seconds for King in 4th. And then we've got just over a second there before we've got the Sebastian Framer's HRT car in 5th place. Van Berlo is now ahead of the Slebleju Racing entry, the Van Berlo car with Bas Kooten. Bart Van Helden now up to 6th place, and he's pulled out a second and a half on Stefan Perrin in the Slebleju Racing. And then we've got a good 8 seconds before the GP Elite entry of Peter Munich. We've got a huge gap back to Tom Coronel in 9th place, and Tom off that lead lap by about 1 minute and 37 seconds.
But now clear of the 911, the 911 car, so he has now got clear air ahead of him, and he'll be chasing down Tobias Muller. What was his last lap? Coronel did a 23.9, and actually Muller did a 23.6. So
yes,
he needs to get more of a wriggle on.
Yeah, well, now that he's cleared the traffic, we might see what Tom's capable of. I mean, Tom Coronel being one of the biggest sports car superstars, character-wise, touring cars, world touring car driver, and always good for a chat. Is Tom.
Good chatterer as well. There is the 48. Last lap 2:23.2, so nice and consistent. Coronel 2:23.7, so still needs to find half a second. Does the Dutchman, who runs a cheese livery on his helmet. thanks to a cheese sponsor. Yellow helmet.
Can you imagine having a sponsor who's a cheese company?
I know.
That'd be just fantastic.
And he's got, and the helmet has the little sort of cheesy holes that you find in Edam, and it's Eru, I think, is the cheese sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
cheese?
On the back of the car, usually it says, "Catch my dust," and then crossed out cheese.
Catch my cheese.
Something like, maybe it's eat. No, it's eat. No,
eat my cheese.
Eat my cheese
instead of eat my dust.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Eat my cheese. Absolutely. Okay.
He's a clever guy, is Mr. Coronel. He owns far more than just. He owns a coffee company. He owns a barbecue company.
He's very astute. Yeah. Hang on, Nick is wanting to say something funny. Go ahead, Nick. Or breezing pastury.
What?
I don't know. This is. Yeah, I have. I've ordered it. If I can work what?
Wensleydale. By the way, just so you know, it is literally quieter than a cemetery after midnight in this pit lane. There's nothing.
I tell you what, Nick, if that's the case, go and visit Mr. Truswell. I've just had a message from him saying, and I'm going to read it out to everybody.
I want to be on
television.
You
guys all good? You guys all good? That was a question. Not tuned in, I'm afraid. He is busy, in fairness.
How rude.
Haven't seen Nick at all.
So, blimey, okay.
So I said, great, we love restarts, and I've just had the raised eyebrows emoji. So go and ask him why he doesn't like restarts.
Come on, Seb, we're going to go and have a chat.
With his reindeer.
In jokes.
Well, they're not in jokes. Everybody heard you call Seb Sven on the grid. Yes, that was yesterday, wasn't it? All blends into one.
Not you'll forget.
No,
these
I'll never
things.
forget.
You've got a list of the various mistakes I've made. Haven't you got a list of the various good things I've done?
I've all evidence made. All the good things you do, Nick, and they're all there. It's all on YouTube. All that good work. Go and have a look.
I shall bring you some exciting Paul Truswell information in a very short amount of time.
Well, I tell you what a good question is for Truswell, not wanting to do your job, Nick.
Yeah. I'm almost there now.
I do. Yes, I do like Nick's job, in fairness.
You do like a job, yes.
We've got different regulations here, in comparison to the 24/8 series, which is what we're more familiar with Creventic Racing. What is he finding the difference? What are the major difference with Code 60?
Paul's busy. Paul's busy.
What's he doing?
He's raising his finger.
No, we're losing you. You're going into the garage.
I'm coming back in here. He's raising his finger like something really important is going on.
Is it really?
Yeah. Now, I can tell you, as my, because you know me, say everything, they have the brake pads and the caliper spreaders lined up. That often happens anyway, based on the wear. So what happens is, he's come. Here he comes. Here comes Paul. He's come out to see us. He's missing his chance to be honest. It's about time we got someone who knows.
Nick, can I just put in, because we've just seen the splitter leave the fourth place car of Harry King. Now this is the front splitter.
Well, for a holiday.
It's just come off. It became detached on the Kemmel Straight. He's lost that. Now that, I'm told, causes horrendous understeer in these cars. That creates a downforce on the front end. Right, back down to Nick, who's got Mr. Truswell.
I have Paul, who personally called for this interview. Paul, you're not a fan of restarts then?
They're all right. I mean, it's okay, we survived, but it always brings an extra bit of jeopardy in there. Suddenly all the cars are packed up together. You've got different drivers of different standards on different laps. So some cars are battling amongst one another for position. Others kind of are laps behind with maybe a bronze driver at the wheel who've never been in a situation like that before. So it's a difficult situation, but we survived that last one, so it's okay.
It looked to me like it was a net gain for Red Camels, that full course caution, because you'd fallen off the back of the 48 and now you're right together again.
Correct.
Well, that's useful, isn't it? Do not answer closed questions to Paul Truswell. How much of a gain do you think you made?
Sorry, say that again. I was listening to the phone.
So how much? I mean, so there was a gain there. I mean, but obviously within your tactics and with your driver rotation, if we hadn't had a safety car, what were your plans after that?
If we hadn't had the safety car, we'd have just left Rick out there and you'd have carried on driving round and round. The The full course yellow gave us the opportunity to come into the pits. And I don't know how closely you were observing what was going on in the pit stop here. We managed to change.
Wasn't in then.
Oh, okay. We managed to change the brake, so that sorted us out. We're almost halfway through. We've done a brake change, so we're happy.
So will all the cars have to do a brake change? Can they last 12 hours without changing? We've seen a couple of teams change.
At least one.
Oh, right. I mean, extra jeopardy from Paul there. So, you've had a few hours to digest this. Do you prefer this kind of more traditional yellow car, safety car concept? Would you prefer the normal 24-hour series version?
I prefer none at all, if I was honest with you. I mean, no, seriously, there's a point to be made. Safety cars, full course yellows, code 60s are only introduced because drivers will not observe double waved yellows. When there's an incident on the circuit and there's something dangerous, a double waved yellow doesn't do enough of the trick. But it's a complete waste of the race circuit for the other 80% of the circuit that's raceable on. I mean, that last one was a bit funny because we had to sweep the track, and there was one tractor that swept the track on one side, and then it had to go across the circuit, across the valley to get to the other side to do some sweeping there. Ideally, that should have been done together. But yeah, it is what it is. You accept the rules the way the rules are written, and you do the best you can under those circumstances.
As I say, you've managed to get the important bit of service work done. So you will put Rick out and run for a long time. I mean, Ivo got a long run. Will Ivo be going out again, or is he now out of the rotation?
I can't possibly answer that. We haven't decided yet. Honestly, I mean, seriously, we haven't decided. We have a very flexible rotation. What we have been able to do, and again, giving away no secrets, you know, we're limited to 10 sets of tyres for this. That included the tyres we used during qualifying. We've now used up all those tyres during qualifying, so from now on we can use new tyres and new tyres only, so that's good. We've got enough in the bag, as it were, to get us to the end without going over the limit of 10, so we're happy with the way things are going so far.
Now, new tyres give you a real performance boost for about 5 or 6 laps. Have you quantified how much that is, that extra bonus from new tyres?
It's not those... The first 5 laps are better, yes, but it's the next 20 which... Sorry, it's the next 20 which make a big difference. And if you can get a stable tyre for the rest of the stint, then you're far better off. Because the weight of the fuel makes actually a bigger difference than the higher performance of the tyre. So again, we'll try and use the car as it gets lighter, and make sure the tyres last that long.
Great stuff, thanks, Paul. So obviously, all good, but well, half the race to go.
That's right, yeah, it's still a long way to go. I'm sure I'm the person who has that.
Oh!
I get a tick in the box for that, don't I? Long way to go yet.
All fine.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Always great to speak to our old friend Paul Truswell. Him and I were working for a Fun Cup team here for the 25-hour anniversary.
Do you know what? I'm 40 this year.
Yeah.
That is, on my 40th year, that is what I want to do. If I have a weekend off and get myself a drive in the Fun Cup 25 hours.
Oh, mate.
Big ambition.
We had 12 cars. We had Maxime Martin in one,
nice.
Adam Christodoulou in another, and Nico Verdonk in another one, and a load of other good AM drivers in that.
Amazing.
And I was the English-speaking team manager, was kind of like an interpreter, and the team manager said to me at about midnight, he says, "I'm just going to go and have a break," and I thought, "Oh, get in! That means I'm going to have a break too." You know what time he came back?
6 in the morning.
9 o'clock Sunday morning. There was all hell broke loose during the night. Throwing trolley jacks at cars and braid and welding out, you know, the tube frame cars were needing welding and all sorts.
What I understand is, since WRT took over the building of those cars, which is the new generation now, apparently they feel like little GT3 cars. They are amazing.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a treaded road tyre, but they are...
Maybe not anymore.
They were...
Yeah.
This was about 2019.
Oh, Okay.
Yeah, and
Not that long ago.
it was something that Paul and I were probably going to get more involved with, but the COVID period sort of put a scuppered that. Harry King there in the 888, we mentioned just before we went down to Paul Truswell how he's lost the front splitter off that car, and we mentioned how horrendously unbalanced that makes these cars. Here we are, another look at it.
Just the turbulence of the car in
just
front.
the turbulence of the car in front, and it's obviously not been, it's been a bit sort of dubiously fixed on, but the car, the splitter just rips off. He doesn't hit anything, but when you think that they actually just clip on,
well, look,
plastic clips just clip on, and
Framework could be close enough here to go back up into 4th position. Not quite.
And because Harry's now struggling with turning, he can't get the car. Look at that. Car won't turn in. So he's had to use off track, which he'll get pinged for track limits. And now he's having to drive around this massive understeer problem. His lap times have dropped right off, and Sebastian Fremuth has gotten right back towards him. And if anything, Fremuth is getting held up now. They're in the 224s. They're running in 222s before this. So this is going to read, and it had nothing to do with what Harry, and you know, I didn't see where he went at Eau Rouge just prior to that. Maybe it was dislodged running over a curb at Eau Rouge or something.
Yeah, possible.
But it's incredible how you think this piece of plastic just on the front of the car is just like, it's there for aesthetics.
Remember
Absolutely not. It's there for performance.
Straight after the restart, first lap up Eau Rouge Radion, he had a big swapper on, and he got sort of a bobble, and then had to go over the curbs and had to go off track at Radion. I wonder whether the splitter hit something at that point and made it slightly looser.
This is actually, it's not just a tragedy for Harry King and the Team Parker team behind that car. It's a tragedy for us because he was catching those 3 cars ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was lapping quicker than all 3 of the front-running cars. And we certainly had a 6-hour race, which is what we have left. We certainly had that to contend with. Now, let me just check where we are in the stint for Harry King. And we are 18 laps. We've got another 12 laps or so. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to keep Fremuth behind him.
Okay, so here's the confusing thing, right? I think that both Rick Breukers and Alex Riemann, who are only 15 laps into their stint, put on tyres that had done about 10 laps, because the tyre age information we have is that they've done 25 laps on those tyres,
so
but their stint is only 15 laps.
So they may be using tyres from qualifying.
Yeah. And there we go, Harry off track again. And surely Sebastian Fremuth's going to get him this time. He had to come out of the throttle. Fremuth get his foot in all the way up, and here coming towards the Kemmel Straight, the pink splitter has been moved onto the racing line, and Fremuth's already got past. Easy peasy for the Belgian.
Yeah, he's just, he had nothing there to really be able to do absolutely anything about that.
Now, in theory, that's not a hard fix, is it? It's
it's just clip on. Yeah, snap on, clip on, splitter.
But he's still got to deal with this for another 15.
Yeah,
seconds.
and he's going backwards. He's not going to be able to keep. I mean, he was holding Sebastian Fremuth up, and we're going to see the HRT car now pull away. And if it's not going to be long before the silver livery car behind him, that car is going to be now coming up to the back of Harry King. Doesn't matter how great a driver Harry King is, we've already seen how talented the young man is, and there's just nothing you can do if you haven't got the handling right, and the understeer that he's going to have to contend with, just driving round it maybe a little bit less speed. It's hard to get the car to rotate though, and you've got to get this car rotating to get the best out of the performance of a 911 out of a 992 Carrera Cup car. You've got to have the car rotating, and you need a good front end to be able to do that. And that's the way Harry drives it. Snow was just describing to me how impressed he was with Harry's balance of just getting the car to the rear end to just come round to in a balanced fashion, and then just be able to get back on the power. Our coffee and hors d'oeuvre has arrived. Wow. Where's all that from, Snowy? Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Snowy on Coffee Run as we watch Harry King.